I am the devil at Marvel. Chapter 1. The people of Amar-Icon are going to suffer. The Divine Spear Bureau, the Ring Fortress. Lin Hao, who looked gentle and gentle, walked into the office of Director Zheng Xian, a white coat and black framed glasses. Zheng Xian, who was fiddling with a pot of orchid, turned around and said, "Sit as you like, there is tea in the pot, and the freshly brewed longjing." Lin Hao walked to the sofa and sat down, picked up the teapot and poured a cup for himself, thinking that after all, he had something to ask for, and it was rare to pour a cup for Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian, who was busy by the windowsill, put down the scissors in his hand and wiped his hands with a wet wipe. Then he walked slowly to the sofa and sat down on Lin Hao's left hand. "Have my application been found?" Lin Hao took a sip of tea. "Look, I'm anxious." Zheng Xian glared at him. Hearing this, Lin Hao seemed to be in a daze, as if he had remembered something, and replied, "Zheng Zhuang, I want to make progress too much." As he said that, he laughed and remembered his long-lasting memories. "I can't get in touch with him." Zheng Xian had no choice but to sigh and said helplessly, "The superior has agreed to your application. From now on, you will be the head of the American branch. In the past, you will reorganize the information there." Net. Lin Hao lowered his smile, and a hint of joy flashed through his eyes behind his glasses. Drinking the tea slowly and putting down the cup, he asked seriously, "What is the bottom line?" Zheng Xian also put down his teacup, met Lin Hao's gaze, and said solemnly, "Remember which country you are from, and in addition, no taboos." The joy in Lin Hao's eyes could no longer be hidden, and the corners of his mouth quietly rose. "Okay, I'll arrange a handover." Lin Hao stood up, feeling a little impatient. Looking at his cheerful steps, Zheng Xian laughed and shook his head. A moment later, the office door was pushed open again, and a graceful woman with black hair walked in. She also sat down and poured tea. "We really want to send Director Lin to the United States." The weather, which was still a little unbelievable. Since Nick Fury came to power, S.H.I.E.L.D. opposite has become more and more arrogant. Not only has it destroyed our network in the Americas, but it has even set up a S.H.I.E.L.D. branch in Hong Kong Island, and has given the membership fees we paid to the old Americans. A country is a thug. It's time to teach him some lesson. Zheng Xian said coldly with a stern face, "This is called using poison to fight poison." "But, this poison?" The weather, which was still scared, "It's too fierce, right?" "Yes, the people of Amar-Icon." Zheng Xian's expression suddenly became weird, as if he was holding back his laughter. "You're going to suffer a lot." There was an indelible gloom in his tone. Bang! The door of the conference room was pushed open vigorously, and a white coat with messy hair broke in. He couldn't wait to ask Zheng Xian, "Director, is he going to go out for field affairs?" Zheng Xian glared at him, "Isn't this a problem of enzymes?" Aftershock immediately changed his question, "Director, will he come to work tomorrow?" Zheng Xian stared at him, and after a long time of consideration, he said, "Director Lin is going to take a break for a while. When he is not here, the Technical Development Department wants you as an assistant." Aftershock's shoulders trembled, his hands and feet trembled, and his face was filled with tears. He didn't listen to what happened afterwards at all, so he immediately took out his cell phone and couldn't wait. "Brothers, it has been confirmed that the Great Demon King, he is gone." Through the phone, Zheng Xian could hear deafening cheers burst out from the opposite side. "Ha ha ha, Chuan Jude tonight, I'll treat you." While shouting, he rushed out. Zheng Xian chased behind and shouted, "Boy, if the progress is down, I will only ask." "All right, okay." Aftershow ran happily and waved his hand, "If you have any questions, I will ask the director at all times. As long as the great devil stops criticizing us, the enthusiasm for work will definitely double." Zheng Xian shook his head and turned back to the office. Lin Hao left the circular fortress temporarily landing in the northern part of Yunshan Mountain, drove back to his home in the capital, had dinner with his parents, and was frank about going on a business trip, but his return date was uncertain. The next morning, Lin Hao boarded the plane to American. 12 hours later, the plane landed at San Francisco International Airport. Lin Hao, who was slender and well-proportioned, walked out of the airport in a black windbreaker. His facial features were soft, and he smiled like a big boy next door. The black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose dyed him a little more bookish. A taxi was parked in front of Lin Hao, and the black driver tilted his head and asked, "Hey, sir, do you want to take a taxi?" Lin Hao glanced at the young black man and smiled knowingly, "Okay." The taxi started and drove towards the city. The brightly lit city never sleeping is shrouded in a hazy halo. Lin Hao boarded the plane at 8 o'clock in the morning in Beijing. After a 12-hour flight, San Francisco is now 4 o'clock in the morning. Along the way, the black driver was very talkative and kept trying to communicate with Lin Hao. "Sir, are you a neon man?" "No, I'm a Chinese." "Wow, kick that, I've heard of it, it's a good country." The black driver looked at Lin Hao from the rear-view mirror and smiled even more. Seeing Lin Hao enjoying the street view outside the window, he smiled and asked, "Is this the first time I'm here in America? San Francisco is a beautiful city, isn't it? Welcome to American, this is heaven." The black driver didn't know what Lin Hao saw in his eyes at this moment. The resentment of the creatures floating above the city, the wailing of the weak person echoing in his ears, and the lingering blood color. "Yes, this is my paradise." The great demon king smiled. It's worth his application for many years, and finally came here as he wished, a paradise for the devil. The taxi suddenly drove off the avenue and accelerated. Later, they arrived at a messy slum area and finally rushed into an abandoned old factory building. "Hey, guys!" The black driver stepped on the brakes, pushed open the car door very smoothly, and waved happily to the factory. The lights were dim and a few clothes suddenly floated over. "Hody, don't tell me you're off work now." A floating dress suddenly made a sound, "It seems that I need to remind you how much you still owe me." "Boss Ryan, I will pay back the money I owe you right away." The black man named Hody pointed at Lin Hao, who had already got off the car by himself, smiled and said, "This kid has just come from China and must have a lot of American swords on him. You know, people in that country are so stupid that they save money." Ryan walked into the light and saw that there was a farm tool under the floating clothes. "Yes, you actually found a lonely yellow-skinned monkey." While speaking, all the farm tools in the abandoned factory came around and stared at Lin Hao. "Yellow-skinned monkey, hand over all the valuable things on it. Boss Ryan may spare your life for God's sake." Lin Hao looked around the farm tools and smiled knowingly, "Sure enough, this is my paradise." Suddenly, a heavy black gushed out from Lin Hao's body, turning into a tall figure in the horrified gaze of the farm tools. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened above the dark body, with a pair of horns on top of the head, and a black fork in his hand. "Oh, what fuck? Mom, 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 he is a devil. Ah!" A group of farm tools burst out with loud screams, but they were already covered in black and the sound could not be conveyed. Don't eat me." Yes, sorry. I still like what you were like just now, please recover." Lin Hao stretched out his hand, and the huge demon head took the initiative to approach his palm, rubbed left and right, showing a comfortable expression on his face, and his scarlet eyes narrowed. "In this way, my little cutie can eat a little bit." The devil was already terrifying, but the man who smiled like a big boy next door in front of him became even more terrifying than the devil, bigger. Magic King. Chapter 2, I am a gentleman wearing glasses, but I am not a human being when I take off my glasses. Half an hour later, Lin Hao walked out of the abandoned factory and left several corpses of farm tools with twisted facial features on the spot. There was no wound on them, and they died of excessive fear. Within half an hour, the farm tools were destroyed and no drop was left being squeezed by the great devil. Walking out of the slums with a familiar road, Lin Hao seemed to be familiar with the roads in San Francisco. Perhaps it was the darkest moment before dawn. Even the garbage who were busy with 0 yuan shopping at night fell asleep and did not catch any other things along the way. Fish. Fortunately, there is no air force. The fisherman Lin Hao stopped a taxi again. The driver was a decent old man. Ping An sent Lin Hao to the west side of San Francisco, facing a manor in the Pacific Ocean. Yes, the driver is safe. The manor's doorman seemed to have known that Lin Hao would come, and he was waiting all night. The manor here is not big, covering an area of less than 3 acres, which is inconspicuous compared to those large manors that often cost dozens of acres or hundreds of acres. When Lin Hao entered the castle-style main house, the gate was closed, and the owner of the manor actually trotted forward and greeted respectfully, "Master, you are finally here." The other servants were not surprised by this scene at all. They all bowed to Lin Hao, but their expressions were numb and their behavior was like a mechanical one. "The food has been prepared for you." Advanced house. One servant came forward to take the luggage from Lin Hao and the windbreaker he took off. "Take off your glasses and apply hairspray on your hands, and your hairstyle will change immediately." There has always been a rumor in the Divine Spear Bureau, the great Demon King was a gentleman when he was wearing glasses, and he took off his glasses, he was not a human being. As he walked towards the stairs, Lin Hao's face began to fine-tune, and even his body was raised and expanded a little. In the end, he became the same appearance as the owner of the manor. Not change, but recovery. This is what Lin Hao is like. There are only 4 outsiders in the world who can connect him with the 2 appearances just now, namely Zheng Xian, his direct leader, and Lin Hao's parents. In addition, his colleagues who had had an intersection with him in the Divine Spear Bureau had only seen Lin Hao deliberately disguised himself. Since joining the Divine Spear Bureau 10 years ago, Lin Hao has deliberately disguised himself and changed his appearance to other growth trends bit by bit, moistening things silently, and eventually turned into another look known to others. The substitute who used his original appearance had arrived in San Francisco 5 years ago and continued to operate it here. Lin Hao has just taken back this identity now. He came to the study room upstairs with the substitute. After the substitute closed the door, Lin Hao patted the back of his left palm, which was a demonic pattern that was not visible to anyone except him. The rich blackness spread again, with its dark body, scarlet eyes, curved horns, and black forks in its hands, which were very consistent with the image of a demon defined in Western culture. "Do you want to get rich? Do you want to become famous overnight? Do you want to have good luck in love? Meng Sai Li Kong Chi Hao Jun. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully the young man in poverty. Treading to the south sky, breaking the sky. He, give me your soul." Seeing the demon's big mouth keep opening and closing, these sounds appearing from inside, Lin Hao had a dark face, stretched out his hand, and shouted in a big pussy. "I'm stupid again, right?" The huge demon immediately shrank and turned into a small black ball less than 30 centimeters tall. There were 3 white mouths on its round body. The eyes and mouth respectively. 2 smaller black balls floated out of thin air on both sides of the ball demon. This was its hands, and the black ball on the right was holding a small trident. There are 2 arrow-shaped horns inserted on top of the ball's head. Woo. The little devil's eyes suddenly turned into 2 balls of water stains, and there were still water drop-shaped tears hanging on the edge. "Master, you hit me." When Lin Hao disagreed, outsiders could not see the demon or hear its voice. "Okay, open your mouth." The aggrieved little demon suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a rectangular light door suddenly appeared in the study. Lin Hao walked in, and the substitute immediately followed. After entering the door, Lin Hao leaned over and picked up the tape recorder on the ground, pressed the switch, and the strange lines ended. The sound that came out of the little demon's mouth just now was not its own, but in the tape recorder, like a hoarse bumblebee. Although the little demon is not dumb, he can only emit some simple syllables. For example, wivu, hiwu, 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 etc. Inside the door is an unknown area with a vast area. Darkness covers most areas, only the doorway has bright light, and there is a large amount of experimental and production equipment in this light. After the substitute came in, he took the initiative to walk towards the glass groove on one side, took off his clothes, and walked into the unknown liquid. After a moment, his muscles and bones began to dissolve and return to the substance that made him. A cultivation cabin next to it was opened by Lin Hao, and an artificial human with the same appearance as Lin Hao used when he was on the plane came out. The moment he stepped on, the artificial human staggered, but he quickly adapted. Very good. From now on, you will be called Zheng Xiaoxian, who will be responsible for managing the flowers and plants of the manor. Far from the other side of the ocean, Zheng Xian in the circular fortress suddenly sneezes, the scissors in his hand trembled, and he cut a piece of orchid leaf by mistake. A pair of big eyes suddenly turned into squinting eyes, and their facial features were squeezed together, and their heart and liver were both hurt. Damn Lin Hao, I won't let my life go if I leave. For no reason, he just remembered that annoying guy. The name of the passport Lin Hao used to buy air tickets is Zheng Xiaoxian. Everything about this identity is traceable. He came to San Francisco because he was introduced by a friend to get a job as a gardener in this manor. After Zheng Xiaoxian left, Lin Hao continued to move forward. The production equipment he encountered along the way was all rough and unmatched with the times, with a distinct steampunk style. But such equipment can actually create artificial humans that are beyond the reach of technology today. When we arrived at the center of the experimental site, in front of Lin Hao were 3 exquisite glass windows, which were filled with a broken arm, a huge and long head with a forked top, and a pure one with a cartoon pattern printed on it. Cotton fat. Lin Hao is 28 years old. When he first came to this world, he thought he was just a simple rebirth. He was planning to use his advanced memory to make a fortune and make hundreds of small goals. He suddenly saw it in his junior high school history textbook. A black and white photo with the 4 words Captain America marked under the photo. At that moment, Lin Hao was stunned for a long time. If it is just a comic book, it still needs further confirmation, but if it is put into history textbooks, even the arrogant banana man cannot do this. What's more, the guys in the black and white photos look more and more like Chris Evans. No country is so stupid that he treats an actor as a historical figure and puts it in the textbook. After being stunned, Lin Hao finally realized that the world he was in was the Marvel Universe, and the film and television universe. This means that in 2018, the director of the Universe Family Planning Office will snap your fingers and randomly erase half of the life in the universe. It means that even if you make hundreds or thousands of small goals in the future, Lin Hao will have to bet on his life to bet on his half chance. How can I live this life? Knowing your death date, I waited day by day. What's worse was that if someone died and the money was not spent, it would be even more painful. At that moment, Lin Hao realized that he had to go against the will of heaven and change his fate. It was also at this moment that Lin Hao's plug-in was launched. He got a little demon who could travel through the heavens and the world and get something back. Chapter 3 Free America, Gunshots are alarm clocks. The energy that drives the little demon is resentment of creatures, including many negative emotions such as anger, despair, fear, hatred, resentment, etc. The most valuable of which is the resentment of creatures when they die. It has been 15 years since I was 13. Because of Lin Hao's lack of hands and feet in China, he was unable to start a large-scale killing. He could only do his job and forced himself into a big devil king who is dedicated to confronting others, fucked the wool from classmates, relatives, and colleagues around him. Now the people who are familiar with him are already invincible for all poisons and can no longer provide any resentment. Compared with the United States, there are not many vicious crimes in China, and it is impossible to leave them all to the Gods and Sword Bureau. Lin Hao only has the opportunity to give the little demon a full meal when he goes out. This is why Lin Hao applied to go to America many times, and America is his paradise to harvest the resentment of living beings. After obtaining sufficient energy, the little demon can shuttle to other worlds and bring back some things from that world. Unfortunately, it takes a short time to move every time, so it can only search near the place of appearance, and it cannot identify the value, so it brings there are all kinds of strange things coming back. From the beginning of stones, flowers, and plants, to the later Lin Hao taught it to get some conspicuous and unique things, so the little devil began to bring back all kinds of glowing decorations, gold, jewelry, jade, and other things. Although it solved Lin Hao's economic crisis when he was a teenager to a certain extent, it was of no use to strengthen his own strength. It was not until 2 years later that the little devil brought back a huge head that Lin Hao's life was truly changed. That is the long strip-shaped object sealed in the glass window at this moment, like a big stick, and forked on the top. When Lin Hao's hand touches the thing brought back by the little devil, he can automatically know which world the thing comes from and what it is, and can selectively absorb the energy, knowledge, and other special substances contained in it. If the object also has a special structure, Lin Hao can also choose whether to copy it, thereby obtaining his special abilities. This huge head comes from the world of One Piece and is the brain cut by Vegapunk, a scientist who has been known as a scientist who has surpassed human intelligence for 500 years. The moment Lin Hao came into contact with this brain, he automatically obtained all the knowledge contained in the brain. In order to digest this huge knowledge, Lin Hao cruelly copied its structure. Fortunately, his brain did not deform, but instead had brain and brain. The ability of fruit. Since then, the ordinary time traveler Lin Hao has become a scientist who masters many black technologies, and thus joined the Divine Spear Bureau and became the youngest leader in the Technology Development Department. After getting Vagapunk's brain, the little demon went through countless times in the next 13 years, but only got 3 useful things. They are Yanguo's left arm and Buma's Fat Celestial, as well as a box of universal capsules that come with the Fat Celestial. Yanguo's left arm allowed Lin Hao to obtain the remaining internal force and copied the meridians that had been opened to his left hand. Although Yanguo had learned the martial arts of the Chuanzhen sect, the martial arts of the ancient Tomb School and the 9 Yin scriptures when he broke his hand, the meridians on his arm alone could not allow Lin Hao to master the luck root of his whole body. After borrowing from a large number of Taoist classics, he could only rely on the ability of brain fruits to derive a basic set of internal skills and mental methods. Recalling the scene where the little devil grabbed Fatty with one hand and the capsule box with the other hand, Lin Hao was particularly happy. Of course it's not because of Buma's fatness. Lin Hao absorbed the unique energy of Qi in 2 items and successfully learned about the structure of universal capsules. Relying on the ability of brain fruit, after some analysis, he successfully mastered the production method of universal capsules. A whole box of universal capsules contains flying cars, portable villas, and other black technology items unique to the Dragon Ball world. The technologies contained in these things are all turned into Lin Hao's knowledge reserves. In addition to the biggest gain of Qi, Lin Hao also extracted the gene and bloodline factors of Buma from the fat. When I first came into contact with Pangzi, Lin Hao was still wondering why there were many more ideas in his mind, and even felt that his IQ had improved a lot. After looking through it, he found that there was actually a ball of secretions in Pangzi. Through the little demon's description of the scene at that time, Lin Hao guessed that Buma must have just met Wukong and was on the way to find Dragon Ball together. It was on the first night that Buma took out the capsule house, and then Xiao Wukong was curious about the plot of different structures between men and women. The little devil probably took a shower while Buma went to take a shower, and then returned the box with fat and the universal capsule. In this regard, Lin Hao just wanted to say, "Do a beautiful job." Without these 2 things, How could he master the powerful energy of qi, right? Isn't such a commemorative thing worth cherishing? Forgotten universal capsule, yes, you are right. Behind the 3 glass windows are 3 exquisite cultivation chambers, and 3 people thriving in the nutrient solution are lying. These are 11-year-old clone Buma, 10-year-old clone Bigapunk and 9-year-old clone Yanguo. These 3 clones are different from the cheap artificial humans in front of them. They are normal growth and do not contain additives. They will be Director Lin's effective assistant and capable secretary in the future. Why did he cultivate Burgaponk's gene first, but he did not cultivate Burma first? Director Lin said that he vowed to be irreconcilable with gambling and drugs throughout his life. Now do you know why you should cherish pure cotton fat? Because this is a fat guy who has made a huge contribution to scientific research. After observing the cultivation progress, Lin Hao picked up the little demon and checked the energy it stored. Although he had just eaten a few agricultural tools, there was still a lot of difference from 100 shuttles. The energy required for the little devil every time he shuttles is constant, but the pit is random. Lin Hao has no control over the world it will go to, nor can he predict what it will bring back. So after obtaining the brain fruit ability, Lin Hao used technical means to make all the plot scenes such as films, animations, novels, and other plots in his memory into 3D videos, and played them looped to the little devil every day, and focused on marking some famous scenes and high-level scenes. Item of value. Especially the world where the little devil has been to, it is the top priority. Even so, the 10 consecutive draws could not bring surprises to Lin Hao, so he had to perform 100 consecutive draws and look forward to a miracle. Walking out of this special space and returning to the study, Lin Hao will no longer rest. Instead, I went to the practice room facing the east to meditate cross-legged. Since getting these things, under the supervision of the life and death crisis soon, Lin Hao's life has become extremely regular. When there is no accident, get up at 6 o'clock every day, meditate for 2 hours to practice internal skills, and after breakfast, you will practice external skills according to the Navy's 6-style practice skills obtained from Bigaponk's memory for 2 hours, and then go to work, and after get off work, the same goes for the same. It was 4 hours of both internal and external cultivation. Internal strength can not only increase the strength of fists and feet, but also repair the damage caused to the body by crazy physical training, and it can also make people full of energy and full of energy. It is no problem to beat 7 in one night, but it will not harm the body. If you are not yours, you will be punished for being ugly. With both internal and external cultivation, Lin Hao's physique continued to strengthen, and the qi in his body increased day by day. Unfortunately, he did not understand the corresponding skills and could only explore it by himself. The morning sun is rising, and the morning light is gorgeous. A series of gunshots came from afar, like an alarm clock, waking up the American people. Free America has begun a new day. What an American alarm clock! Lin Hao opened his eyes and showed a knowing smile. Little cutie, it's time for you to act again. The little devil jumped out, and 3 white marks on the ball body squeezed out a happy smile. Please collect, recommend, and read. Chapter 4. Do you want to get the power of the demon? If Lin Hao's arrival was not counted, this was just an ordinary morning in San Francisco. Alan is a white middle-aged woman. Her family is ordinary. Her alcoholic husband, rebellious son, and bank's monthly uninterrupted collection bills completely wiped out all her patience. Baichi, Nico next door dares to mock me for not understanding garbage sorting. Sooner or later, I will shoot her artificial breasts with a gun. Early in the morning, husband Dane heard his wife's curse. He was confused while he was still hangover and shouted impatiently in the bedroom, "If you want to kill, go and kill, or you can call the police and let the police kill her. Don't make noises about me to sleep." Fake. Alan, who came to the kitchen, chopped on the cutting board with one knife and cut off a carrot. If it weren't for the lack of living skills, age, distorted body shape, and no capital to continue looking for meal tickets, Alan would probably have killed this husband who often drinks. Alan, who was busy in the kitchen, suddenly found smoke coming out of the next room, so he planned to think about it and his eyes lit up. She immediately ran to the phone and called 911. I want to call the police. The fire broke out next door to my house, and it seems that someone is setting fire. Yes, it's a black man. Okay, my home is on Kearney Street. After putting down the phone, Alan smiled proudly. She quickly broke into the bedroom and searched through the cabinet to find an old camera. She wanted to take a picture of the scene where Baichi was beaten to death next door. Just thinking about it makes me very happy. Soon, the sound of a sirens came from a distance, and two fully armed San Francisco policemen walked out of a police car. Hey, George, which one was the one who called the police just now? Jack Bryan, the sturdy man, put his hand on the gun holster at his waist and asked his colleague George, who had already taken out the gun. It's an arson case. Wherever there is smoke, it's the place where the crime is incurred. George didn't listen carefully just now, but he soon discovered the smoke. Look, there. This is a townhouse apartment. The nigger neighbor who Alan mentioned lives east of her, but a slight west wind is blowing from the beach, and the neighbor's house has dumped the charred burger that caused thick smoke. When smoke came out again, wisps of smoke drifted towards the apartment further east. So, two San Francisco police officers came to the apartment on the eastmost point. Coincidentally, there was a black man living in this apartment, Will Fortson, a 23-year-old Air Force pilot who happened to take a turn for the rest of his life today. Two policemen had already taken out their guns, and the sturdy Jack Bryan walked in front, and his colleague George rushed into the back. Dong 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 dong, Jack knocked on the door, but the gun in his hand was raised. Will Fortson inside the room heard the knock on the door and asked loudly, "Who is it?" Two San Francisco police officers did not answer. Will Fortson, who was alert, walked to the cabinet, took out the gun he had legally held, and came to the door carefully. He first glanced out of the cat's eyes, but saw two policemen holding guns. He was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" The policeman outside saw that he dared not to open the door immediately, and his gun raised a little further. Open the door immediately!" Jack Bryan shouted. Will Fortson inside the door remembered the friendly reminder from his black senior who had served in the army. War is not the most terrifying thing, the American police are really careful. The young Will Fortson suddenly panicked. "What are you going to do?" Will shouted anxiously behind the door, "I am an Air Force pilot." "Just return the pilot." Jack outside the door laughed, "Open the door immediately, otherwise we will take further measures." Will Fortson panicked and made a decision that he would regret for life. He actually stepped forward and opened the door stupidly, and did not raise the pistol, but just held it in his hand. As soon as the door opened, Jack Bryan immediately discovered his skin color and the gun in his hand with a keen eye. So, the gunshots rang without surprise. Boom! I actually fired 6 shots in a row. Will Fortson Tony fell to the ground and couldn't get up, blood overflowed, dyeing the floor red. It was not until this time that Jack Bryan shouted, "Put down the gun immediately." Jack took a step forward and kicked off the gun in Will's hand, and the gun was still aimed at the black man who was still breathing. George quickly entered the house to search, and soon returned with a hint of panic. He quietly approached Jack's ear and whispered, "Damn it, he is really an Air Force pilot." Jack was stunned and saw that many residents were surrounding him outside the house, and his face turned pale and took back the gun. "Call an ambulance." After saying that, he quickly left Will's apartment, returned to the police car, and immediately called his boss. "Boss, I'm in trouble." Jack reported honestly, "I shot a Nico, and he was actually an Air Force pilot." "Are you dead?" the boss asked quickly. "Not yet, but the situation is not good." Jack said weakly, "I fired 6 shots." "Bastard! Although the boss was shocked but not confused, he obviously had rich similar experience. He quickly instructed, "Come back immediately, the picture of the recorder must not be seen by others." "Okay." Jack was very depressed. Now he must be forced off. Wilfordson's aura became weak and his pupils were dissipating. He heard his neighbor, Aunt Ellen, complaining quietly, "Silly policeman, he actually found the wrong room." Will looked in the voice and saw Alan staring at the next door neighbor with hatred and annoyed eyes, a black woman who escaped by chance. Now, he understood everything. I can't breathe." This is a sentence said before the death of George Floyd and Frank Tyson, an African-American man who was killed by American police. However, Wilfordson was lucky, and at the moment he was about to die, a ball of black enveloped him. "Do you want to take revenge? Do you want to get the power of the demon? He, give me your soul." Wilfordson was stunned at first when he was dying, and then spoke without hesitation, "I do." The dark body, curved horns, scarlet eyes. And these arrogant lines are exactly the same as the legendary devil. People are almost dying, so what if they sell their souls to the devil? Besides, Wilfordson felt that he was so unfair. It would be fine if someone was framed, but the police found the wrong person. Even if they were in heaven, they wouldn't be able to find someone to reason. "Sell, you must sell." The moment he agreed, a floating parchment appeared on Will's palm, and he pressed the bloody handprint on it with all his strength. After signing the contract, the demon had an extra colorful apple with colorful patterns on his hand. "Eat it and you can gain the power of the demon." The apple appeared directly above Will's mouth. He opened his mouth and swallowed it, ignoring the disgusting smell. Will soon felt a powerful force emerge from his body. His limbs were lengthened, his body became thinner, and a large amount of black hair appeared on his body. His head turned into a huge leopard head, and a long tail appeared behind his butt. "Hey!" Lin Hao, who saw all this through the little devil's vision, showed a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect the completion rate of this batch to be so high." Wilfordson, who ate the smile fruit, not only had his belly still the same, but his whole body turned into a leopard, but was also a black leopard. The belly is originally black, and there is no difference between having hair and not having hair. Interesting, it seems that people can use this tool for a while. Seeing this black leopard, Lin Hao had some new ideas. "Go, my servant, vent your anger. From today, you will believe in the great Lord of the Demon, His Highness, the Great Demon King. Effect the order, the Great Lord of the Demon." Wilfordson was respectful and very pious. At this moment, he abandoned God and turned to believe in this great devil. From this moment on, his life and death will be controlled by Lin Hao, the great devil. The black retreated, to outsiders, and it seemed that less than a moment was a black light that could not be captured by the naked eye. Wilfordson, who had recovered from his human form, waited for the ambulance. Although most of the wounds on his body had been healed by the sudden gain of strength, and the bullet inside his body was squeezed out by the muscles, the ambulance that had finally arrived would be placed on it. "Can't you make $1,000? This is too uncapitalist." So, Wilfordson, who was planning to take revenge immediately, was tied to a stretcher by overly enthusiastic ambulance staff and taken into the ambulance. "Farkey, my injury." Wilfordson, who was about to break free, suddenly came up with a better idea. "The great devil lord needs a shining appearance." Chapter 5 Where can I buy arms dealers? American journalists claimed that they always arrive at the scene earlier than the police. There is only one exception, that is, the scene is created by the police. This is the case of police shootings of black pilots in San Francisco. When reporters got the news, white police officer Jack Bryan had already slipped away quietly. They only saw the unconscious black pilot being carried away by an ambulance. If Wilfordson is still open his eyes at this moment, the reporters will definitely be immediately rushed up to interview, and even spent money to bribe ambulance staff to leave them time for interviews. Do you think this will delay the rescue time? Who cares? This is the world of capital and money. As long as economic benefits can be created, any operation is taken for granted. Besides, the injured person was still a black man. The two black men who were killed by white policemen before were surrounded by reporters' vehicles, which caused the ambulance to enter and thus missed the rescue time, but they were allowed to spread the sentence, "I can't breathe anymore." Finally, the reporter scolded the dangers of racial discrimination on the screen with compassion, squeezed out a few drops of crocodile tears, and then enjoyed the TV station's bonus as he watched the high ratings. The nigger died and the white man became rich. Everyone has a bright future. The young Will Fortson did not recognize the sinisterness of the news vulture. The reason why he pretended to be in a coma at this moment was because he wanted to have a big scene. Although the reporter who came to the scene did not interview the person involved, he restored the incident from the surrounding citizens. When he heard the white policeman shoot the black man was still an Air Force pilot. He was immediately excited. Racial discrimination, excessive law enforcement, conflict between the police and the military, are all big blow points. There is no reason why this news is not popular. Hey, boss, you have to insert the permissions immediately. Yes, big news, super big. The reporters on the scene contacted the radio station one after another and asked their boss to start broadcasting hot news to seize the opportunity. In an era when superheroes are not revealed, such big news is not easy to encounter. As a result, the TV stations in San Francisco and even other regional TV stations that received the news later intervened in the incident here. It is now 2008, and Black Lives Matter has become a trend. The Dingchuang Party even plans to launch a black candidate to participate in this year's general election. Such a news naturally quickly ignited public opinion across the United States. When Ben Collinson, a well-known American civil rights lawyer in New York, saw the news, he immediately asked his assistant to investigate the phone number of Will Fortson's family, put down other things and drove directly to the car airport. He is bound to win this agent, and no one can compete with him. What he said was useless when Jesus came. When Ben Collinson finally obtained the authorization of his family and rushed to the hospital in San Francisco, he found that the atmosphere in the intensive care unit was strange. Will Fortson's family and Air Force representatives stood in the ward with a constipated expression on their faces. The person involved who was surrounded by them exposed his upper body, but the wounds on his body were very shallow and were not at all to the point where he needed rescue. What fa? Ben Collinson felt that he was deceived. How did this injury stir the public's emotions? How to operate your popularity? But he only got angry for a second, and then he returned to his solemn expression and greeted him. Mr. Will, I will fully hold you accountable and seek compensation from the San Francisco police on your behalf. I will be sentenced to a hurry, even if I tell me. This pot of fighter among the roosters cannot be destroyed in my hands. The Air Force representative didn't care about this. He stepped forward and carefully examined Will Fortson's wound. The broken muscles were indeed burned and rubbed by high-speed bullets. People were in military camps, especially in American military camps, and were very familiar with gunshot wounds. Will, can you explain why your wound is so shallow? The Air Force representatives knew the power of the weapons used by domestic police. Their pistols were no worse than those in the Army. Even the rich New York police were better than the Army in terms of light weapons. If the weapons are not good, how can you practice American-style hyokao? Although he was shot 6 times, his wound was so shallow that the eyes of the Air Force representative became deep. I. The young Will Fortson was not experienced enough. He just thought about big scenes, but ignored the wound problems on his body. Suddenly, a distant voice came from his mind. Celebrity. Lin Hao, who was watching all this from afar, imprinted his voice in the consciousness of the tool man. Lin Hao, who originally planned to throw it away after using it, unexpectedly found that this guy had a very high integrity after he transformed. If he didn't look at the hairless skin on his belly carefully, he would definitely be a complete Black Panther. Since this is the case, this tool man has the value of in-depth development. He is also an Air Force pilot, so he can naturally enter the American military. In One Piece world, Smile Fruit is a defective product developed by Caesar imitating Vegapunk technology. Compared with the high requirements of Vegapunk, which is considered unsuccessful because the color after transformation is incorrect. The defective products developed by Caesar are simply garbage. Lin Hao obtained the technology of Vegapunk, and even the complete version of the devil fruit can be made, let alone this incomplete version. It's just to remove one of the clips. In order to make things easier in the United States, Lin Hao retained the ability to transform the defective products freely. Unlike the things created by Caesar, all the users turned into deformities and could not recover from their human body. Although it is a defective product, its power is not worse than the complete version of the animal-type devil fruit. This can be seen from Kaido's Give the Giver a Legion, but the defective product has obvious weaknesses, that is, it cannot transform. The area cannot obtain the strengthening of the fruit power. After all, they are tools used to make trouble. Can Lin Hao give them good things without flaws? Is being a great devil a philanthropist? In the ward, after receiving the will of the Lord of Demons, Will Fortson glanced at the others around him. The Air Force representative understood, looked around, and smiled and said, "Please go to the next door for a while." Although the tone is kind, the degree is unquestionable. A soldier who followed took the person away in person. "Hal, go and warn the doctors, tell them not to talk nonsense, otherwise the Air Force will accuse them of national security." Another soldier also walked out. After no one was around, Will Fortson turned over and got out of bed, and his movements were vigorous. Immediately afterwards, the Air Force representative was stunned. A living person turned into a huge Black Panther in front of him. Will Fortson got the opportunity to hold a big scene as he wished. During the preparation time, public opinion and military pressure rushed towards the San Francisco police. What fug? Jack Bryan, who was at home for a forced vacation, received a call from his boss. As soon as he heard it, he became angry. "Why should I be fired? In the past, isn't this happening? All of you just reinstated after taking a week off." Because he is not dead, if he dies, the military will only act as a show, and dead people are of no value. The boss on the other end of the phone was also helpless. The niggers who were beaten to death in the past were all garbage from the bottom of society. Now this is an Air Force pilot. If he ignores his skin color, he is a social elite who is more valuable than our police. Now the military and the media are putting pressure on the director. I even heard that there are also members of the parliamentarians who are about to participate in the general election to stand up for him. The lawyers they hired have filed high compensation claims to the police station. What's the matter? You still have to pay for money. People in the capital country are very sensitive to money. When Jack Bryan heard that the other party dared to ask for compensation from the police station, he immediately disintegrated. When will the Black Ghost be killed during the law enforcement process? Need to lose money? I said, he is not an ordinary nigger. The boss was upset and issued an ultimatum directly. The police station has decided to fire you. In addition, if the court supports their compensation claims, you will be reimbursed. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Fake. Bye chi. Bitch. Jack Bryan smashed the phone, and there seemed to be a fire burning in his chest. A group of farm tools actually dares to threaten the White Master. At this moment, he wanted to pick up a submachine gun and kill all the niggers on the street so that they could know whose world America is. The niggers should all die. Suddenly, a ball of black enveloped him and the demon appeared in front of him. Do you want to take revenge? Do you want to gain the power of the demon? He, give me your soul. How can a qualified arms dealer not sell two companies? Please collect it, recommend it, and read it. The most important thing to follow, we of you. Chapter 6, You kill black, I kill white, and your eyes turn red. It's unbelievable that it seems that in the eyes of San Francisco police officers, a little darker skin poses a threat to their lives. Human rights lawyer Ben Collinson talked at the press conference, and he felt that every cell in his body was thrilling in front of the camera. I learned from the neighbors of the victim Mr. Fortson that the reason why the San Francisco police were dispatched was because Ms. Allen saw smoke coming out of the kitchen next door, so she hurriedly called the police. But she didn't expect the police to notify the fire brigade, but arrived at the scene with the guns. What do they want to do? Do they use pistols to put out the fire? The most unforgivable and incredible place, these two San Francisco police officers actually found the wrong room. Speaking of this, Ben Collinson slapped the table with emotion, looking like he empathized. Can you believe it? The police officer who received the call would actually find the wrong place of the crime and still shoot it decisively after the innocent people kept declaring their identity. Let me ask, who will dare to call the police in the future in the United States? We white people dare. Anyway, police immunity is only for shooting people of color. Many white reporters at the scene responded in their hearts, and some even showed disapproving expressions, but the camera in their hands kept pressing the shutter. The reporters are very realistic and have long developed professional qualities that are different. As long as they can take advantage of the popularity and increase the ratings, they can say that God is a black man. This incident has been a hot topic in recent days, especially the Air Force has expressed an unusually tough attitude, and even members of Congress who are preparing to participate in the general election have appeared to stand up for the victims. The incident has directly escalated into a wave of public opinion all over the United States. At present, large-scale marches have erupted in many places in the United States, especially black groups, and some equal rights groups that oppose racial discrimination have come to take advantage of the hot topics, further enhancing the popularity of the incident. In San Francisco, where the incident occurred, a large number of black people from all over the country gathered here, directly surrounding the San Francisco Police Department, constantly calling for severe punishment of the murderer. The prelude that Will Fortson deliberately created has been completed. Next, he will apply to the San Francisco City Council to initiate a hearing against the San Francisco Police Department and call on the police officers to attend. He plans to keep angering Jack Bryan at the hearing, forcing him to speak worse racially, and then intensify the conflict and beat him to death on the spot in a self-defense manner. This plan, how can you say it, it is full of the unique innocence of young people. Will Fortson obviously brought himself into the perspective of the main character of the movie. Just thinking about both showing off and venting, I never considered whether the supporting role would follow his script. The reason why the Air Force is willing to help is because it sees the value of Will Fortson, and the public opinion wave has already begun, they should indeed express it. In the eyes of mature Air Force generals, even if this hearing is held as expected, it will be at most arguing with each other and going through the motions. The San Francisco Police Department may compromise, but there will be no big concessions. As for the police officer who caused the accident, he may be fired immediately, it is unknown whether he can attend. The Air Force did not know what highlight moments Will Fortson was looking forward to, and he did not think that those naive scenes would be staged. Neither side expected that the situation was not as good as they thought. After signing a contract with the demon and receiving the power given by the demon lord, Jack Bryan became murderous. He picked a sunny morning, appeared at the gate of the San Francisco Police Department in a police uniform that had not yet been returned, and walked straight to the black group that came to demonstrate. At the door of the police station, black and white are in opposition, clearly distinguishing. The emotional black man was shouting slogans, while the white police officers were lined up neatly with explosion-proof shields, and both sides were in physical contact. Public opinion is surging at the moment, and the San Francisco Police Department is at the forefront, so the senior police department naturally does not want to see more violent conflicts. So the police officers were strictly warned and did not issue any weapons to them, so the white police officers hid behind the shield peacefully. Otherwise, if the law enforcement process in the past would have been lifted up, they would have been fucked. Hey, Jack! When colleague George saw that he dared to show up, he was shocked. What are you doing? Jack Bryan shook his hand and kept walking. He's the policeman who caused the accident, the guy who shot Mr. Will. Damn it, what does he mean? Did he deliberately provoke us? Bastard, beat him to death. Avenge Mr. Will. As expected by Jack Bryan, these niggers with limited brain capacity do not have much knowledge and rely only on violence. Jack was soon besieged by blacks. My God, does Jack want to commit suicide? The colleagues behind were shocked. Do we want to help him? Someone asked. Forget it, maybe this is his own choice. The colleague next to him shook his head. I heard that his superiors decided to fire him. Maybe Jack wanted to express his dissatisfaction in this way. Jack, surrounded by black people, did not fight back at first. After a full minute, he suddenly shouted loudly, George, according to American law, the situation I am facing now should be able to start self-defense, right? George was stunned, then reacted and replied loudly, yes, we have a camera here. Jack Bryan in the crowd immediately smiled grimly. Woohoo! A low roar came from the crowd. Jack Bryan suddenly transformed into a canine-like shape, with a white dog head, white fur, white limbs and a white tail behind his butt. Artificial devil fruit, dog fruit big white bear dog form. Jack Bryan, who was originally 1.8 meters tall, directly transformed into a giant as high as 2.5 meters tall. His hands turned into dog paws kept waving, with great force, and the black man surrounding him was easily lifted away like leaves. Oh God! The police officers behind were confused and incredible, and were filled with shock. What is this? The niggers who were besieged by Jack Bryan were even more frightened. Omega, he is actually a devil who can transform. Hurry, run! The nigger who saw the opportunity began to retreat, but how could Jack Bryan, who was already murderous, let go of these farm tools? There is no doubt that Jack chased after him. Stop shooting this episode! George hurriedly shouted to his colleague holding the camera. The previous one can be regarded as self-defense, but now it is intentional murder. Idiot, I just need to take pictures of these things now. A colleague holding the camera sneered, with such a powerful first-hand information, the TV station will definitely buy it at a high price. Yes, this is very capitalist. Will Fortson, who was hiding in the intensive care unit in the hospital, was waiting for the hearing, suddenly saw breaking news on TV that Jack Bryan was chasing black people. My audience members in front of the TV, now I'm broadcasting an emergency news for you. A dog man appeared on the streets of San Francisco. He was chasing the black group participating in the parade. According to people familiar with the matter, the dog was actually San Francisco policeman Jack Bryan, who had shot and killed an African-American pilot. A small window appeared on the news screen, which was playing the scene of Jack suddenly transforming at the door of the San Francisco Police Department. Why did Jack Bryan suddenly become a dog? Please continue to watch the exclusive report brought to you by Big Mouth Henry on the spot. This time, the reporter arrived before the police. Because the San Francisco police deliberately delayed, the sheriff even refused to answer a call from the San Francisco mayor to express his dissatisfaction. No one stopped him. Jack Bryan killed all sides. Asshole! Will Fortson immediately ran to the window without saying a word, regardless of the height of the 10th floor, turned into a Black Panther and climbed down the wall and rushed towards the scene. The scene of a Black Panther running on the top of a car on the street soon appeared on the TV screen. At this moment, TV stations across the United States were crazy again. Not long after, Will Fortson arrived at the battlefield. Roar! The Black Panther roared at the white dog. The two visions immediately intersected. Enemy meat extremely jealous. But when they saw the similar changes on the other party, they were stunned for a moment, and then they called the great demon master in their hearts. The other party obviously also received the favor of the demon lord. What if he killed the wrong companion? Lin Hao, who had been eating melons and watching operas and harvesting a large number of resentments of living beings, saw this and directly imprinted a contemptuous laugh in their consciousness. Only the strong deserve my favor. The two suddenly realized. Yes, this is the lord of the demon. Is it still civilized and courteous? With permission, the two of them, who already had a grudge, had no scruples anymore, and thought that this was a test for the Lord of Demons, so they took it seriously. Jack Bryan turned into an animal form, kicked the ground with his limbs, and rushed towards Will Fortson. He only has no hair on his belly. One black and one white, two figures collided in the air, and huge force collided with a roar. The two animals are almost the same size, both of which are more than 3 meters long and more than 1 meter high, and their movements are fierce and full of strength. Lin Hao also added some moves and exercise points to their memory when giving them the fruit, so that they can fight more intensely now, otherwise the humans who just ate the animal's fruit would not be able to perfectly imitate the animal's behavior. If you don't fight hard enough, there will not be many people who die and the benefits will not be great enough. But even Lin Hao didn't expect that these two guys would actually bring him unexpected surprises. After several collisions with each other, the two sides opened up a distance. As a result, when Jack Bryan turned his head, he found himself back to the black group, and many white people who were not afraid of death appeared beside Will Fortson, holding up their mobile phones to keep taking pictures. One black and one white look at each other, and suddenly there was a sense of understanding. The big white bear dog and the Black Panther began to deliberately expand their scope of activities and entered the black and white groups watching the game respectively. Twist your waist, move your legs, and swing your tail at will. A large number of black and white people were accidentally injured by both sides. Jack Bryan was determined to kill all the niggers. Will Fortson saw the other party doing this, so he was so angry that he retaliated against him in the same way. The two guys seemed to have opened the door to a new world. After colliding with each other, they used their strength to retreat to their original position, and then accidentally injured the audience. You kill black, I kill white, until your eyes turn red. Lin Hao, who was eating melons and watching the show, was stunned for a moment. Okay, you can learn it without a teacher. Chapter 7 Reactions from all parties. Shield, Trident Headquarters. Level 7 Agent Phil Coulson hurried to the director's office with a tablet computer in his arms. He had just been temporarily promoted to Level 8 recently, so he was particularly motivated when working. He believed that this must be the prelude to the promotion and salary increase. Knocking on the door of the director's office, behind the table was a one-eyed dragon wearing an eyebrow. Her dark head was shiny and even the flies would slip when they fell on it. Director, an emergency. Coulson handed the tablet over and said, look at this. The black and white war on the screen happened in San Francisco. Nick Fury was stunned and asked, where is it? Coulson replied, San Francisco. Seeing the Black Panther and white dogs that were obviously larger than normal animals, Nick Fury immediately reacted, are they superpowers? That's right. Coulson clicked on the screen and showed another edited document for the director. The white dog is named Jack Bryan, a San Francisco police officer. By searching for local surveillance, I found this black one leopard jumped from the inpatient department of a hospital, thus locking his identity, and these are their detailed information. Notify the technical team and let them analyze the physical fitness of these two guys through the destructive power in the video. Nick Fury quickly ordered. I have notified them before coming. Coulson clicked on another document in a treasure-giving manner. This is a preliminary analysis report just passed. Good job. Nick Fury smiled and praised. You see, as a leader, you have to learn to draw a cake, otherwise how to mobilize the enthusiasm of your subordinates for work. As for when to fulfill it, you won't come true, right? After analysis, these two animals are far faster than those of the Black Panther and the big white bear dog in terms of speed and strength. In addition, they were hit by galloping cars many times during the battle, but there was no sign of injury in the picture. Urson kept bringing out close-up images to show for Fury. Nick Fury ordered without hesitation, "Go away and take them back. It's a bit slow to pass from the East Coast, and the Black Panther is an African-American soldier, and the military will probably arrive before me." Coulson advised enthusiastically, "Why let the people from the Los Angeles branch go there?" "No." Nick Fury flatly refused. "It is just two relatively large animals. Although it is indeed quite strange that humans become animals, if they do not show greater value, they will only be two experimental materials. SHIED has many similar materials. The Los Angeles branch has more important tasks recently. Have the fish taken the bait yet?" Coulson said in surprise, "Will the Divine Spear Bureau give up on the North American continent, right? Is this the question you should ask?" Nick Fury immediately changed his face. "Boss, I have level 8 permission now." Coulson looked resentful, as if he was a little girl who turned against her after being cheated by a scumbag. Nick Fury pretended to cough and replied softly, "Jung Hyun is a powerful character. He can't give up North America. Just like we can't give up the Far East. The Shenmue Bureau will definitely send a new person in charge to reorganize the intelligence network. Boss, if I catch this person, can you make me become a regular?" Coulson was eager to try. "Haha, if you can really catch someone, I can consider upgrading you to level 9. Nick Fury's words were not only a painting cake, but also a part of his real thoughts. In the years since he took office, he has confronted Zheng Xian on the other side of the ocean many times, and deeply felt the difficulty of this colleague. This time, he finally managed to wipe out the intelligence network of the Divine Mausoleum in the Americas, especially North America, through many years of preparation. Even so, he did not capture the former head of the Americas of the Divine Spear Bureau alive, and only obtained a corpse. Nick Fury was very suspicious that the Divine Spear Bureau and other networks independent of the American branch were not cleared by him. After all, the cunning rabbit's 3 holes is the agent's kitty, and that's what Nick Fury did himself. Get off quickly and take the Kun-style fighter. African-American pilots can fight for it, and at least bring this San Francisco policeman back. SHIED saw the black and white war on San Francisco Street, and Wakanda, who is far away in Africa but has the ability to monitor the world, also saw the war. Father. The current Prince T'Challa and Princess Shuri broke into the office of King T'Challa. Shuri turned Kimoyuju on her wrist and projected a picture taken by the surveillance satellite for her father. T'Challa pointed to the Black Panther on the picture and asked anxiously, "Father, this Black Panther has turned out to be transformed by humans. Whether it is speed or strength, it is almost as fast as me after taking the heart-shaped grass, and he is still a black man. Can it be the Black Panther God chose?" "Nonsense!" T'Chaka angrily rebuked, "The Black Panther God will only protect our Wakanda people. This Black Panther is clearly a conspiracy of the pagans. But, it really looks like..." "Shut up!" T'Chaka glared at his son fiercely. The unlucky child is too unpolitical. Can such fatal words be said? Nonsense? The Black Panther God is the belief of the Wakanda people. What if the Black Panther outside is related to the Black Panther God? Black Panthers in all ages are just ordinary people who have strengthened their physical strength after taking heart-shaped grass. I have never heard of anyone who can completely transform into Black Panthers. In addition, this Black Panther is tall and large, and its strength and speed are no less than eating heart-shaped grass. They are bad. Comparing them together, who will the people believe more about the Black Panther God's relatives? Will people from several other tribes take the opportunity to provoke trouble and mobilize the people to question the legitimacy of their ruling family? If the god of the Lord's power is destroyed, the law of their family ruling Wakanda will disappear. Moreover, the Black Panther god is real. If he sees this leopard that can only be transformed, he will be more pleasing to the eyes and personally show his spirit to designate him as his true relative, then he will suffer. Thinking of this terrible result, T'Chaka's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. It's the bottom of the pot? That's fine. Suri, block this video immediately. And no domestic server is allowed to retain it. T'Chaka showed his attitude towards responding to the crisis. Send someone, no, use the hidden line to ask the mercenaries to go to America. We must get rid of this leopard. As the king, T'Chaka is not lacking in courage and action in order to maintain the royal power, but in order to avoid the news leaking and to avoid being noticed by the Black Panther god, he must not use domestic personnel. Only the three of us know about this matter, and it is not allowed to be disclosed to anyone. T'Chaka did not forget to remind his children, even your mother is not good. Okay. Suri agreed decisively. Father, let's pray to the Black Panther god. The straightforward child T'Chaka understood his father's meaning, but couldn't bear it. This behavior was contrary to his past devout belief in the Black Panther god. The Black Panther god is sleeping. There is no need to disturb him for this little thing. T'Chaka glared at his son again. Why can't this stupid son grow up? My younger daughter is not yet sensible. Lin Hao, far away in the San Francisco manor, was waiting leisurely. He threw a stone into the water, and it was the time to sit and watch the ripples. But before the waves rise, he has to enjoy the joy of the lottery. Please collect, recommend, and read. Chapter 8, The Evil Breaking Sword Book and the Whitebeard's Half-Face. Entering the study room, the little devil appeared and opened his mouth, and Lin Hao walked in. This space is very magical. When I first came in, there was light within a place less than 10 square meters, and the rest was covered in darkness. As the number of times the little demon traveled, the area covered by light continued to grow. This is not inside the little demon's body, it is more like an independent dimensional space. The little demon just opens the key here. Lin Hao once taught the little devil to stuff things into his mouth when he traveled to other worlds. Every time he brought back a lot of local specialties, he almost scared the little devil to autism. This space will not travel with the little demon to other worlds, causing Lin Hao's plan to try to hide here and travel through his world to go bankrupt. After coming in, Lin Hao first checked the resential grievances that the little demon had recently absorbed, and found that it was enough to carry out 100 shuttles. There are creatures in the world at every moment, and some people are angry, sad, fear, and resentment. But these negative emotions have nothing to do with Lin Hao. The little demon can only absorb the resential grievances of Lin Hao who have cause and effect with Lin Hao. Simply put, Lin Hao must participate in it, according to the degree of participation. To collect the amount. The value of killing people with your own hands and beating people with your own hands is naturally 100%. The launch of viruses, using props to destroy the world, etc. are all self-employed. The second is the resential resentment caused by the damage caused by the creatures who signed a contract with the little demon. The greater the cause and effect and the higher the participation, the more you get. The black and white war on the streets of San Francisco caused a large number of bystanders to die, and this wave of resential resentment was the highest. In addition, the nationwide parade caused by racial discrimination is also continuously providing energy for Lin Hao. Although due to indirect participation, there are not many profits on individuals, the base cannot be resisted. Judging from this trend, it is estimated that it will continue for a while, which is a long-term flow. Therefore, America is Lin Hao's blessed land. In the past, I couldn't get the energy of 100 consecutive draws in China for more than half a year, and I had to rack my brains to think of new tricks to confront people, otherwise my colleagues who had been numb had no expression at all, and it was just a matter of course. Not friendly. Lin Hao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, silently recited the meditation mantra, and then ordered the little devil, "Let's start." The little demon disappeared in a swoosh, and in the blink of an eye, he came back again, holding a piece of gold on the ground with two small short hands. Lin Hao reached out and touched it, and directly got the information in his mind: the gold nuggets from travels in the center of earth. There is no turmoil in my heart, at least it can be used as money. Next, there were endless crackling sounds, and a lot of things appeared in front of Lin Hao, including Hu Yifei's leather jacket, Xiaoyan's homework book, Qi Tonggui's sniper rifle, Gao Qiqiang's The Art of War, Su Hongda's black stockings. Lin Hao silently put the leather jacket and stockings aside. Don't get me wrong. He just wanted to use it to recall his lost youth. He threw the sniper rifle into the garbage dump. If he was in the Daking dynasty, the sniper rifle would be of some use. This is a free America, so what weapon can't be bought? Suddenly, the little demon threw out an old cassock. Lin Hao reached out to pick it up, his face became weird. When I flipped the robe, I saw 8 big characters on the lining. If you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. It is the evil-proof sword score from the Sword of Swordsman. When the little devil came back with a piece of jade again, Lin Hao grabbed it and asked, "How did this thing come from?" "Yet." "You mean in a cave, there was a middle-aged man hesitating with his butt naked and holding a dagger, and then you brought this back?" "He he 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 he. President Yu, it seems you have to thank me." Lin Hao smiled unkindly. "Niak Xianing should thank me even more, but unfortunately I can't get through it, otherwise I would have to ask Ni Xiaobao to answer the answer." "Cutting, chipping." The little devil made a cheerful voice. "Listen to me to sing." Lin Hao smiled and said, "Cut the chicks, and suck the chicks." He 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 he, he 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 he. After laughing, the little devil continued to shuttle and reap the goods, and there were a lot of strange things in front of Lin Hao. Suddenly, the little devil came back with a small porcelain bottle, with a grievance on his face. When he saw Lin Hao, he cried, "Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! There is a man wearing a cloth tiger and refuses to let go, so you only snatch this bottle. Woo-woo! Don't be sad. Next time you see him, you can poke him with a fork." Lin Hao comforted him and reached out to take the small porcelain bottle. "Damn it! I love a firewood from the deer and the cauldron." Lin Hao had an inexplicable line in his mind: "Don't touch this thing, you can't stand it even if you smell it." So he is the first place. It's interesting, it's really Stephen Chow. Waving his hand, letting the little demon continue to shuttle, Lin Hao suddenly found that the evil repelling sword book was placed on his left hand and holding "I love" a piece of wood in his right hand, and suddenly became silent. What's the meaning? Is this a test of my director Lin? Joke, which cotter cannot withstand such a test? Lin Hao threw away his cassock with a solemn face and put the small porcelain bottle into his pocket. The next thing was no surprise, it was all a few vulgar fans, with no highlights at all. But this is also the norm. Lin Hao has long been used to it, otherwise he would not have only gained 3 useful things in so many years. Universal capsule, yes, yes, you are noble, you are amazing. If you have the ability, you will lose your fatness. The 100-line smoking ended soon. Lin Hao packed up the few things he liked, and all the other garbage were classified and sent to the warehouse area. Yet, the little devil grabbed Lin Hao. "Didn't you have enough fun?" Lin Hao glanced at the remaining energy, which was probably enough for the little devil to shuttle more than a dozen times. "Okay, then use it all." If he was still in China, Lin Hao would definitely be very careful, but now there are still long-lasting numbers in the background, so Lin Hao no longer cares about this little bit of scraps. After waiting for a while, the little demon rushed through the air and brought back more than a dozen items without highlights. Until Lin Hao planned to finish, the little demon actually brought back half of his hot face during the last shuttle, and even magma was hanging on the edge. There was a half-cut moon bead on his face, and a burnt eyeball was embedded in his eye sockets. This, Lin Hao immediately took it. The white-bearded face from One Piece. Sure enough. The moment Lin Hao touched, a stream of energy and a messy memory quickly poured into his body. Lin Hao, who copied the brain fruit, quickly digested the white-beard's memory, and then felt 3 kinds of them in the energy. Different powers. Their domineering colors are armed colors, experience colors, and domineering colors. Although they are very small in quantity, they are of high quality. Many years ago, Lin Hao received the memory of Bigapunk and found the 6 styles and the cultivation method of life return in his memory. After hard practice, he finally mastered it. Although the 6 styles are known as a confidential training method within the world government, the secrets that a person knows are the real secrets. There are countless people who have practiced the 6 styles over the years, and some people will inevitably be captured, questioned, or even betrayed. What's more, there were pirates who scrambled into the navy to act as undercover and promoted to lieutenant general. In the pirate world, the 6 styles are like the 3-color domineering spirit. The level is at the same time and it is not a secret at all. Although he mastered the 6 styles, Lin Hao has never awakened the 3-color domineering aura. He did not expect that he would accidentally get half of his white-beard's face today, and directly absorb these 3 powers. Don't be afraid of small amounts. As long as the problem of existence and non-existence is solved, it can be increased through exercise like the Qi in the Dragon Ball world. Half of the white-beard's face is not just about these gains. Do you copy the traits? Lin Hao had another choice in his mind. Teat yours. Lin Hao was stunned and then reacted, the power of the shaking fruit is also residual. Copy. Lin Hao did not hesitate to think. Anyway, the characteristics in the copying item will only retain the characteristics and not copy its negative effects. For example, after obtaining the brain fruit ability, Lin Hao's head did not keep growing, nor did he lose the ability to swim, nor did he be afraid of sea water. This is also the reason why he did not eat the artificial green dragon fruit. He has started to get involved in the heavens. How can he not have a little vision? In an instant, Lin Hao obtained the power of shaking the fruit, but just like the 3-color domineering aura, the amount was very small. Lin Hao was silent as he stretched out a finger and watched his fingers keep shaking. What can I do? As he said that, his eyes moved down. Damn, it's not me who feels comfortable. Lin Hao, who was a little depressed, walked to the laboratory bead and began to extract the bloodline factor of the white beard while it was hot. This is another tool person worth cloning. He wants Whitebeard to continue to accept his son in Marvel World. Chapter 9 I Love a Firewood. It was another morning, Lin Hao was exercising in the gym of the manor. He was carrying a 2-ton metal dumbbell with his hands, wearing a special weight-bearing lining on his upper body, with metal particles tied to his thighs and calves, and even his feet. The shoes are also load-bearing. While jogging, hold the dumbbells up and down with both hands. After coming to the United States, Lin Hao did not have to go to work and check in like before. He only needed to remotely guide the aftershocks of the Technical Development Department's assistant every day to answer several research questions for him, so he had more time to practice. Lao Lin, Lao Linear. A non-standard Chinese sound came from outside. A man in his 30s broke into Lin Hao's gym and spoke in Chinese with weird tone, as long as you guess you're in the gym. Stop practicing, there's something good. The man's name is Bruce Lee, a third-generation Chinese born in the United States. His family has lived in San Francisco since World War I and has little assets. In the past 30 years, he has accumulated a lot of wealth by taking advantage of the economic rise of his motherland. Total wealth has reached tens of billions of dollars. Bruce is a mixed-race Chinese-American family, her father is Chinese, and her mother is the daughter of a small consortium in California. She is a typical family marriage. The name Bruce was chosen by his mother, and his grandfather gave him a serious name for China, Li Heng, which was taken from the Qian hexagram Yuan Henry Li Zhen in the Book of Changes. Yes, this is still the Emperor's name. Although Bruce Lee was not ordered by the Emperor, he was also a playboy born with a golden spoon in his mouth. When the parts on his body were ready to use, he couldn't wait to participate in the actual combat, so that he had a tendency to be unable to do so before he reached middle age. A few years ago, he met Lin Hao, who had just come to San Francisco by chance, and found that Master Lin knew magical Qigong, which allowed him to ride his horse to the fullest, so he suddenly had many friends. What? Have you been waiting for Anne Hathaway? Lin Hao did not stop exercising. Bruce is the type who loves to play the more she eats. She has always relied on spending money to pick up girls in the past. Not long ago, she suddenly said she fell in love with a female star and planned to formally pursue her. When Lin Hao looked at the photos, he found that it was Anne Hathaway. He thought to himself that you, Bruce, are not the ones who entered the alley in the next universe. Why do you rely on your strength to fuck cat girl? The quick boy who ended the battle with Miwan has no strength. I'm still chasing Anne, I'm not here for this today. Bruce ran forward excitedly, intending to take over the dumbbell from Lin Hao's hand, but he didn't move at all. There will be a good dinner in Los Angeles tomorrow. The organizer will invite Tony Stark. Recently, Stark Industrial's stock has skyrocketed, and the consortium in California may be planning to get a move. Are meaty or vegetarian? Lin Hao felt a little bit sexual. The first half is vegetarian, the second half will be cleared, and the reporter will become dirty as soon as he leaves. Bruce smiled and said, in order to please Tony Stark, they will invest a lot of money. The youngest and most beautiful girl in Hollywood will choose whatever she wants. Lin Hao stopped jogging and gently put it down dumbbell, walked to Bruce and stretched out his hand. Where is the invitation? Hee, how can you lose your invitation from Master Lin? Bruce showed a smile that men knew, took out an invitation and handed it over. Your name is not only circulating in San Francisco, but the entire California upper-class circle wants to please go back and help activate the atmosphere. It just so happens that I have developed a new thing recently. Lin Hao took off his weight and took Bruce to the study, solemnly took out a jade bottle carved from jade from the safe. The emerald green jade bottle carved with exquisite cloud patterns, and it seemed to be flowing under the sun. Lin Hao pulled out the cork from the jade bottle, and a faint fragrance floated out. Bruce next to him just smelled it and soon felt a heat gushing from his lower abdomen, just like the feeling when he saw the beautiful servant taking a bath for the first time more than 10 years ago. I bought it. Bruce took action like lightning and grabbed the jade bottle, and saw a dark red pill contained in the bottle. Just smelling a bite, how can I eat it? I don't recommend you take it. This pill has too strong effect. It is best to use an incense burner to activate its smell. This pill alone can support the whole banquet. After Lin Hao got Stephen Chow's I Love a kit of firewood, he immediately knew the composition of the drug and then analyzed the production method. This little pill really deserves Stephen Chow's evaluation, and I can't stand it just by smelling it. I'll take the medicine first, I have to communicate with the organizer. With such a good gimmick, this banquet will definitely be a great success. Bruce was eager to try it out. Remember to not eat it, otherwise I should go to the morgue to find you. Lin Hao did not forget to give a reminder. I know, I'll pick you up tomorrow. At the same time, on the other side of San Francisco, Phil Coulson, who came from New York, was showing up at the scene of the Black and White War yesterday evening. In fact, they arrived last night, but they lost. Will Fordson was taken away by the Air Force. Jack Bryan saw the plane quickly and was not caught by the military, but he did not return to the San Francisco Police Department. As soon as Coulson arrived, he led his people to Bryan's house, but he found nothing. I had to send someone to negotiate with the Air Force while others blocking the scene, hoping to find something valuable. Now is the critical moment for him to be promoted to level 8 agents. If he goes back empty-handed, what kind of promotion and salary increase will he get? Not to mention, he really found something. "Boss, you need to look at this." Biochemical expert Jenma Simmons walked towards Phil Coulson with a tablet. "We found some hairs at the scene, which are the hairs of black panthers and big white bear dogs. After analysis, I found that the cells in the hair were particularly active, and the gene chains belonged to neither animals nor humans. No, they should be said to be their subject. The genes still belong to humans, but have been strengthened. The most amazing thing is that their genes can be destroyed and reorganized again. There is a powerful energy in their cells. I tried to use technical means to catalyze this energy, but their hair actually changed color and became it's even tougher. I can't even cut with a sharp alloy knife." "You mean?" Coulson understood. "Can these two superpowers evolve again?" "Yes, they have this potential." Jenma Simmons handed Coulson 2 glass test tubes, each containing a hair, but the color was not simply black and white, and it became gorgeous. Black and white have dark red and bright purple colors, which are integrated into one, making it look more graceful and noble. Looking closely, there were even wisps of smoke like flames rising on the hair. After testing the toughness of the hair by himself, Coulson looked at Simmons with eager eyes. "Can you crack the secret and make the corresponding potion?" Simmons smiled reservedly. "Although Professor Abraham Erskine is one of my idols, I am still very young now, boss." Abraham Erskine is a scientist who developed the serum of Captain America. After his death, countries around the world invested a lot of resources to try to replicate it. As a result, no one has succeeded in so many years, and the serum they have been researched has their own shortcomings. Super Soldier Serum is still a serum with no evolutionary potential. Its power is fixed after use. Unless there is another chance, it will be the same as it will last until death. Captain America is strong when it comes to being strong because he is Marvel's own son, with the strongest will of official certification, and represents the spirit of the United States. Does the screenwriter dare to let America lose its spirit? Now a superpower that can evolve again has emerged, and its value is immeasurable. Simmons is a newbie, so how dare he make bold statements to solve the secret? Send more people now and be sure to find Jack Bryan. I originally thought it was just an ordinary big dog, but I didn't expect it to evolve and its importance increased instantly. Please collect, recommend, read, and whether you can pass the signature depends entirely on everyone. Chapter 10 Even more eye-opener than eye-opener. The next day, Bruce Lee visited Lin Hao's manor again, and the two drove to the airport outside San Francisco and took a private jet to Los Angeles. The banquet is held in an ancient castle near the sea, not far from San Pedro Bay where Hollywood is located. It is obvious that this is a very suitable place for partying. Because the organizer hopes to use this banquet conveyed the signal that the Los Angeles Consortium and Stark Industry intersected, so many reporters were invited to conduct formal publicity. As a result, before the banquet, it naturally became a show of competition. A large number of male and female celebrities from Hollywood took the opportunity to compete for the camera on the red carpet in front of the castle gate. They smiled sincerely on the surface, but in fact they were full of cleverness. Many people here don't have invitations, but just come here to catch the popularity. Bruce Lee, who was sitting in the car, explained to Lin Hao with a smile, as long as the banquet can be publicly available, these people who are stinky. This is Vanity Fair. Bruce showed the same expression as Boss Ma regrets creating Alibaba, with a look of emotion. Lin Hao has attended many similar banquets in the past 5 years, including meat and vegetable. Of course, he used to be artificial, but now he will play in person, so he will not touch his former female companion anyway. The two of them came to the side door of the castle in a low-key luxury car, which was the real entrance for the guests. At this time, the guys who are competing in front of the gate will be cleared after the formalities. Only a small number of male and female stars who are willing and invited can enter the second half. Those who are left are not qualified even if they want to squeeze into the second half. However, today's host and guest were an accident. Although Tony Stark knew the rules, he still chose to make a debut in the spotlight. He just took this breath. The organizer was helpless and had to take a group of guests to the gate to greet him. Bruce Lee and Lin Hao were also among the guests welcoming. Stark Industries plays an important role in the Marvel Universe, especially the Marvel Cinematic Universe that kicks off with Iron Man. Unlike in reality, Stark Industries in the Marvel Universe almost monopolizes the supply of high-end weapons to the American military, thanks to the two talented weapons designers, Howard Stark and Tony Stark. Stark Industries almost no one can shake its position in the field of weapons manufacturing. This is also the reason why Tony announced the closure of Stark's weapon manufacturing department. The stock price would fall below the bottom, just like the top 10 consortiums in the United States suddenly announced that they were bankrupt. In order to please Tony Stark, the local consortium in California had to change his face and put it on. Bruce Lee wanted to stick it on, but unfortunately he didn't even have the qualifications to get into the front row. The tens of billions of dollars of property sounds like a lot, but that is the accumulation of generations of the Lee family. Bruce Lee can use less than Lin Hao's living money. Compared to Bruce next door, this Bruce is indeed a little bit shabby. However, Bruce and Lin Hao next to him attracted Tony Stark's attention with a rare Eastern hole. Wow, it seems that the atmosphere in California is still very open-minded. The news a few days ago made me almost think that the dark people here dare not go out. Tony stepped forward and stretched out his hand at Lin Hao. This is the first time the two met, and it is obviously not the last time. Although Tony Stark was a playboy at this time, he did not discriminate against people of color. Compared with those arrogant traditional consortium figures, he was very enlightened. "Hello, my name is Lin Hao." Lin Hao shook hands with him and introduced himself, Singapore Chinese, a shipping businessman. This is another identity that Lin Hao has been operating for a long time. "For some reason, I feel like you are more like a scientist." Tony Stark stared at Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao remained silent and half-joking, "Indeed, I am a scientist dedicated to the study of life sciences." All the men who knew Lin Hao next to him showed mysterious smiles. Tony, a fellow man, instantly understood, and then he became curious. "Is that so? I can't wait to see your research results." Tony continued to say hello to others, but Lin Hao took a deep look at his back. Can people cursed by knowledge really perceive the same kind? "Oh." Bruce next to him interrupted Lin Hao's reverie with a sigh. Tony Stark actually took the initiative to slap the raid. "What?" Lin Hao laughed and joked, "Are you still jealous?" "It's nothing, my family's business is not my business anyway." Bruce was a little lonely. The playboy also wants to prove himself. With the arrival of Tony Stark, the first half of the banquet officially began. Several local consortium members took the stage to give brief speeches, and then the well-known Broadway music troupe came on stage to accompany the music, and men and women danced on the dance floor. By midnight, the organizer began to politely clear the venue, and those reporters and celebrities who were not qualified to get tickets had to leave. After the idle person left, the atmosphere at the venue suddenly changed. The lights were dim and everyone was wearing masks. A group of young and beautiful young men and women appeared on the stage, and the lines gradually slipped down during the hot dance. Lin Hao, who was also wearing a mask, came to the center of the venue with a copper stove and threw "I love a piece of firewood." In an instant, the faint fragrance floated. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became warm. "Lao Lin, I won't be with you anymore." Bruce's blood surged, hugging two young and beautiful girls and going to the room next to him. "Wow, it seems that your research results are very useful." Tony Stark, wearing a mask, walked to Lin Hao and smiled and invited, "I will have a banquet in New York next week, you must come here." "Okay." Lin Hao replied with a smile. The effect of "I love a firewood" began to be triggered, and the scene was in a mess, even more eye-opening than eye-opening. Lin Hao didn't hold it, he hugged a man who looked very much like Amy in his left hand. Blonde beauty of Burkhilda, holding Emma Roberts with a baby face in her right hand, walked towards the bedroom. He still has action tonight, so he needs to save energy, otherwise he will have to gather 5 golden flowers. With Lin Hao's current combat effectiveness, the 2 blonde beauties quickly surrendered and fell asleep. Lin Hao was still worried and sealed the 2 of them with acupoints. Yes, it is the kind that Yu Yangfeng uses to seal Xialong Nu. He asked the little demon to open the mysterious space. After a moment, Lin Hao, who had changed his appearance and body shape with his life return skills, was wearing a black dress and stepped on the moon step to leave the castle. At this time, the night was already dark. Outside the castle, there was a military vehicle parked with 2 black men in it. "Colonel Roddy, are we going to wait until dawn?" Will Fortson, who had just been promoted to captain, looked depressed. Listening to the desolate sounds coming from the castle, they could only blow the cold wind outside. Who can bear this feeling? We don't have an invitation, so we can't get in. James Rupert Rhodes, the future gear of war who is usually called Roddy, is also depressed. Then we go back to the city, at least there is a hotel to stay. Will Fortson suggested. No, if he didn't block Tony here, he wouldn't know where he would fly tomorrow morning. Roddy knew the style of this good friend very well. But... No, don't forget that you are an Air Force soldier. Roddy said solemnly, if you can't ask Tony to design a multi-user weapon for you in land, sea, and air, General Ross will definitely find an excuse to transfer you away again. It's okay to transfer. The young Will Fortson has not yet experienced the factional struggle of the American military. If you want to hunt down that green monster, I can submit your application for you. Roddy said quietly. Looking back on the scene I saw yesterday, Will Fortson was timid. I'm kidding. The real name of the war machine is James Rupert Rhodes, an Air Force colonel. He is often called Roddy, and he is called Rhodey later. Chapter 11 Who is human? Who is the ghost? Los Angeles, a bar located in a poor neighborhood. The bar owner is an old Russian man who loves to drink vodka. In the eyes of the surrounding residents and regular customers, he is a stubborn old man with a stingy mouth and a tofu heart. Although he will scold him every time he meets a customer on credit, he will never be able to bear it when facing the customers begging. Let them stay and make another credit. Therefore, this small bar has become a place for nearby residents to visit at night, and it is very lively every day. Lin Hao, who was flying from the ancient castle by the sea, stood across the street and looked at the bar. He knew that the bar owner was not Russian, but Russian-Chinese. This bar was an independent of the Gods and Mausoleum Bureau in North America. Dark Thread. Half a year ago, at the end of last year, the Divine Spear Bureau suffered a severe blow in the intelligence network in the Americas. The branch leader lost contact, and a large number of agents were killed and captured. The initiator was Black Brian Egg Nick Fury. There is nothing to do with the intelligence front, everyone has their own position, and if you encounter it, you will only live to the death. According to the internal regulations of the Gods and Spear Bureau, only the head of the American branch has the authority to know it. It will only be enabled when the most important information or when important people need to be arranged to leave the United States, and it will only be enabled once. This is how countless unsung heroes play a role in a foreign country and spend their entire lives waiting for the awakening that may never come, but when the order comes, they must abandon their family and cause for the great cause of the nation. Put your life into your life and even your life. Success does not have to be with me, success must be with me. The bar is still there, which means that the dark line has not been activated, but Lin Hao did not relax his vigilance. He first scanned the surroundings with his domineering spirit, and found no hidden threats. The white-bearded person has a high quality of domineeringness, but he cannot listen to the voices of all things like Roger, nor can he hear the voices of others like Princess Oki. He can only distinguish the number of creatures around him. The breath is strong and weak. At present, the amount of color in Lin Hao's body is not large enough, and he can only cover 2 kilometers around. Although Lin Hao still has the chi from the Dragon Ball world in his body, he has never learned the specific breath sensing skills. In addition, the energy of chi is unique to the Dragon Ball world. The creatures in the Marvel world may contain another life energy. But it was not angry, at least there was no link between Uncle Bird and Stan Lee. I didn't wait much across the street, I looked at it like an ordinary guest, and then walked towards the bar. There were crowds of people in the bar and smoke was shrouded in smoke. The smell of sweat, body odor, smell of smelly feet, cheap perfume, alcohol, smoke, countless smells gathered together, and even though Lin Hao was prepared, he still frowned. He walked to the bar and said to the boss, "Get a glass of whiskey." The rare Asian face made the boss take a look at it more, and then he was busy on his own. Just as Lin Hao walked into the bar, Grant Ward, a 7th-level agent in the Los Angeles branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., noticed the Asian. "Enlarge the picture." Ward instructed the technician sitting in front of the computer. A face that Lin Hao used appears on the screen. "Search for this person's information." Ward continued to order. Not long after, through the information network built by S.H.I.E.L.D., the detailed personal information of this Asian face was quickly found. Ward glanced at him and was a Korean from Arizona. The information contained the flight record of this person flying to Los Angeles 2 days ago. Seeing that everything was normal, Ward no longer cared. At this time, a woman in a tight leather jacket walked into the duty room. She was not tall and had an Asian face. "Melinda, if you absent from work like this, I really can't explain it to the director." Grant Ward looked helpless. "I said that I drank too much water and needed to go to the toilet." Melinda May, known as the Iron Cavalry, glared at Ward. During this period, the two still maintained a lover relationship. Ordinary office romances are not accepted by the boss, but as agents, especially agents who often go out to the field, they are wandering on the edge of life and death for many years and have long been ignored. The superiors even encourage the agents to digest internally and play the role of couples when they go out to the field. The couple happened to have no flaws. "Melinda, we are agents and have our own position." Ward persuaded, "Don't forget, you are American. Don't choose manganese. The pump can prevent the ice from being removed." "Sir Ward, we have been staring at this bar for several months, and the target person has not appeared." The other agents next to us suggested, "It's better to let the pretender come forward and stimulate this line, and there may be some unexpected gains." "His wound healed?" Ward asked. "Yes." The subordinate nodded. "How are the results?" "The best plastic surgeon in the academy took the surgery personally to ensure complete consistency." "Where is the accent?" "My colleagues who are proficient in Chinese have already been tested, so there is no problem." Seeing Ward thinking, his agents continued to persuade, according to their words, this is just a hidden line, and the bar owner may not have seen the person in charge of the God Spear Bureau before. "I know you want to make contributions. And I want to do it too." Ward scolded with a stern face, "But as an agent, being cautious is the first principle." "Then you can't wait forever, right?" The agents of the Los Angeles branch had a bitter face. They had not taken any other action for several months and had been ordered to wait for the rabbit, and they were irritated from top to bottom. What's even more serious is that there is no allowance if you don't go out for the field. Many of them can't even settle the monthly bills of the bank if they rely on their dead wages. Americans generally do not have the habit of savings, and as agents, their daily lives are even more prosperous. The first order made them stand by for so long, and many low-level agents were almost out of their reach. They did not care how important it was to cut off the tentacles of the Divine Spear Bureau and extend their direction to North America. They only knew that if this continued, the bank would be. It's time to come to collect debts. So no matter what the result is, the agents of the Los Angeles branch want to end the operation immediately, even if they get nothing. "Just do what you said." Melinda May, who had not spoken, suddenly agreed to the plan of the Los Angeles branch. "May, Ward turned his head to look at her. If the people from the God Spear Bureau have never come, are you going to wait here for the rest of your life? Melinda spread her hands, or do you have better plans? Ward didn't speak. Since there isn't, let the pretender try it. Melinda said decisively, I am also a level 7 agent and have the right to decide on the action plan. When the agents from the Los Angeles branch heard this, they immediately took action. They have had enough of these stupid days. An hour later, another Asian pushed open the door to the bar. Lin Hao, who had just drunk and had not connected with the bar owner, suddenly turned his head and saw the person coming, and immediately showed a meaningful smile. It's interesting. He looked back at the bar owner, threw down a $10 bill, turned around and left, passing by the middle-aged Asian who had just entered the door. There are also ghosts in the agent industry. Who is human? Who is the ghost? Who can see clearly before the end? Please collect, recommend, and read. Chapter 12, Mr. Tony never sees whether the other party has money when making friends. Lin Hao returned to the castle and hugged two beautiful blonde girls to take a break. The next day, it was 3 o'clock on the sun. Tony Stark got on his own car under the protection of producer Happy. Boss, this is the information you want to check. Happy, who was in the passenger seat, turned around and handed a tablet. The person you are looking for is named Lin Hao, a Singaporean Chinese. His family mainly engages in international transportation and has 5 100,000-ton ships, more than 30 10,000-ton ships, and total tonnage. Happy, you're not as fast as I can read. Tony gave him a blank look. After sweeping over Lin Hao's information, Tony threw the tablet aside. He only needs to confirm that Lin Hao's past has traces to follow, and that he doesn't come out of thin air and deliberately approach him. As for how much money the other party has. Haha, Mr. Tony never sees whether the other party has money when making friends, and he is not as rich as he has. Send this Mr. Lin an invitation to invite him to the banquet I will hold next week. Tony tasted the sweetness last night. Not only was he amazing in combat, but he didn't feel exhausted when he woke up. Mr. Tony suddenly had many friends. Just as he opened the car freezer, Tony, who was about to come to the last glass of Soul Resurrect wine, was suddenly knocked down by emergency braking. Hey! Happy rolled down the car window and was about to angrily scold him, but he saw a familiar black man. Roddy, who had been waiting outside the castle for a night, walked straight to the back of the luxury car and knocked on the window. Tony got up and sat down, tidied up his collar, pressed the window, and stared at his friend outside the car. I won't give me a good explanation, I will definitely take this bottle of brandy from you. Pour your nostrils into your nostrils. You were having fun inside last night, but I hurried in the military car and blew the cold wind all night. Roddy pointed to the military Hummer in the distance with a stern face. Wow! Tony exaggeratedly sighed. You can call me, maybe I will give the organizer a mercy and ask the organizer to add an invitation. Oh my god! Roddy also squeezed out an exaggerated expression, then rolled her eyes wildly. So Tony Stark actually has a mobile phone, too. Tony took out the phone in his pocket without changing his face. After turning on the phone, he found multiple missed calls, including Little Pepper and Obeyday. The most missed calls came from his friend Roddy. You have to believe me, this phone always turns off automatically. Tony Lightspeed blamed him. If you don't believe me, ask Happy. The producer nodded seriously and took over the blame that the boss threw. Roddy was too lazy to care and waved to Will Fortson in the distance, come here. As he said that, he opened the door of the luxury car on his own. Tony's car was big enough to ask a few hot girls to drive a party together. After getting on the bus, Roddy ordered Tony's driver, follow the military car in front. Hey, man, I haven't entered work hours yet. Tony complained, but he ushered in the resentful gaze of his friends. Thinking that my friend was huddled in the military car and blew the wind all night, but I hugged him left and right, galloped my horse, so I raised my hand and stroked my mouth, indicating that he would shut up. 2 cars, one in front and one behind, drove towards the air base on the southern seashore, which is one of the important air bases arranged by the United States on the west coast. Tony is an acquaintance of the military and passes the level directly by scanning his face. The group came to the training ground inside the base, and Roddy ordered Will Fortson, transform, let Tony see it with his own eyes and record your data. Will has heard of this playboy and knows that the other party is a genius weapon designer. He can ask the other party to design weapons for him. This kind of opportunity cannot be missed. So Will took off his military uniform and turned into a Black Panther more than 3 meters long. Very good, I like this magic. Tony walked forward with curiosity and reached out to pat the Black Panther's muscles. The black and white war that took place on the streets of San Francisco has been spread throughout the United States. Tony has read the news and does not doubt the authenticity, but just talks about it every day. Switch to the orc form. Roddy continued to order. Will instantly turned into an orc who was more than 2 meters tall. As you can see, Will can freely convert in the 3 forms of human, beast and orc. The beast state can greatly improve his speed and agility, while the orc form increases his strength and defense. Roddy asked Will to show off his physical qualities in front of Tony. And Tony ordered Happy to take his portable workbench. Although Tony is not known for his achievements in biology, it does not mean that he does not understand biology, and his curiosity about the unknown is the basic quality of a successful scientist. The most amazing thing is that there is a powerful energy hidden in his cells. Roddy showed another analysis report to Tony and ordered someone to take a catalytic Black Panther hair. This is so cool. Tony looked at the gorgeous hair in the test tube and was surprised, it's actually getting fire. After reading the test report for this hair, Tony knew, no wonder you want to block me. Tony Stark's appearance fee is very high. If it were just the physical fitness that the Black Panther just showed, it would not be worth the military's expenses, but the new research report has increased the value of this Black Panther. From the data, if Will can fully stimulate the energy in his body, his various physical indicators will far exceed the records left by Captain America. If we can analyze the reason why he got this superpower, and even develop the corresponding serum. Sorry, I'm an arms dealer and I'm not good at the biological field. Tony shrugged. I know, we just hope you can tailor Will a weapon that maximizes his ability. Roddy made a request on behalf of the Air Force, like the shield your father once made for Captain America. I've said it earlier. If you need a shield, I can give you one for free. Tony joked. We hope you can design an all-round weapon suitable for sea, land, air, and a variety of complex terrain. Roddy made the Air Force's request with a straight face. There is no way, Will Fortson belongs to the Air Force, but the existing equipment of the Air Force does not require him to realize his physical potential at all. They fly the plane, not bayonets. General Ross, who had been in charge of the Super Soldier project, immediately asked the Air Force for people when he discovered Will. After seeing Will's potential value, the Air Force was reluctant to let go. Now let go. In the future, research results have to be sidelined and can only wait for the distribution of the superiors. In order to keep this hot cake, the Air Force had to bleed and asked Roddy to ask Tony Stark to design a suitable weapon. Other requirements are that the lion opens his mouth, and the bottom line is that he must be able to fly, so that he can just say that Will is still the Air Force. Haha, I'd just give him 2 white wings so that he can pretend to be an angel. After hearing the Air Force's request, Tony turned around and left. Okay, we have our own solution, which may provide you with some inspiration. Roddy had to lower his requirements again. He asked someone to get a confidential document, codenamed Falcon. This plan is not mature and lacks protection and attack. Can you add some armor to its key parts and attach powerful weapons? Armor. Tony was a little excited, and some inspiration suddenly popped up in his mind. Lin Hao's butterfly's flapping wings eventually affected the protagonist of this world. At the same time, a transport aircraft that remained in a stealthy state is crossing the Pacific Ocean at high speed. Chapter 13 Agent Artifact, Phone Bug and Life Card. The Divine Spear Bureau, the Ring Fortress. Zheng Xian in the director's office walked to the bookshelf and twitched different books according to the rules. The bookshelf separated left and right, revealing a metal door. The camera on the metal door glowed, scanning Zheng Xian's iris, and then a metal plate popped up, with a concave handprint on the plate. Zheng Xian put his right hand on and felt a slight stinging pain. The metal plate had collected a drop of his blood. After a while, the metal door was checked correctly with the bloodline factor in the database and then opened. Behind the door is a spiral downward staircase, about 15 or 16 meters high. The staircase along the way senses Zheng Xian's weight and gait rhythm. If the comparison results are different, the downward passage will be completely closed. Then dense laser light will be shot out from the wall. After walking the stairs, Zheng Xian came to two tall custodian gates. Two giants nearly 7 meters tall stood on the left and right sides of the gate, with slender legs and rough bodies, and barrier hats on their heads. It is Lin Hao who copied the pacifist by using Baiga-Punk's technology, a pure robot, and no emotion. Not only is the physical technique amazing, it can also emit laser light. There are two places guarded by pacifists. And the importance can be imagined. Sensing the sound of footsteps, the pacifist at the door raised his head and scanned Zheng Xian again. After confirming his identity, he turned around and pushed open the metal door weighing 10 tons on both sides for him. Behind the gate is a warehouse wrapped in metal, with its own drive device and independent energy supply. If necessary, it can be separated from the ring fortress as a whole and preserve the internal items. After a test all the way, Zheng Xian came to his destination and saw rows of metal racks placed in the large warehouse, with the identity information of the 150,000 agents of the Divine Spear Bureau being kept on it. In addition to paper files, there is a square glass trough next to each agent's file. The glass trough is divided into 2 layers, with some nails and hair on the lower layer, and a piece of white paper floating on the upper layer, a lot of white paper continuously turning. The white paper that could not be seen at first glance was some of the white paper, but some were burning with flames. In severe cases, it was even half burned, and the glass trough was filled with ashes. If anyone outsiders saw this scene, they would be very surprised. Because no matter how you look at it, the amount of oxygen in the sealed glass trough is not enough to support such long-term combustion. The most amazing thing is that some parts on the white paper that were obviously burning are slowly recovering. Zheng Xian kept walking and came to one of the metal racks. Looking at the white paper that had completely turned into ashes in the glass trough, Zheng Xian took out a grey-white snail and dialed it with his voice, 12,138, the Great Devil. The phone bug emits unique bioradio waves, penetrates the ring fortress at an extremely fast speed and crosses the ocean, reaching the manor by the San Francisco seaside. Lin Hao also had a grey-white snail at his hand. After sensing similar radio waves, he immediately raised his head and shot out 2 rays of light from his eyes, projecting onto the wall. Cheng Yi's life card has been completely burned and there is no sign of recovery. Zheng Xian in the video aimed the snail in his hand at the glass groove and took the picture, and then turned to himself. If your technology is fine, then he should have sacrificed. Unless the goddess of death in this universe takes action to block it, or he goes to other parallel space-time, my technology will not be cracked. This is a confidence that inherits the memory of Baiga-Punk and the brain fruit abilities. Life card and phone bug technology all come from the pirate world. In this Marvel world, no one has ever heard of it, except Lin Hao. How can I crack it? Due to the communication needs between agents, many people still know the secret of the phone bug in the entire Shenmue Bureau system. In every branch located abroad, the person in charge has a telephone bug disguised as an ordinary snail in his hand, and there are some special secret lines in his hand. There is also a communications department with a very high level of confidentiality in the Ring headquarters, which is specifically responsible for managing and monitoring the distributed telephone bugs and collecting and organizing the information sent back. In order to better disguise, Lin Hao deliberately cancelled the original buttons and microphones of the phone bug, and changed them to voice control. It can not only make voice calls, but also directly videos, but also be used as a video recorder, and directly transmit the captured images back headquarters. The modified phone worm is an ordinary snail with a large size. It has the biological characteristics of a normal snail and is very suitable for agents to carry. People who don't know the secret of the phone worm will never think of its purpose. Telephone bugs use unique bioradio waves to transmit information. It will be intercepted and blocked by existing technology, and has strong anti-interference ability. Even the strange natural environment of the pirate world can operate normally, let alone on the Earth. This is one of Lin Hao's outstanding contributions to the Divine Spear Bureau, and Life Card is another huge contribution of his. Unlike the phone bug that is popular in a small range, only 4 people in the world know the secret of the Life Card, namely the direct superiors of Lin Hao, Zheng Xian, and Zheng Xian's ex-superiors. These 4 are absolutely impossible to betray, because even if they betray, they will not be able to get higher benefits than they have. The value of the Life Card to the agent organization is self-evident. In addition to positioning the agent's direction, it can also truly feedback the agent's life status. Once the Life Card shows signs of burning, it means that the agent is in danger. Once it is burned out, it means that the agent is dead. This technology will completely eliminate the plan of hostile organizations to send disguisers to infiltrate, and can also use the tricks to send fake intelligence to severely damage the enemy. These 2 technologies are actually agent artifacts. While promoting the phone bug, Lin Hao showed Zheng Xian the role of the Life Card and proposed a plan to create a Life Card for all agents. After Zheng Xian reported to his direct superior, the plan was approved. So the Divine Spear Bureau collected the nails and hair of all agents, including agents stationed abroad and lurking personnel, in the name of a physical examination. Lin Hao took action and spent many years to create these 150,000 Life Cards. After the Life Card was completed, it was kept in this closed warehouse below Zheng Xian's office. Only those 4 people knew about the existence of this warehouse. The agent files preserved here are the most comprehensive and accurate. Another archive located in the headquarters fortress is actually a cover on the surface. Although the information content is also true, it lacks a lot of important information. In other words, even Cheng Yi, the former head of the Americas branch, did not know that the headquarters also had the technology of Life Card, so how could he avoid it? A few months ago, Zheng Xian received a video call from Cheng Yi. It was the last moment before Cheng Yi's death. He briefly reported to Zheng Xian about the severe damage caused by the American branch overnight, and then destroyed the phone bug. Zheng Xian did not see the scene of Cheng Yi's death. It was not until he immediately went down to this warehouse that he could see Cheng Yi's Life Card burning out in an instant. After all, Cheng Yi can be faked in the video, and may be disguised. For example, the scrapers who came to Earth in the 1990s and were incorporated by Black Brine eggs, or Cheng Yi himself treasons. It was not until he saw Cheng Yi's Life Card burning out and Lin Hao repeatedly ensured that there were no loopholes in the Life Card technology that Zheng Xian confirmed Cheng Yi's death and ruled out the possibility of his treason. The American branch of the Divine Spear Bureau was severely damaged overnight and the person in charge was killed. Such a defeat was very rare in Zheng Xian's decades of agent career. No matter how powerful Nick Fury is, it would be impossible for him to get such a result without the help of an insider. Therefore, after Lin Hao went to the United States, he did not immediately contact the remaining agents who escaped by chance, but was busy laying out his own network of relationships. His caution was necessary because he saw Cheng Yi walk into the bar with his own eyes last night. Please collect, recommend, read. Chapter 14 The Great Demon King is a favorite name. After confirming that Cheng Yi's life card was burned out, Lin Hao finally confirmed that the Cheng Yi he saw in the bar yesterday was a Zibei product, obviously a hook thrown out by SHELD. Even Cheng Yi, the former head of the Americas branch of the Gods and Spear Bureau, did not know the existence of the life card, so Nick Fury naturally had no way to know it. SHIELD created such a hook, obviously thinking that the headquarters of the Divine Spear Bureau did not know about Cheng Yi's death and tried to hide it from the truth. Zheng Xian did only say in the internal notice that the American branch suffered a heavy blow and the person in charge lost contact. Nick Fury came to this conclusion through the mole inserted in the Divine Spear Bureau, so he was relieved to start the Pretender plan. No one knew that Lin Hao discovered the fake one as soon as he entered the bar. But the problem arises again. Only Zheng Xian and Cheng Yi knew about this bar in Los Angeles. Even Lin Hao, the new person in charge, learned about this secret thread from Zheng Xian after arriving in the United States. How do you know about fakes? The agent's world does not believe in coincidences, and Lin Hao does not believe that it would be a coincidence that he had just entered this bar and just turned around and encountered a fake Cheng Yi coming to the door. This bar located in a civilian community is not a very famous and distinctive bar. The guests are basically residents nearby and are relatively fixed. Normally, there are only two possibilities. Either Cheng Yi revealed it before his death, or the bar owner could not bear the years of lurking and chose to betray him. But Zheng Xian saw with his own eyes that Cheng Yi's life was burned out in a very short time, which shows that he died in an instant and was not severely tortured before his death. Could it be that Cheng Yi took the initiative to tell the secret and then died calmly? What are you trying to do? Since he did not know the existence of the life card, he could confirm whether he was dead or not. There was no need to use a death plan to deceive the headquarters. He really had the intention to defect and could completely exchange secrets for wealth. In this way, without the intervention of other special superpowers, only the bar owner has already betrayed this possibility. SHIELD used the bar owner and fake Cheng Yi to join forces to make a game, trying to attract the new head of the Americas branch of the Shenmao Bureau. This is also the original story of Lin Hao, who took a special look at the bar owner before leaving the bar last night. Because he was suspicious, so he wouldn't be so stupid as to get on. However, Zheng Xian soon sent him another new news. Ivan's life card is almost burned. Zheng Xian in the video came to a new metal rack and pointed the phone bug's eyes at a glass groove on the rack. Most of the life card inside was burned. Ivan is the elderly bar owner. Then, Zheng Xian retrieved the internal surveillance of the warehouse and saw the time when Yifan's life card changed. From 2:21 in the morning, it is very likely that after you left, he was taken away by SHELD and was tortured and forced to confess. So, Zheng Xian confirmed to Lin Hao again, is there really no loopholes in your technology? Impossible. Lin Hao was a little annoyed. Even he can't travel to the pirate world in person. Could it be that there are other people who come through the pirate world? Even if someone really comes, can he be smarter than Baikal Punk? Maybe it's a bitter plan, or maybe there's something we don't know. Lin Hao restrained his emotions and thought calmly, if Ivan hadn't betrayed, I would find a way to rescue him. Don't forget your guarantee, the most important thing is to trample on Mayu. Zheng Xian did not forget to remind him. According to common sense, a genius scientist like Lin Hao who masters a number of black technologies is impossible to be sent to the enemy country to perform dangerous hidden tasks. However, Lin Hao was begging for nothing, applied for many times, and even took on strike as a threat. After Zheng Xian and his direct superiors evaluated Lin Hao's property, they confirmed that the United States could not offer a higher price, which eliminated the possibility of Lin Hao's defection. Because Lin Hao is so rich. Without refreshing the salary paid to him and the special allowances received by the Bureau of the Raiders, as well as the bonuses received from many major inventions, Lin Hao also joined forces with many prominent families in China to start a technology company. By analyzing the flying cars obtained in the Universal Capsule and combining with the energy technology of Vegapunk, Lin Hao has developed a magnetic levitation car that can be popularized into the whole society in an efficient, safe, energy-saving, and clean battery. Even before Bulma repaired Goku's spacecraft and built a time machine, the battery technology of Dragon Ball World was enough to support flying cars to cross mountains and seas and pass through crowds. The most outrageous thing is that you can charge by simply using a home power supply. The energy technology in the pirate world is even more outrageous. With the technical technology of the steam era, it can actually supply energy to lasers. No matter how outrageous it is, Lin Hao has created such a battery anyway. Although magnetic levitation cars have not yet been released, the new batteries launched directly shake the traditional energy structure, and new energy vehicles have become popular. The entire Chinese country has benefited from this and has been breaking through the energy blockade of international forces in an unstoppable manner in recent years. It was precisely when Nick Fury saw that the ancient country on the other side of the ocean was revitalizing new vitality that he deliberately made arrangements and cut off the tentacles that came out of the divine spear. Because only Lin Hao can solve these unreasonable technical problems and innovate, he holds more than half of the shares in this technology company. This wealth cannot be measured by money at all, let alone the status and influence it has in China. Even if you go to other countries, Lin Hao will not be able to get better conditions. Besides, Lin Hao clearly knows what kind of birds it is in America, known as the beacon of human civilization. No matter how well the dark people work here, they have glass ceilings, but they are just a senior slave. It was because Lin Hao confessed his thoughts to Zheng Xian and his direct superiors and strongly demanded to come to America that the two nodded. The American branch was hit hard and a powerful figure urgently needed to take over, so Lin was sent. Hao comes here. As for Lin Hao's self-protection ability, they are not worried. The title of Big Demon King was just a nickname given to him by his colleagues in the Technical Development Department of the Shenmao Bureau who could not stand Lin Hao's torture, which was acknowledged his professional ability. After all, in the Chinese sports world, the Big Devil is a favorite name. Later, Lin Hao took the opportunity to go out for field operations several times, and since then, the Big Demon King became his agent code name. In the eyes of the enemy who did not know the inside story, this is a veritable title. In Zheng Xian's eyes, Lin Hao is strong enough to defeat the Weather Witch and Saber head-on, and is capable of being the head of the Americas branch. In fact, this is just the combat power shown by Lin Hao. He cannot tell others about the existence of the little demon. Rest assured. Lin Hao smiled at Zheng Xian, since they want to play his sparing the world, then I'll do it, borrow a knife and kill people. It's a coincidence that when he took Bruce Lee's private plane north to San Francisco this morning, his experience actually caught a low-altitude and low-speed stealth aircraft. At this point in time, there is only one force on Earth that can have this technology, that is, it is said that it can share advanced technology with the world, and MIT is just an African beacon, Wakanda, which is an elementary school-level African beacon. Chapter 15 Enthusiastic Tony, signed. A stealth transport plane floated over San Francisco, and Princess Suri of Wakanda was busy in front of the computer. Originally, T'Chaka only planned to secretly ask mercenaries to take action, but when his daughter Suri entered the US military system and found a report, he couldn't sit still. I thought the physical fitness of this Black Panther in San Francisco was barely enough after taking heart-shaped grass. Although the standards are threatening them, they are not many. After all, they still have vibrating armor. I don't know that this guy can evolve. Is it reasonable? Where can I evolve on my own? Don't everyone rely on equipment? After realizing Will Fortson's potential, T'Chaka could only bring his daughter to him personally and vowed to kill him. Suri raised her head and said to T'Chaka, "Father, I found the location of Fortson's family. Transfer to those mercenaries." T'Chaka did not hesitate to think. Those who accomplish great things are not careful. At present, Will Fortsons are in the army, and it is impossible for a team of mercenaries to attack the US military base. If you want to force them out, you have to use some means. Soon, a team of mercenaries who had arrived in San Francisco in batches with legal status received news from their employers. Hazak, the leader of the mercenary, immediately called on his brother to work. "The boss is here to get news, let's go." A group of people dressed neatly at the fastest speed, carried live ammunition, and boarded 3 black business vehicles respectively. Of course they cannot enter and exit the airport for security check with weapons, but this is America, what weapons can't be bought? We divided into 3 groups, all the way to capture the target's mother and his sister. I personally led the team to capture his girlfriend. "Boss, that's Nicole." A team member in the same car immediately joked, "Can you get out of your mouth? You don't understand this. Nico's skin is very smooth and moist." Hazak smiled sweetly. "You should do it quickly, and then go to the gathering place. Will Fortson's relatives are just a group of ordinary people. How can they stop these experienced mercenaries?" At 10 o'clock in the evening, Will Fortson, who was far away at the Southern Air Force Base, received a call from his mother. "Is it Mr. Fortson?" Hazak asked with a smile. "Who are you?" Will Fortson was startled. "Where is my mother?" "Don't worry, my friends are all very safe." As he said that, Hazak handed the phone to the 3 of them. "Will, come and save us." "Mom." Will on the other end of the phone immediately changed his expression. "Mr. Fortson, our request is very simple. As long as you rush back to San Francisco immediately, they will be safe." Hazak showed his purpose. "You only have 2 hours, so you must do it as soon as possible." After saying that, the phone was hung up. "Bastard!" Will Fortson roared. "What's going on?" Roddy walked over. They were in a warehouse in the Air Force Base, with a batch of weapons and equipment and many industrial equipment in the distance. A man wearing a protective hat was busy, and sparks were everywhere on the scene. This person is Tony Stark, a genius weapon designer. Yesterday, he was invited back to the Air Force Base by his friend Roddy. After listening to the demands of the Air Force and seeing the Falcon plan, Tony had a lot of inspiration. Although Tony is a playboy, he is also a pure scientist. Once interesting ideas appear in his mind, he will not be able to hold back and immediately go to work and forget to eat and sleep. This is why he stayed at the Air Force Base and quickly started working. Otherwise, even if he took on this business due to the face of his friends, he would not have started immediately. He would definitely wait until he had time to return to New York. Mr. Tony's itinerary is very full, okay? Roddy's proposal yesterday aroused Tony's thoughts about external armor, so he took advantage of the opportunity to create simple armor for Will Fortson to keep putting the inspiration in his mind into practice. Here we were busy working, but Will and Roddy started arguing. "What are you kidding?" Roddy angrily rebuked, "How could the base let you fly to downtown San Francisco in a helicopter? My mother and sister were kidnapped. Will was in a mess, they asked me to arrive within 2 hours, otherwise I would tear up the ticket. You should call the police if your family is kidnapped." Before Roddy finished speaking, she was interrupted by Will sneeringly, "You forgot the conflict between the San Francisco police and me? How could they save people? They would only collect bodies." This. Roddy was speechless. American soldiers have little to say about the police, especially he is a dark person and knows very well about the unspoken rules commonly used in the police circle. Police in various places are not concerned about cases involving the victims of black rights. "I have to rush to San Francisco right away, otherwise my family will be dead." Will rushed towards Cumin regardless of it. Even if leaving the military camp without permission would violate military discipline, he would not care. Even if he transformed today, he would have to rush out forcibly. "Hey!" Tony took off his protective cap and shouted at Will, "Your toy has been remodeled, don't you want to try it? Maybe it can help you quickly arrive in San Francisco." The latter sentence immediately changed Will's direction and rushed towards Tony. "Tony!" Roddy in the distance walked over with a stern face. Of course you need to experiment when the equipment is manufactured well, right? Tony looked as if he was taken for granted. What else can test the power of a weapon better than actual combat? Where is the thing? Will was very anxious. Happy, come and help. Tony summoned the producer. The two of them first carried out a backpack and put it on Will, and then helped him put metal protective gear on his hands and feet. Tony pointed to a button on the belt and said to Will, "Press this switch, metal wings will pop up on both sides of the backpack, and 2 straps and belts will pop up armor to protect your chest and abdomen. All sheet metals have one. The constant tension will not become your limit when you transform." Tony introduced the details of this equipment to Will in detail. If you want to fly faster, you can turn on the ejector on your hands and feet, but this requires a certain degree of coordination. Since you can adapt to the leopard's body, your coordination should be not bad. After dressing, Will couldn't wait to rush out of the warehouse and start. The equipment soared into the sky. At first, I was not used to it, so I swayed left and right in the sky and almost fell down. Later, I adjusted my movements partially and finally took off successfully. So he immediately flew towards the northern sky. After reporting to the superior and greeting the base's radar department in advance, Roddy walked towards Tony and said with a smile, "It's rare to see you so enthusiastic. I can see that you really want to help him. How can I stop a child from saving his parents?" Tony's expression suddenly became lonely, with endless emotion. Roddy knew about his friend's past and reached out to pat his shoulder. Lin Hao, who had been watching all this through Will Fordson's soul, suddenly imprinted his voice in Will's mind. "Boy, the place you are going to is a trap." The demon lord's voice was still ethereal and indifferent, with a lofty and carelessness. "If you don't want to die, go to this place first to find some help." There was a sudden extra location in Will Fordson's mind, located in downtown Los Angeles, where the S.H.I.E.L.D. Los Angeles branch was located. He didn't know where this was, but since it was the order of the Lord of the Demons, Will naturally follow the criterion. So he shifted slightly and flew towards downtown Los Angeles. Chapter 16. I don't believe he can kill all of us before he runs out of strength. Los Angeles, S.H.I.E.L.D. branch. Ward and Melinda were ready to close the net after they decided to send the Pretender. They knew that this bar was a secret line in the God's Spear Bureau, and the level of confidentiality was very high. They waited for the rabbit for a few months to wait for the gods. The head of the new American branch of the Spear Bureau came over. Although the disguiser seems to have no loopholes on the surface, no one can guarantee whether the bar owner will see through it. Once the other party sees through it, it will be a warning to the enemy, so they must be prepared to close the net. Even if you can't catch the big man in the Divine Spear Bureau, at least you can't let this secret boy who has been lurking for many years go by. Maybe you can still ask for some useful information from him. As a result, the man was arrested and tortured for more than 30 hours. He did not ask for any useful information. The old guy did not admit that he was an agent of the Divine Spear Bureau. "Sir Ward, there is someone at the gate." Grant Ward, who was in the interrogation room, heard the doorman's panic voice on the communication channel. "No, a Black Panther broke in." Melinda May got the news almost at the same time, and she immediately reminded Grant Ward, it was the Black Panther that appeared in San Francisco a few days ago. "I heard that Coulson was in charge of finding these 2 orcs in San Francisco. Let's go and see what his purpose is." Ward stepped out of the interrogation room. Ward has encountered some hard bones like this for more than 30 hours, so he is very experienced. Unless he finds some key things to touch the psychological defense line of the target, he will be in the short term. There is no hope of getting information. There was no result here, and he suddenly encountered another high-value target and took the initiative to deliver it to his door. Ward was naturally very interested. The S.H.I.E.L.D. branch in Los Angeles is an independent 3-story building surrounded by iron fences and access controls and guard posts at the gate. After Will Fordson broke into the gate, he was waiting anxiously in front of the small building. Seeing Ward and Melinda take the lead in walking out, they asked, "Are you the bosses here? You don't know where this is?" Melinda's reaction was very keen. "I don't need to know," Will Fortson said strongly, "I just need to know that you are interested in me. I can give my sister a promise. As long as you accompany me to San Francisco and rescue my relatives, I can agree to your request." Will did not doubt the words of the Demon Lord, but instead thanked the Great Master for giving him a reminder so that he could prepare. "Good," Melinda responded without thinking and ordered her subordinates who came from the headquarters, "Go and prepare a Kun-style transport plane, and we will set out now." After saying that, he immediately contacted Coulson in San Francisco. "Coulson, the Black Panther you are looking for is here with me, and we will fly to San Francisco right away." Seeing Melinda being resolute, Ward had no choice but to follow. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind the head of the Los Angeles branch, "You must pay attention to the people in the interrogation room and call him a doctor, so that he will not die." "Don't worry, sir, we will be optimistic about him." The branch head knew that they did not have the opportunity to take credit from the past, but the agents who could end the last few months of squatting and return to their previous happy times were already very happy. The Kun transporter was much faster than Fortson's metal wings, and they arrived in San Francisco quickly to meet with Phil Coulson, who was waiting here. "Mr. Fortson, I'm glad to know you." Coulson hurriedly came up and reached out to Will. These days, Coulson has been very angry. He searched San Francisco but found no other Orc Jack Bryan. Trace. "I thought this operation was about to end and the dream of a promotion and salary increase would be out of the blue, but I didn't expect Will Fortson to come up with him. I'll introduce myself, we are the strategic defense of the country. I don't care who you are, my promise will not change." Will didn't have time to talk about it and couldn't wait to say, "As long as you go with me to rescue my family." "Of course." Coulson looked confident. "America is the base camp of S.H.I.E.L.D. Isn't it easy to deal with several kidnappers in the country?" Instead, he would like to thank these kidnappers for the opportunity created, otherwise they would not have had the chance to get in touch with Will Fortson, who was in the army. Because the army has strict military discipline, it is impossible to let soldiers leave at will, and under normal circumstances there is no law enforcement power to enter the city. Even if Will Fortson's family has an accident, he will most likely not have any results. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. has the power to enforce the law, and it is just right to sell him a favor. After Will provided the location required by the kidnappers, 3 Level 7 agents, Coulson, May, and Grant, quickly formulated a professional rescue plan. "Will, if you go alone, we will quietly control all the surrounding streets to ensure that no kidnappers escape." Not long after, Will Fortson appeared at the destination. Hazak's designated location is an abandoned factory outside San Francisco. The mercenary in charge of the alert saw Will falling from the sky and quickly called Hazak, "Boss, this guy actually has wings, he flew down from the sky." "By gee!" Hazak finally reacted, no wonder the employer offered a price of $1 million this time. Although he has heard of the recent racial discrimination storm in the United States and has also seen the black and white war on the news, the boss who hired them only told them to come to the United States to kill one person, and offered a high price of $1 million for this. Although Hazak knew that high prices mean high risks, doing their job was just a lick of blood, so he only thought for a moment before accepting the commission. In order to be cautious, he brought the whole team over. It was not until this moment that he confirmed that the target this time was the orc in the previous news. Although Will Fortson's family had also issued a name just now, Hazak, who was busy playing with women, didn't care. America is not without a person with the same name. Besides, after he finished the fun, he broke up the votes, so he didn't think too much about it. "Let him in." Hazak gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe he can kill all of us before he runs out of strength." Will Fortson waited until Coulson's voice came from the communicator, knowing that they had completed the blockade and brought people to support him, so he walked into the abandoned factory with confidence. As soon as Hazak saw people entering the encirclement, he couldn't wait to order, "Fire!" The gunshot pierced the night sky, and dense rain of bullets hit Will. Farki. Will was shocked and angry. The other party launched a brazen attack, obviously coming to him, and there was no negotiation, which means that his relatives had been injured. The anger extinguished his reason. Will turned into a black panther, popped out his claws, rushed up with fire, opened and closed, regardless of defense. The flesh and blood were flying everywhere, and screams were endless. "Harrison, Jacob, answer quickly!" His subordinates lost contact one after another, and Hazak was angry and felt a little scared. This time the enemy is a type he has never encountered in his many years of mercenary career. A mere orc caused them to suffer heavy losses. With the equipment and strength of his team, he can successfully massacre even if he encounters real beasts. He hunted leopards and lions for extra meals when he was performing missions on the African grasslands. Hazak doesn't understand that when humans truly possess the power of beasts, wisdom will react wonderfully with power, and it is by no means a simple addition between humans and beasts. Chapter 17. Are you worthy of being my compatriot? The transport plane suspended over the abandoned factory has remained invisible. Tkaka in the cabin was very disappointed when he saw the performance of the mercenaries. He finally realized that he underestimated the Black Panther. Because of his arrogance, Tkaka had always been unwilling to face the other party and was unwilling to admit that the other party had the strength comparable to him. "Father, the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are here," Suri reminded. Tkaka gave up his luck and stood up and walked to the cabin door. He was wearing a set of vibrating armor painted as a tiger, holding a tiger-headed helmet in his hand. This is his preparation in advance, in order to deceive God. He wanted to get rid of Will, the pagan Black Panther, and was worried that he would be noticed by his own Black Panther god, so he made this kind of operation of stealing the bell. As long as the Black Panther god doesn't mention it, he will pretend that this has never happened, and his son will replace the sacrifices and prayers in China in the future. This is not considered deceiving the gods. "Open the door, I'll do it myself." Tkaka put on the tiger head helmet. "Father, be careful." Suri opened the hatch door for him. In order to avoid being discovered by the people below, the blue towing light was not turned on, but fortunately, the plane was not far from the roof of the abandoned factory, so Tkaka jumped directly. Using the properties of vibrator to absorb impact forces, coupled with his imitation of felines for many years, he trembled his joints at the moment of touching the ground and easily removed the falling force. Seeing his father landing safely, Suri was about to close the hatch door, but a black shadow suddenly broke in. The black shadow obviously did nothing, but Suri felt a violent energy impact in his brain and he almost instantly said, foaming out and losing consciousness. Lin Hao, who had been waiting for a long time, finally took advantage of the fact that his parents left and invaded the girl's territory and let him go as soon as he entered the door. He made the person faint and made her spit out white foam. Tisk tisk tisk, it's true that he is indeed a genius who is not inferior to Tony Stark. Lin Hao operated his hands quickly, and checked the aircraft control system with an obsessed look on his face. This system is not bad. It took him 2 minutes to finally crack it. This is the brain that combines the cutting-edge wisdom of two unreasonable scientists, Bergapong and Buma. After cracking the aircraft's control system, Lin Hao immediately took off the plane and flew towards Los Angeles. Wakanda is worthy of being the beacon of Africa. Its technology is indeed far beyond the average level of the Earth. The maximum speed has long exceeded Mach 3. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Hao arrived over the SHED branch in Los Angeles. After the tiger was lured out of the mountain, the agents left here in S.H.I.E.L.D. were no longer worried. They could also use mercenaries and Tkaka's hands to kill some agents who rushed to San Francisco. Lin Hao catched Wakanda's plane in the sky when he returned to San Francisco from Los Angeles yesterday morning. He knew that this was a Black Panther-shaped artificial devil fruit that attracted Wakanda's attention. This is one of the thoughts that Lin Hao had when he saw Will Fortson's transformation very high, but he didn't expect Tagaka to be so impatient. As soon as Lin Hao returned to San Francisco, he ran to Will Fortson's house and waited for the rabbit. Sure enough, he soon discovered the plane in Wakanda. He thought Tagaka would do it immediately, but found that the other party had found a batch of white gloves. After waiting for dozens of hours, Lin Hao waited for them to take action and finally broke into the plane while Tagaka was participating in the war. Next, Lin Hao's itinerary was very rushing. After arriving at the SHIED branch of Los Angeles, Lin Hao, who changed his appearance and body shape, jumped off the plane wearing a metal mask. Without waiting for the guards to issue warnings, the domineering aura swept across. All SHIELD agents foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. Lin Hao opened the color of seeing and hearing, directly locked the interrogation room where Yvonne was, but he first came to the host room and used the pre-developed equipment to break through the firewall of the SHIELD system, stolen all the data inside, and then rushed to the interrogation. Rescue Yvonne. Back at the plane with Yifan on his back, Lin Hao stood at the edge of the hatch door and stretched out his right hand, gathering all the energy in his body to the palm of his right hand. A ball of white light as big as a basketball shines brightly in the dark night. Lin Hao shook his palm and threw the air towards the SHIELD branch below. Because he did not understand the specific usage skills, Lin Hao could only use this rough way to throw out the air mass. Fortunately, the power of the air in the Dragon Ball world was amazing. He first easily broke into the building and then exploded. The violent flames tore up the SHIELD branch, and a small cloud of mushrooms appeared in the night sky of Los Angeles. The buildings and human bodies were all destroyed, and a large pit several meters deep appeared on the spot. It's just interest. In the distance, on the plane leaving, Lin Hao whispered coldly, "Nick Fury, I will settle the grudges of sacrificing my colleagues slowly." Just as Lin Hao flew to Los Angeles to save people, the battle entered a state of intense heat in an abandoned factory outside San Francisco. The mercenaries invited by Tagaka are old mercenaries with many years of combat experience, and everyone can be called the rest of their lives. Hearing the screams of their companions, they not only did not be scared, but instead aroused their ferocity. "Bastard, if you have the ability to stand up and fight your Mr. Barbasa face to face." Coulson, May, and Grant arrived outside the abandoned factory with a team of agents. When they heard the dense gunshots inside, Grant shouted in the communicator, "Coulson, this is not a group of ordinary kidnappers at all." "Yes, that's right," Coulson said solemnly, "but this is San Francisco, we can't retreat." Although this operation was not their mission, since a group of unknown armed personnel were found to appear in the country and they happened to be on the scene, they could not retreat. Otherwise, how could they deserve the name Land Defense? "If we retreat now, Nick Fury will definitely punish them afterwards." "What are you talking about? I'll go first." "Melinda deserves the title of Iron Cavalry. She may still feel reluctant to deal with Chinese people, but she will not be ruthless in dealing with other enemies." Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed in from the rear, and Will Fortson, who was rushing, reduced pressure. After venting his sanity, he returned and rushed into the factory. Although the family may have been killed, Will could not be willing to do so before seeing the body with his own eyes. Black Panther ran on the dilapidated stairs in agile posture, and soon he found 3 bodies lying in a pool of blood in the most spacious factory on the top floor. No! A violent sadness hit, and Will suddenly felt all his strength disappearing, and the damage he suffered in the rain of bullets just now finally felt pain. Just as he was defensive, several sharp claws were tearing off toward his exposed neck. The battles experienced these days and the targeted training tailored for him by the military have actually increased Will's vigilance. The body was conditioned, his head was tilted sideways, and metal wings suddenly popped out on one side of the backpack, and the sharp metal blades slashed towards the neck of the sneak attacker. Normal alloys naturally cannot break through the defense of vibrator, but this blow just slashes at the link between the helmet and the armor. Currently Suri designs for Wakandath Black Panther armor has not yet been used in nanotechnology 10 years later, and cannot be integrated into shape, and the joints can still be pried open. The moment the helmet and armor separated, Will Fortson captured the fleeting black. Covering the torn wound on his neck with his hands, Will, who rolled and pulled apart, looked at the yellow tiger, his eyes full of shock. You are so handsome." Tagaka was too lazy to answer, but instead accelerated the attack. He took action as a killer move and attacked Will's vital points. The sharp claws made by vibrator easily tear apart the armor that Tony made for Will. In a moment, Will's body was covered with wounds. Why do you want to kill me?" Will Fortson's mind was full of confusion. "I understand that white people want to kill me, but you are obviously black. Aren't we fellow countrymen?" he shouted. Tagaka, who had originally not planned to deal with the other party, seemed to be stimulated by this sentence, and he sneered, "Comrade? You deserve it too. Our noble Wakanda are God's chosen people, and you lowly serfs deserve to be our compatriots. It is because of your gang of scum that should be eliminated that blacks are discriminated against by whites, and even the noble Wakandans are insulted." He actually dares to speak out the word compatriots with shameless words? Tagaka, who was stimulated to the pain point, crossed his hands and released a shock wave through the collision, which was all the kinetic energy that the vibrator armor had just absorbed. The shock wave flew away Will Fortson, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Tagaka rushed in quickly, and his hand formed a knife, stabbed Will into the chest, dragging his heart out. His claws contracted, and slashed the beating heart. With strong reluctance and anger, Will Fortson took his last breath. Because of the contract, his soul returned to the contract book of the little demon. Lin Hao, who had gained a lot of resentment from living things, happened to rush back to the abandoned factory. Although only a tool man died, the attitude of Tagaka "you are also worthy of Zhao's surname" still made Lin Hao very unhappy. "Very good, the vibrator mine has been in the divine spear since ancient times. Please give me a monthly ticket, please collect it, please recommend it, please read it, we of you." Chapter 18, The War is Wakanda. After Tagaka personally killed the pagan Black Panther, he heard that the gunfire outside the abandoned factory was getting less and less. He knew that the mercenaries would soon be removed by SHELD agents, so he stopped staying and rushed back to the roof quickly and called on his daughter. "Suri, lower the height and open the hatch." Suri was still dizzy, with white foam on the corner of her mouth. Lin Hao, who received the call, lowered the plane and opened the hatch door. "Who said it's useless to wait for the rabbit? This is not a big black rabbit." Seeing the plane landing and the cabin door opened wide, Tagaka didn't even think about it. He bent his knees and kicked the ground, and jumped up. As soon as he entered the cabin, the domineering aura rushed towards him. Bang! Tagaka, wearing vibrating armor, hit the floor. The armor on his body can only be used to absorb kinetic energy impacts and cannot avoid direct attacks on the spirit. It's so convenient to knock the scoundrel with the overlord color. Lin Hao likes him the more he uses it. For people like him who have an agent status, the effect of being domineering and domineering induces fainting is really convenient. Targets like Tagaka wearing vibrator armor are ineffective, bricks and baseball bats are simply ineffective, but after having the overlord color, as long as the opponent's body is not strong enough, no matter how thick the armor is, how deep it is, one pounces on one. Allow. Not to mention that the domineering color can also be used to turn on special effects and increase the attack power. After catching this big black rabbit, Lin Hao flew towards the Pacific Ocean. After flying more than 4,000 kilometers, he saw a floating ring fortress at a height of 10,000 meters. After Zheng Xian received Lin Hao's message, he drove the ring fortress and waited here. Thanks to Lin Hao's addition, the current ring fortress of the Divine Spear Bureau is more advanced than in the original work. The driving force is not only a jet engine, but also a suspension technology from the Dragon Ball world. Not only does it fly faster and more steadily, but it also has extremely low noise. After opening the energy shield and optical camouflage, it is silent and has no trace. The plane entered the fortress apron, and Zheng Xian was already waiting here with medical staff. Ivan, covered in blood, was taken away by medical staff, and Lin Hao personally carried Tkaka and his daughter Suri down. After shock, take people to remove the plane. Lin Hao ordered the deputy director of the Technical Development Department, the engine, power source, operating system, and stealth technology of this aircraft are all advantageous. I understand, make sure to learn it as fast as possible. Aftershock rushed up with a group of white coats holding various tools, and soon dismantled the Wakanda aircraft into parts. You really want to attack Wakanda? Zheng Xian asked. Do you know how much vibrant gold is in Wakanda? Lin Hao asked and answered, the vibrant gold mine in a whole mountain range is extremely purity. I'll still be the same later. I'll sing a 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 singular 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 as the mine is open. You want to get 30%? Zheng Xian was surprised. 30% belongs to him. If you spend so much effort, you will beg for 30%. Then can I kneel down and beg for food? Lin Hao acted like he was kind-hearted to give him 30%. Can they agree? Zheng Xian squeezed out the same expression as the old man in the subway looks at his phone. If you don't agree, I'll wake up their Black Panther god and shake out what this old boy just did in San Francisco. Lin Hao shook the tkaka in his right hand. Lin Hao is confident that a guy who even the gods of faith dare to deceive him in order to preserve his power cut the flesh, otherwise another tribe could come to power. What did he do? Zheng Xian didn't see a scene inside an abandoned factory outside San Francisco. This old boy covered his ears and ran to San Francisco to kill a black man who could turn into a Black Panther. Lin Hao replied. Will Fortson. Zheng Xian, as the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, naturally learned about the recent racial discrimination storm in the United States. He looked at Lin Hao with a question, what's your layout? Yes, tool guy. Lin Hao confessed. Zheng Xian didn't ask much. Director, if I really wake up the Black Panther god, you have to come here with the Holy Spear. Lin Hao smiled shyly. Zheng Xianheng glanced at him, as if he had seen through his little thoughts, and finally nodded. Vibrator has many functions, wide uses, and great value. Every year, the 5 major gangsters are fighting for the amount leaked by Wakanda. The intelligence departments of various countries try their best to spy on Wakanda, but the conclusions they can get are as good as Wakanda. The words to the outside world are consistent. Now I finally found that Wakanda was hiding something, and the Divine Spear Bureau grabbed the other party's pain in his feet. How could there be any reason to remain indifferent? Zheng Xian quickly reported to his direct superior and obtained action permission. Through this test, Lin Hao finally confirmed that the Imhotep spear sent by Zhang Heng was really kept in the hands of the Divine Spear Bureau. With this holy spear under your belt, Lin Hao will have more confidence to go there in the future. So the Ring Fortress flew to the southwest, crossed the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean, and headed straight to Eastern Africa. Zheng Xian returned to the director's office and informed all agents in the fortress. Next level 9 agent Big Demon will take over the command authority of the fortress, and all departments will cooperate with each other. It is impossible for the 150,000 agents of the Divine Spear Bureau to stay in the Ring Fortress. This time, Zheng Xian brought only a group of absolutely reliable personnel to ensure that there were no moles installed by other forces. Hearing the Great Demon King appear again, there were whispers in the fortress. The Big Demon King is out on the field again. Who is the unlucky guy this time? Poor child, who is not good to offend us. I offend us. Don't you know if the big devil is sloppy? Lin Hao, wearing a metal mask, adjusted his voice and issued an order to the fortress through holographic projection, current the power of the engine and protective cover to the maximum, and everyone is ready to prevent collisions. In this way, the huge ring fortress fell down in an unyielding manner, using a move to shot the earth and smashed the energy cover of the capital of Wakanda. Two transparent energy shields collided together, making a huge roar, even louder than a bolt from the blue. The energy cover of the ring fortress kept flashing, and the energy cover of Wakanda was not much better. The picture disguised as a desolate grassland kept shaking, revealing the high-rise buildings inside from time to time. The capital of Wakanda surrounded by energy covers sounded a harsh alarm, and the citizens looked up one after another and saw a huge fortress appearing in the sky. King T'Chaka and Princess Shuri were not there, and Queen Ramonda and Prince T'Challa were full of suspicion. This fortress. Ramonda felt familiar, but she couldn't remember it for a while. She seemed to have seen it on her husband's desk. Wakanda has the most advanced technology in the current era of Earth, and can reliably collect information from all over the world through surveillance satellites. The genius scientist Princess Shuri used the particularity of vibrator to develop a set of Wakanda's unique technology, which pushed Wakanda's technical level forward a big step forward. Mother, the radar has no warning in advance, and the enemy's camouflage level is very high. Although T'Challa secretly took heart-shaped grass with his father's acquiescence, she was not familiar with technology and could not play with the central control system designed by her sister, so she could only let the system defend and counterattack on its own according to the predetermined program. Father and Shuri are not here, we must guard the capital. Ramonda decisively ordered, transfer to the 5 major tribes and let them mobilize their troops back to defense. However, before they were ready to defend, a thick laser fell from the sky and hit Wakanda's protective cover. It took dozens of seconds to break out a hole. This turtle shell is so hard. No wonder Director Mi can only use cannon fodder to pile it up. Lin Hao muttered to himself. After the opening was opened, pacifists as high as 7 meters jumped out of the hatch opened by the fortress. Director Lin is at the African lighthouse. Pacifists will bring real peace to Wakanda. Chapter 19 Occupy the Wakanda Palace. The Pacifician is a powerful robot created by Bergapunk based on Bay Salamim Bear. It is so powerful that even the Straw Hat group before the Super War needs to gather the strength of the entire group to fight hard for a long time before it can beat. This robot is worth the cost of a naval main warship in the pirate world, but this is because the basic industrial productivity of the pirate world is not strong, and all parts and alloys must be specially made. The world government ruled by the Tianlong people cannot improve the basic industrial level. This will strengthen the military power of various countries and threaten their own rule. Anyway, they have never short of money by plundering gold from heaven. The basic industrial level of Marvel world is centuries more advanced than that of the pirate world, and the cost of manufacturing parts is naturally greatly reduced. After Lin Hao joined the Divine Spear Bureau, he used various black technologies to earn a huge amount of money for the Divine Spear Bureau. Today, the Divine Spear Bureau is as short of money as S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, therefore, Lin Hao invested hundreds of pacifists at one time like dumplings. The tall robot broke into the capital of Wakanda, and kept firing lasers with his hands and mouths. The African lighthouse instantly burst into flames and was devastated. There were wailing pain everywhere. Asshole! On the platform in front of the Wakanda Palace, the tallest building in the distance, Prince T'Chara's face was distorted and she was furious. He turned around and rushed to his sister's laboratory, intending to put on the vibrator armor and transform into a Black Panther. Stop! Queen Ramonda shouted at him, Your Majesty is not here. Do you want the people to know that you have stolen the heart-shaped grass? But T'Chara looked up and saw that the capital was in a mess and a large number of citizens died in a sea of fire. Even if you wear armor, you can't beat so many robots. Ramonda is not an unsavory woman. She watched coldly for a while and found that the group of robots had strong defense. The royal guards who arrived rushed to the scene with a vibrator spear could only barely break the defense, but could not penetrate it. The robot has a stronger attack power. Without mentioning the laser emitted casually, the simple physical strength is enough to open the monument and crack the stone. As long as the members of the royal guards are slapped, they will basically lose their movement power. Only the Black Panthers in Wakanda are qualified to take heart-shaped grass. To put it bluntly, the royal guards are just a group of well-trained ordinary soldiers. They bullied the conventional army of other countries with their vibrating spears. The members of the royal guards do not have a set of vibrating armor covering the entire body, and their defense is not as good as the Black Panther of all dynasties. This is normal. If the royal guards each had a set of vibrating gold armor and held vibrating gold weapons in their hands, where could the king of Wakanda sleep? Until Thanos attacked, Wakanda's royal guards fought against aliens with only one spear. Even the rhino was wearing vibrating gold dresses. Go, organize the people to evacuate to the air raid shelter as a prince. Raymond taught his son a lesson, this is the one who is buckling neon. Compared to rushing up to kill the enemy, organizing the national retreat in times of crisis can also harvest a large number of people's hearts, laying a solid foundation for taking over the position of king in the future. The main reason is that you can't beat it. If you can beat it, rush up and fight back with 3 punches and 2 kicks. It can not only win the hearts of the people, but also consolidate prestige. Instruct the royal guards around her to take Tkara away. Queen Raymonda continues to stay on the platform in front of the palace. The enemy raided Wakanda, 80% of which came for Jinjin. She needed to stabilize the enemy when her husband left. So that I can wait until my husband returns. As long as the enemy has something to ask for, there is still something to talk about. Besides, Wakanda is not powerless to fight back. After the attack began, the energy cannons distributed in various areas of the capital began to automatically counterattack, and the energy cannonballs fired hit the pacifists, and the metal bones supporting the body could collapse with just one shot. Fortunately, the robot feels painless and is particularly durable. Even if it is injured, it can continue to attack even if it is missing. Another alloy is still a little bit short. Lin Hao, who was in the Ring Fortress command room, looked at the screen, and his desire for vibrator became stronger and stronger. The vibrator fell into the hands of Wakanda, which was a waste of resources. If Marvel had not appointed a Suri princess, these guys would have only used vibrator to create armor and spears, and would have continued this tradition. Thousands of years. This group of selfish and ignorant niggers control the greatest wealth on the earth, but does not promote the entire human civilization at all. When Thanos attacked, if Wakanda had more advanced weapons, or if he contributed vibrator to the main players, perhaps Director Me would not have the chance to snap his fingers. Is there not enough vibrator? They obviously gave Rhino vibrator skirts. These niggers were afraid that outsiders would know that Wakanda had a large amount of vibrator, but they refused to give in to the moment of life and death of human beings, and watched billions of people on Earth die. Lin Hao has no psychological burden to attack such a garbage country. Since ancient times, those with virtue have been resident in the artifacts. Since the Wakanda people refused to use vibrator to contribute to human civilization, Lin Hao snatched them. The main gun has been charged. Hearing this, Lin Hao ordered, continue to bombard and let the fortress rush in. The order was passed down, and yellow lasers emerged from the edges of the ring fortress, like a trickle of water gathered onto the main turret floating in the center, and then the main gun was fired. Yellow lasers of different sizes are outlined in the air into a golden umbrella bone. The handle of the golden umbrella bone hit the protective cover of Wakanda heavily. The hole that was about to heal was expanded, and the gaps were like ugly white spots on human faces. After the laser blasted, the ring fortress rushed over again. This time, the broken protective cover was collapsed, and the circular fortress successfully broke into it, and the sky above Wakanda was bounded. The energy cannon on the ground naturally turned the gun mouth and blasted dense energy cannonballs toward the ring fortress. The fighter jets in the Wakanda hangar also automatically took off to fight under the control of the central control system, sweeping towards the ring fortress like a swarm. The main gun will be turned off, and the secondary gun will fire freely. Kill their planes and energy guns for me. Lin Hao's cold orders continued. The main artillery floating in the center of the ring fortress flew back to the gun position in the fortress, and many secondary artillery on the edge of the fortress began to play freely. Lasers shot at different locations in the capital of Wakanda. Lasers that were thicker than the pacifists hit the energy cannons on the ground, and in a short while, they exploded the ground cannons. Both sides use energy weapons, and the guidance system is comparable, one to another allow. The ring fortress is still protected by protective covers, but the ground turret in Wakanda cannot withstand these saturation attacks. Although the ground turret also comes with protection, it is too thin and can be broken with one stab. Queen, the enemy is strong, you'd better move to a safe place first and wait for reinforcements from other tribes to arrive before regaining the capital. There is only one capital in Wakanda in the movie, but in fact, the 5 major tribes have their own territories. When the capital is attacked, the royal family still has room for strategic contraction. But they will inevitably be criticized by other tribes after retreating. But if you can't even save your life, how can you have the future? The ring fortress has dropped to less than 100 meters away from the Wakanda palace, so Lin Hao's domineering aura easily locked the Queen Ramonda below. Do you want to escape? Lin Hao rushed towards the closest hatch door without saying a word and jumped straight down. The domineering aura swept by, and the people in the palace below foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. Seeing that the commanders all jumped down, the other agents quickly landed from the fortress on a suspended lift platform, catching up with Lin Hao, who was walking in the air while stepping on the moon. Opening a small hole in the protective cover, Lin Hao and his agents rushed into the Wakanda palace and easily captured Queen Ramonda. Now, except for Tkara, the royal family is neatly arranged. Chapter 20 The vibrating gold mine has been a divine spear since ancient times. After T'Chaka woke up, he was completely confused. Didn't he just cleared the pagans and jumped on his own plane and was planning to go home? Looking around, it is indeed his own palace. Oh, it turns out that I'm back. T'Chaka suddenly shrank his eyes and finally recalled what happened when he jumped onto the plane. No, someone knocked me out. Then he found that he was tied up with iron chains, with his unconscious daughter on the left and his wife who had just slept for a long time on the right. Are you awake? A cold voice came from your ears. You are the best quality among these people. Looking in the sound, T'Chaka saw a black metal mask with 3 white crescent moons on the mask, 2 small and 1 large, squeezing out an exaggerated smiling face. You can't see the other person's eyes and mouth, but you can clearly hear the sound, neither thick nor thin, but you have an indelible indifference. Who are you? T'Chaka found himself in the palace hall of Wakanda, but there was a group of people wearing red uniforms standing guards around him. The queue was tight and he was obviously elite. Don't worry, I don't want to say it twice. I'd better wait until your son and the leaders of the 5 major tribes arrive before introducing themselves. Lin Hao turned around and began to look at the decorations in the hall. After capturing Queen Ramonda, Lin Hao immediately rushed to Suri's laboratory and spent some time breaking through Wakanda's central control system and taking over the defense of the entire capital. The protective cover is recharged to restore the original and backward grassland camouflage. Then, the satellites arranged in low Earth orbit in Wakanda remotely emit interference signals, temporarily paralyzing other countries' satellites running over Wakanda during this period to ensure that even if other countries' satellites happen to capture the battle scene, they will not be able to transmit due to a fault. The universe is full of various radiation, and it is normal for satellites to be disturbed or even destroyed. What's more, S.H.I.E.L.D's black braised egg is likely to have arrived in Los Angeles to investigate the reason why the Los Angeles branch was grown mushrooms, and there is no time to take care of it for the time being. Lin Hao took advantage of this node to quietly capture Wakanda. Wakanda has a small population and a smaller number of troops. Except for the Black Panthers in previous dynasties who have taken heart-shaped grass, only Mbaku, the leader of the Jabari tribe, has the orangutan power given by the white ape, and the rest of the country are all he is an ordinary person, but he just relies on his vibrator weapon to show off his evil spirit. The Divine Spear Bureau has 150,000 agents in the official setting. This time, 10,000 people were all elite. They have practiced the basic internal skills and mental methods derived by Lin Hao, and the speed that people who have practiced for more than 5 years have possessed. It is equivalent to the Black Panther who does not wear vibrating armor. 5,000 people went to the 5 major tribes to capture the leaders, 3,000 were responsible for overwhelming the capital of Wakanda, and 2,000 remained in the Ring Fortress for duty. Tkara, who left the palace, was taken to the River Tribe by the accompanying royal guards to the River Tribe on the banks of the Armus River. This tribe is the most loyal to the Wakanda royal family, and the daughter of its leader, Najiya, is Tkara's girlfriend. Unfortunately, the agents of the Divine Spear Bureau arrived first in a floating chariot. A level 7 agent from the Divine Spear Bureau pointed to Tkara, who was riding a horse, and the royal guards, who was riding a horse, and said, "Old Lee, I will take 10 people down to catch Tkara, and rush to the River Tribe." "Are 10 people enough?" The colleague beside him laughed and said, "Be careful to be beaten down by someone, and you have to wait for me to come back to save you." "Just kidding. I'm doing my internal strength in vain." After saying that, he rode a flying motorcycle with 10 subordinates and rushed down. There was no suspense in the battle. Tkara ran quickly and did not bring the vibrator armor. She could not stop 11 Divine Spear Agency agents who had cultivated their internal strength by relying on her skills alone. After taking down Tkara and the royal guards, they waited on the spot for a while and soon saw their colleagues returning with the leader of the River Tribe. 5 people and horses were frequently reported. Except for the Jabari tribe on the snow-capped mountains and the border tribe in charge of border defense, the other 3 tribes were almost ready to take advantage of it. Capturing 5 major tribes after the leader, the 5 troops sent by Lin Hao quickly returned to the capital of Wakanda without fighting with it. This led to the fact that when the people of the 5 major tribes saw that the leader was captured, they immediately spontaneously chased him up, and 5 rays of smoke and dust rose from the grassland. Seeing the enemy taking the leader to the capital, the leaders of the 5 major tribes stopped in front of the capital's protective cover for a moment. They thought a lot. Some thought that the country was facing an enemy, while others thought that the royal family planned to wipe out the 5 major tribes and unify the power. But when the leader is taken away, they cannot remain indifferent, otherwise the team will be difficult to lead once the people's hearts disperse. "I will bring half of the people in, you will retreat one after another. If we don't come back before night comes, we will return to the tribe immediately." People from the 5 major tribes made almost the same move, and even the Hechuan tribe, which is the most loyal to the royal family, was no exception. Several tribes in Wakanda conquered each other for thousands of years in ancient times. It was not until the first generation of Black Panthers appeared that they forced their integration and formed the country of Wakanda. Unfortunately, this country has never been truly unified. Each tribe holds part of its power, and its main military power is the border tribe. The most important vibrator mine is the mining tribe. But the richest and most controlled the national finances are the merchant tribes. A pair tribe listens to the tune but not to the announcement, and the leader is the second only to the Black Panther. To be honest, this is the fact that the descendants of Europa who have never been unified since the Roman Empire would advocate this fucking organizational model. If it were East Asia, if there was such a country, would it be a big deal to betray the dog's brain and then be destroyed by the enemy, and would still hope to be passed on peacefully for thousands of years? After half of the people from the 5 major tribes entered the capital, Lin Hao completely closed the protective cover, and the agents of the Divine Spear Bureau who had been waiting for a long time gathered together with the pacifists to force these people to be disarmed. In the palace hall, the 5 leaders suddenly felt balanced when they saw the neat royal family. "Very good, I'm not alone. We are here, let me tell you." Lin Hao's indifferent voice reached every senior executive in Wakanda, our Divine Spear Bureau is going to take back our vibrator mine that has belonged to us since ancient times. Absurd. Rich. The vibrating gold mine is clearly from our Wakanda. When will it become your Divine Spear? What is the Divine Spear Bureau? I haven't heard of it. The leaders of mining tribes and merchant tribes jumped out first, and their source of wealth relies entirely on vibrating gold mines. Judging from the situation in front of you, the whole country was caught by others. The other party must have discovered the real reserves of vibrator. If he is stupid enough to deny it, he will be humiliating himself. T'Chaka didn't say anything with a straight face because he knew what kind of organization the Divine Spear Bureau was. Through the world history recorded through Wakanda, he even knew that the Divine Spear Bureau was also an organization with a long history. Prince T'Chaka is still in the shadow of being easily defeated by agents of the Divine Spear Bureau. I can't understand why I, who have eaten the heart-shaped grass, will be easily defeated by the other party. Is the heart-shaped grass not a magical object given by the Black Panther god? Isn't it a divine thing that only the noble Wakanda possesses? I can't beat it if I haven't eaten, but I can't beat it even after eating it. I won't eat this heart-shaped grass in vain. At this time, T'Chaka, who was only in her teenager, was still a teenager and valued success or failure very much. M'Baku, the leader of the Jabari tribe, was also silent. He was also very young and was easily defeated by the enemy just now. The leader of the Hechuan tribe hugged his daughter Najiya and carefully observed the situation. He glanced at T'Chaka from time to time, and then looked at Lin Hao wearing a metal mask, thinking about who his daughter should give to so that he could save the Hechuan tribe in the future. Benefit. Tell you a story. About 4,000 years ago, in 2620 BC, the world's first empire appeared in your north. Please collect it, ask for monthly tickets, recommend it, read it, and ask for everything. Chapter 21. This is since ancient times. In 2620 BC, an alien creature called Brood invaded the earth. It was the mother nest of Zerg creatures. Lin Hao began to tell stories in the palace hall of Wakanda. I have seen this legend in the history recorded by my ancestors. The weak Princess Suri finally woke up and took over Lin Hao's words, but they were destroyed, and the battlefield was in Egypt at that time, with us, Wakanda, with us. What does it matter? Don't worry. Seeing someone standing up to prove it, Lin Hao was in a good mood and a much more kind attitude. T'Chaka turned around and glared at his daughter fiercely. This unlucky child, are you stupid to study? As Princess Suri said, the aliens invaded were defeated by humans. When the designer of the pyramid Imhotep led a large army to eliminate Brood and formed a far-reaching organization, Brotherhood of Holy Shields. After defeating Brood, Imhotep was revered as a god and enjoyed the worship of the world. The spear and round shield he used to defeat Brood were regarded as Holy Spear and Holy Shield respectively. Holy Shield has been preserved in the Holy Shield Brotherhood and became his totem, while the Holy Spike has been passed down to the east, inherited by Zhongheng, the founder of our God Spear Bureau. Since then, the spear is in the east, in the westwards. The little girl Suri was fascinated by the story and subconsciously asked, what does this have to do with our Wakanda? Although Suri, who is 11 or 12 years old, is a genius, she is still a child after all. There's it down there. At least there are traces to follow the previous content, and then Lin Hao began to talk serious nonsense. Through the historical events just now, home should know that humans are not alone in the universe, and aliens have been visiting the Earth for thousands of years. About 5,000 years ago, a group of natural gods were born on the Earth, such as Shiva and Vishnu in India, Amun-Ra and Horus in Egypt, Izanagi in Japan, Jade Emperor in China and Antarctica in the South Pole in China and the South Pole in the South Pole in Egypt, Amun-Ra in Egypt, Asa in Japan, Jade Emperor in China and Antarctica in the South Pole in China, the Immortal Man. Of course, there is also your Black Panther goddess. Lin Hao finally mentioned Wakanda. All the Wakanda senior officials gathered over. Due to the recognition of Suri, the genius princess of his country, they believed that Lin Hao was not completely nonsense, so they naturally became curious about these ancient mixins. In order to distribute the power of faith, calm the conflict between believers, and to resist the threat of aliens, these native gods united Odin, the king of Asgard, and Zeus, the king of god of Olympus, to establish the Council of Gods. It is agreed that all gods of all ethnic groups can participate in the parliament and negotiate and decide on major events on the earth. After talking about the background information, Lin Hao's map was revealed. The Chinese gods' organization, Heavenly Court, sent Antarctic immortals to stay in the Parliament of Gods. Once your Black Panther goddess found Antarctic immortals and said that Wakanda was at that time the smelting level is too poor, and it is recommended that both parties jointly develop vibrating gold mines. All the Wakanda executives looked at Lin Hao with a fool's expression. Haha, can you say such words to deceive children? Are we idiots? Even the child Suri didn't believe it. What evidence do you have? Yes, I have. Lin Hao waved to his subordinates, and they carried an excellent password box and continued to speak while opening the box. The two sides developed together for more than 1,000 years until the Parliament of Gods ordered all gods to no longer interfere in human life, and all the gods in the Black Panther goddess and all the gods in the Heavenly Court were hidden. Later, a celestial girl came to Luoyang City, the capital of the Eastern Han Dynasty. He told Zhang Heng, the president of the Royal Academy of Sciences, that the Heavenly Court had made this agreement with the gods of Wakanda, which could just solve the material problem of Zhang Heng's manufacturing of seismometers. As he said that, Lin Hao actually showed a quaint scroll depicting the scene of Zhang Heng standing in the attic to see the goddess. Then he took out a picture of the scene of the Han Dynasty fleet going to sea. When Zhang Heng heard the news of the goddess, he was overjoyed and immediately sent a fleet across the ocean to the Persian Gulf. I think there should be corresponding records in the history of Wakanda. I only recorded the development of the vibrator mine without mentioning the development of the vibrator mine. The honest child Suri couldn't wait to speak. T'Chaka rolled his eyes wildly, wishing he could sew his daughter's mouth, but he was tied to a metal chain. Other Wakanda senior executives were not interested in these long history before. Although they could all go to the royal library, except for Suri, a little genius who was eager to learn, who would be bored to go through these old papers. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, Wakanda was surrounded by tribes, and only they formed the concept of a country. Such a major event such as visiting a great power in the East was naturally recorded by the royal family of Wakanda at that time. According to the Book of the Later Han Dynasty and Biography of the Western Regions, in 97 AD, Ban Chao sent Gan Ying to the Great Qin, and he looked at the Great Qin in the West Sea, and the Western Sea was the Persian Gulf. Since then, the footprints of the Chinese arrived on the African continent, and then the maritime Silk Road began to touch the Persian Gulf coast. On this basis, Zheng He bypassed the Horn of Africa on his last voyage and crossed the Mozambique Strait and arrived in Madagascar. However, his fate was ill-fated and he was unable to cross the Cape of Good Hope and find a maritime route to the Kingdom of Thailand. The evidence is conclusive. Lin Hao shook the ancient painting in his hand, and said righteously, "This is from ancient times. The truth in lies is true and true, 9 are true and 1 is false, 9 are shallow and 1 is deep." Even the senior Wakanda executives couldn't help but wonder after listening. Did the Black Panther goddess really have an agreement with the gods in the East? I knew you definitely didn't believe it. Lin Hao waved his hand and asked his subordinates to carry away the precious historical documents. Actually, there is another simplest way. Lin Hao turned around and smiled at T'Chaka, "Just wake up the Black Panther goddess and ask." No. T'Chaka was like a cat who was stepped onto his tail, and his voice was almost changing. The leaders of the 5 major tribes all looked at them in search. Knowing what his father did yesterday, T'Challa lowered his head and did not dare to face these gazes. Princess Suri also looked away with guilt. "Your Majesty, do you think what I said is true or false?" Lin Hao looked determined to take him. You don't want to be discovered by the Black Panther goddess, right? The Black Panther goddess does not necessarily care about an African-born person who can transform into a Black Panther, but must care whether she is deceived by believers, especially this believer is still the walking on earth chosen by the person. This is like the Pope deceives God. Although the Pope often does this, it is because he clearly knows that there is no God in the ordinary world. But there are really gods in the Marvel world, and even the movie universe reveals the existence of the Parliament of the Gods in Thor 4. The Black Panther goddess really exists in the land of Wakanda. Otherwise, why did T'Chaka deliberately paint the vibrator armor as a tiger and even make a tiger-headed helmet? Isn't it just to cover up my ears and steal the bell, and to deceive myself and leave some psychological comfort to myself? Now that I heard Lin Hao was about to wake up the Black Panther goddess, how could I not be anxious? Thinking of the other party fainting when he jumped into the plane, he obviously knew what was happening in San Francisco. T'Chaka seemed to have swallowed a bite of stool, and after a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, that's it. Jointly develop. The output of vibrating gold mines will be evenly divided in the future. No matter how valuable the vibrator is, it is not as valuable as the royal family. If the Black Panther goddess is really awakened, the best outcome of the T'Chaka family will be expelled, and they will most likely be killed by angry citizens and successors. The enemy may be expelled by the Black Panther goddess, but their family will lose everything. As long as the throne is preserved, their losses are actually no losses. Because the vibrator sold in Wakanda every year is so small that it is not even a drop in the bucket, by controlling sales, they have raised the price of vibrator to a sky-high price of $10,000 per gram. Even if half of the vibrator mine is divided in the future, it will be no different for the senior management of Wakanda, because the Divine Spear Bureau will definitely not be stupid enough to put its vibrator into the market and impact the price. In addition, due to the stable molecular structure of vibrator, it is as difficult as gold. The vibrator they mined for thousands of years has almost no loss and does not affect recycling at all. So, for the entire Wakanda high-level management, it is really no difference whether it will be distributed to 10 kilograms or 5 kilograms of vibrator every year in the future. If you don't trade vibrator, it will be the same if you keep it in your hand a little more or less, because it only produces but no consumption. Wakanda is not ready to build the whole country into the capital, and they can't use up so much vibrator. They have no intention of dominating the world, just want cats to live their own lives in this place where generations of life are. Seeing the king nodding, the other tribe leaders did not speak, but the tough guy M'Baku jumped out and cursed at T'Chaka, "Coward, you are not worthy of inheriting the name of Black Panther." Oh! Lin Hao's voice became cold again. It seems that this leader is looking forward to a war. M'Baku, he is not a fool. As the strongest man in the Jabari tribe, he was easily defeated by the enemy's miscellaneous soldiers. With the strength of the Jabari tribe, he will definitely not be able to defeat the enemy. I can publish the news of your invasion of Wakanda. M'Baku thought of an idea. The warriors of our tribe are still outside. Is that true? Lin Hao walked towards him and responded sneeredly, "If you want to make trouble, we will get a little bit of it at most, but you Wakanda don't have to exist." The senior executives of Wakanda realized that one of the 5 major hooligans was standing behind the Divine Spear Bureau. Even if the news was made public, the other party could still be divided at least 20% according to the status of the world, but Wakanda would definitely be eaten up by the 5 major hooligans. I know you have some high tech, but how many populations do you have? How many arsenals? How many grain reserves do you have? Is your war potential comparable to that of the 5 major countries? Not only can you not compare materially, but also spiritually. Lin Hao coldly shattered their fantasy of dying together. Have you experienced a real war in thousands of years? Can your citizens' endurance with cruel wars compare to our hardships? Do you think World War is a playhouse for 5 tribes? I said it, agree to jointly develop. T'Chaka didn't want Lin Hao to continue to kill him. It's not okay to divide it equally, I at least have to take it. Lin Hao turned around, but a mysterious pressure suddenly surged from the palace. A slender Black Panther phantom descended at the palace gate, slowly walking towards Lin Hao in elegant steps, making an empty and lazy voice. Little kid, why don't I remember having an agreement with the Antarctic Immortal? Chapter 22 The Spear Comes. Little kid. Why don't I remember having an agreement with the Antarctic Immortal? The ethereal sound seemed to be heard in the depths of the soul. Without saying a word, Lin Hao looked up and shouted to the sky, "The spear is coming!" The circular fortress floating in the air immediately opened a hatch door, and a golden spear fell from the sky, pierced the dome of the Wakanda palace like a knife cutting tofu, and pierced into the floor in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao rushed up as fast as possible, pulled out the golden spear, and shook out a golden gun flower towards the phantom of the Black Panther goddess. The Black Panther phantom at the door of the palace stopped and stared at the spear in Lin Hao's hand. The spear tip is shaped like an eagle's wings, and the whole body is made of unknown alloy. It emits a faint golden light when it falls into Lin Hao's hands. The golden light shines with great power. The Black Panther goddess felt a strong threat from the spear. This is a magical tool that can kill the Zerg's mother nest and the Heavenly God clan. You are the Black Panther goddess, right? Lin Hao held the spear in his hand, calmly asked with a smile, "I didn't hear what you said just now. Can you say it again?" The Black Panther goddess was silent for a moment and said calmly, "I did have an agreement with the immortal man that the vibrator mine will be jointly developed by both parties." The high-level Wakanda was silent. It turns out that their great Black Panther goddess will admit defeat. Look, I'll say that the vibrator mine has been our divine spear since ancient times. Lin Hao looked around, and the Wakanda senior executives were speechless. Can I still lie in front of the goddess's crown? Lin Hao held the holy spear and shook a golden light from time to time, and said to himself, "I thought about it just now, it is unfair to divide it equally. You have mined it alone for 2,000 years without contacting us. How much is our loss? But we are a country of etiquette. Let him pass by it and no longer care. However, in the next 100 years, the vibrator mine will be fully mined by our side, and will be mined by both sides in cooperation in 100 years. It's really a loss to exchange for 100 years for 2,000 years, but we admit it." Lin Hao's tone was full of gritting teeth, as if he was cutting his flesh. Then, another gun flower shook out and looked at her. "After I finished speaking, who agrees and who objected?" The Black Panther goddess was too lazy to respond and ordered to the senior Wakanda officials, "From today, we will deprive T'Chaka of the name of Black Panther and inherit it by her son T'Challa." Originally, the Black Panther goddess planned to change to a royal family, but the other 5 tribes were not good at it. M'Baku, the leader of the Jabari tribe, is not bad, but this kid actually went to believe in the white ape and gained the power of an orangutan. He clearly wanted to create a new Wakanda, and no one would choose him. After saying that, the Black Panther phantom disappeared. K's strength and lifespan do not come from alien matter such as vibrator. As long as the believers are safe, there is no difference between vibrator and stone. Effect your order. All the Wakanda senior executives, including T'Chaka, knelt respectfully in the direction of the Black Panther goddess leaving. As soon as the Black Panther goddess left, an agent of the Divine Spear Bureau arranged in advance came to report, "Sir, the radar found a spaceship flying at high speed, which was the director's car." "Oh no, I was discovered so soon." Lin Hao screamed exaggeratedly. "What should I do?" The subordinate's expression was even more exaggerated, and he couldn't tell any anxiety. "The director will not punish us, right? Don't worry, I'll carry it alone if you have something to do." Lin Hao patted his chest and expressed his opinion. The 4 young men, Suri, T'Chara, M'Baku, and Najiya, all showed expressions of expectation, hoping that the leader of the great devil in front of him could come to punish him and give Wakanda justice. The remaining old fox rolled his eyes. Can a war machine like the Ring Fortress be used automatically without the consent of its superiors? A magical artifact that has been preserved for 2,000 years can be brought out at will without the permission of the leader? Such a childish performance is fooling around. Soon, Zheng Xian arrived at the palace hall and scolded Lin Hao as soon as he entered the door. Lawless, unorganized, and undisciplined, are you going to rebel? Come, take him to the confinement room and give me some good reflection. Lin Hao cooperated honestly and followed a team of agents away with his head hanging down. After scolding, Zheng Xian quickly walked to Tkaka, untied the chain for him with his own hands, and said with a smile, Your Majesty the King, I am not disciplined and I have caused you to be wronged. Sorry, I am no longer the King of Wakanda. Tkaka pushed his son T'Challa forward, Justice's daughter's order in person to be succeeded by my son. The next thing is to go back to the talk. Father, T'Challa looked anxious. He is still a child, and he doesn't understand these things. Don't be afraid, the goddess personally admitted that the vibrator mine was developed by both parties. I also think that the gentleman's proposal just now is very reasonable. Tkaka secretly gritted his teeth, but calmly said on the surface, we have mined it alone for 2,000 years, and it should indeed be repaid something. Oh! Tkara understood. Although the leader is now kind and happy, they actually have no room for bargaining. Zheng Xian suddenly laughed and squinted, then please send someone to discuss the specific development agreement. It was said to be a discussion, but in fact the agreement was already ready. There are only two types of Wakanda, allow or not. No, there is only one choice that can be agreed to. They finally realized what Li Zhongtang felt back then. The Black Panther goddess is so cowardly, what can they do? Okay, let us both put aside disputes and jointly develop them in the future. Zheng Xian smiled and put away the signed agreement. No controversy. The new Wakanda King T'Challa was muffled. Then let's live in peace and benefit each other. This small scene would not be difficult for Zheng Xian, who has superb diplomatic methods, further put forward a request. In the future, we can carry out in-depth cooperation, common development and common progress in more areas, for do your best to upgrade human civilization. After the agreement was signed, elite agents from the Divine Spear Bureau entered Wakanda. 2,000 agents who have achieved success in their internal strength. Plus 100 pacifists and 3 aerospace warships that have been replenished one after another, circled the entire vibrating gold mining area. The peacekeeping detachment will not interfere with the normal life of the Wakandans. They will build a high wall to surround the mining area. The Wakandans will not be allowed to enter again in 100 years. As for how much vibration can be left in 100 years, then I don't know. During the entire reception process, the Wakanda people were very calm. This is a monarchy country with the power of the king. As the supreme god, the Black Panther goddess, has nodded, and the top leaders have no objection, so the ordinary people naturally have no objection. Still the same thing, the vibrator they mined over thousands of years has not consumed much, and the existing stock is enough for them to use normally and conduct annual transactions, and will not have any impact on their lives. After taking down the vibrating gold mine, Lin Hao returned to the ring fortress and asked about Ivan's condition. Is his injury okay? I'm old and need to rest for a while. Zheng Xian fiddled with his beloved orchid in the office again, wiping it carefully, and his movements were gentle, as if he was treating his lover. Zheng Xian was in a good mood to take down the vibrating gold mine, and the strength of the Divine Spear Bureau will be greatly improved. Have you been interrogated? Lin Hao asked again. He is fine. No. Zheng Xian shook his head. How is that bar violent exposed? This is a question that Lin Hao can't understand until now. It is really important to follow up for a new book. Please help me, even if you click in and take a few strokes, we view. Chapter 23 His Hero, My Enemy. Lin Hao chose to believe Zheng Xian's judgment. After all, he is a master who has been immersed in the intelligence front for many years. He said that it is okay, but it is probably true. 2 years ago, Cheng Yi went to a bar to explore the way when he just went to North America. I think it must have been targeted by the mole at this time. Zheng Xian quickly found a possibility through Ivan's narrative. That is to say, there must be an insider in the American branch. Lin Hao frowned, and there is a high probability that he will continue to lurk, waiting to give me a surprise. You have to check these things yourself. Zheng Xian wiped the orchid leaves and said calmly, Nick Fury is a strong enemy. If you blow up his Los Angeles branch, he will definitely guess that our new person in charge has arrived in North America. How many people are still alive in the entire American branch? Lin Hao's expression became heavy. Zheng Xian put down the rag and said in a deep voice, it turned out that there were 288 people, but now there are only 63 people left. Go and record all their information. Okay, it's time for me to go back to San Francisco. Lin Hao turned around and left. When the two of the gods and spears discussed Nick Fury, he had been standing by the pit in the former Los Angeles branch for a long time. The former base disappeared without a trace, leaving only this huge pit. Boss, we searched the scene, but there was no trace of radiation left. Leo Fitz, who had a PhD in physics, came to report to Nick Fury with the instrument. However, many citizens around have witnessed the mushroom cloud, and the surveillance camera in the distance has also taken pictures. Phil Coulson is very depressed now. The director sent him to the west to recruit Black Panther and White Dog, but the White Dog was not heard from, and the Black Panther was actually killed when he contacted him. It would be fine if the person didn't find it, but in the blink of an eye, a whole branch in Los Angeles suddenly bang and disappeared. Unlucky Coulson felt that he would not have hope of promotion in the near future. This is the strange thing. If it was really a nuclear bomb, then the surrounding surveillance equipment could not be intact. Fitz shrugged. If it weren't for a nuclear bomb, what other weapons could destroy a base so thoroughly? Coulson couldn't think of it. Where are people? Nick Fury interrupted their argument and asked, is there no survivor in the Los Angeles branch? I got the news last night. We arrived in the early morning. Search and rescue. No, it should be said that after searching for 10 hours, no colleague was found. Coulson's expression was solemn, and there was a load of thousands of pounds on his shoulders. Grant and Melinda went to the airport and dock respectively, and sent people to the highway exit. There are still no signs of colleagues leaving Los Angeles in the branch. The comparison results have come out. Jenma Simmons came over with a tablet, reporting, we found some DNA in the deep pit and around. After comparison, we confirmed that we were colleagues in the Los Angeles branch. How many have been confirmed? Nick Fury took the tablet. Not 1/3, the sample is too small, even a piece of body tissue the size of a fingernail. Simmons spread his hands and said, it should be said that he can't even find a complete hair. That is, the entire Los Angeles branch was blown into a molecular state by a mysterious weapon. Leo Fitz's eyes shone like a gourmet encountering a delicacy. It's so cool. I really want to know what kind of weapon it is. From the shape of the soil splash on the scene, it should be an expansion energy that expands outwardly, rather than a contraction that collapses inwardly. Simmons took over the topic. But can simple thermal or kinetic energy impacts decompose buildings and human bodies to this level? Fitz fell into deep thought. Or there are radiation like radiation energy, but it cannot be detected by our existing equipment. The two technicians had daily communication, and this communication between the two continued from Shield Academy. However, others often don't understand. Nick Fury walked away in silence for 2 steps, followed by Phil Coulson. Although he couldn't understand, as long as he was calm, outsiders could not see it. The people from the God Spear Bureau are here. Nick Fury suddenly spoke, his tone very affirmative. Zheng Xian sent a newcomer to take over the American intelligence network. Coulson looked around and took a step forward, and whispered, but the mole did not receive the assembly notice, and the remaining agents of the Divine Spear Bureau were still in a dispersed state. A few months ago, Nick Fury planned and laid out the actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. against the American branch of the Gods and Spear Bureau. As the specific executor, Phil Coulson has always been responsible for the follow-up tracking, so he naturally has the mole contact permission. Coulson is a nearly political commissar role for the Avengers, and he has a good reputation for devoting his whole life to the death of the entire United States. However, his hero is my enemy. For the agent of the Divine Spear Bureau, Phil Coulson is an executioner covered with blood of his comrades. This is a fundamental question of position. Or the new person in charge is super a strong person, either he would have formed a new group of action teams in a short period of time, otherwise it would be impossible to destroy the entire Los Angeles branch. Nick Fury had a serious expression, feeling a little solemn, but it ignited the fighting spirit in his heart again. When he reaches his level, he will feel a sense of accomplishment only when he fights with masters. Then he will likely continue to take revenge. Coulson felt huge pressure and rushed towards him. However, he did not regret participating in the operation to clear the Shenmue Bureau intelligence network a few months ago. Conflicts, confrontations, and sacrifices on the intelligence front happen almost every day. This is a battlefield where there is no smoke of gunpowder, and this is an endless war. Coulson never regrets going to this battlefield because it is protecting the United States he loves. Strengthen intelligence collection. As long as this person continues to carry out actions, we will sooner or later be caught by us. Nick Fury said confidently, the American continent is our home court. Lin Hao didn't know that black braised eggs began to increase his investment in him. After returning to San Francisco from Wakanda, he happily held another luck draw. Yes, after going to Wakanda to start a short war, he reaped a large number of resentment and was able to start a 100 game again. Since I came to America, I can get over 10 days a day. Lin Hao was overjoyed, life is getting more and more hope. In the past, I could only get 100 consecutive draws in 4 or 5 months or even half a year in China. Now I can get a draw once every less than a week, and the efficiency is more than 10 or 20 times higher. Please give up the little demon. Lin Hao put 3 incense sticks, worship the world of this dimension, and ask for a good omen. Turning around and instructing the little devil, let's start. This time I was so lucky that I actually shipped the first one. The little devil's short hand pulled a pink belly band. Come here, I have to educate myself well. Lin Hao's brows squeezed out of the ravine, and his hands grabbed the little devil's face. Ye Zheng scolded him sternly, I'll let you bring something unique and brighten your eyes, and you'll bring me some fat times all day long. Stockings, leather jackets, belly bands. Those things can make your eyes shine, right? Yet. What does it mean to make your eyes shine or make me shine? Director Lin was unhappy and kept rubbing its fat face, making 3 white marks look into various expressions. If you tell me clearly, who will see you? Yet, whoa. Well, the beautiful woman who pursues me can surround the Pacific Ocean. I need these things. Lin Hao pulled his belly band. After receiving the message, his expression was first shocked, and then regretful. Why? Chapter 24 Sadeko Videotape Sword of Evil Repelling? Chapter 24 Sadeko Videotape plus Sword of Evil Breaking Sword equals? From Legend of Sword and Fairy, Zhao Linger's belly band. This is the information Lin Hao received. There is nothing else besides this. Ordinary fabrics do not contain any energy or any special structure. This is an ordinary belly band. No. Lin Hao's face was full of resentment, as if Xianglin Sao possessed. Why do the little fairy wear ordinary clothes? If you don't talk about dragon scales and phoenix feathers, at least give me some heavenly silk and holy spirit armor. Ordinary fabrics do not contain special energy and are worthless except for collection. Why not take anything else? Lin Hao felt very distressed, and he felt that he had missed hundreds of millions of dollars. He rubbed the little devil's round face hard, whenever you take her bells and jade pendants, I will have spiritual power and change my job to cultivate immortals. Weev, he he he. The little devil waved his two short hands, telling the wonderful scene it had just seen. The beautiful girl is taking a shower, and there is a vulgar man peeping next to her. Lin Hao almost knew what the plot was. Does the beautiful girl look quite like Su Hongdu? Who is Su Hongdu? It's the one you took with you in stockings last time. The little devil recalled for a moment and nodded. Oh, you're holding her bracelet. Lin Hao, who was full of regret, silently put his belly band into the storage cabinet, and muttered from time to time, I haven't given birth to a child, and there is no secretion on the belly band. If it's fat, I might be able to come back with some Nua's blood. Remember, if you meet this beautiful girl again next time, you will shed a piece of hair first. Lin Hao told thousands of words. The little devil nodded blankly. The luck draw continued, probably because it was the first time that the shipment was gone, and it was always in rags since then. Except for letting Lin Hao know which worlds the little devil has gone to, he has not got any useful things. Until the energy is about to be consumed, the little demon suddenly brings back an old-fashioned videotape. Lin Hao took it, was stunned at first, and then showed a strange smile. Stop for a while and take out your parchment. Lin Hao was eager to walk to a TV and stuff the videotape into the recorder. The little devil didn't understand, but he still took out its parchment. Director Lin's little cuteness has two major functions. One is to travel through the heavens and bring something back for him to absorb, and the other is the common routine of the demons, the contract's soul. The little demon has a role of parchment, which is the devil contract. It can sign a contract with the creature. Then Lin Hao can manipulate, control and erase the soul of the creature, and naturally can view and tamper with the other party's memories. As we all know, the end of signing a contract with the devil is very bad, although it seems that you will get if you have something, but the soul will not be reborn from now on. It is equivalent to selling the soul to the devil. The same is true for the contract of the little demon. As long as the creature presses the handprint on it, the soul will be imprisoned by the contract from then on. Of course, the premise is that the goal is voluntary and uses blood as a medium. After all, it must be followed in the formal contract spirit. However, voluntary can be either active or passive. Can a contract that cannot take advantage of loopholes be called a devil contract? In the past, Lin Hao never contracted any soul in China. Just as he had never revealed artificial human technology and cloning technology to Zheng Xian, these methods are too scary, especially those who are superior. Nowadays, people are in America, so there are naturally no taboos. Place the parchment in front of the TV and throw your small fork on it. Lin Hao ordered the little devil and then took the remote control to take a few steps back. The little devil did as he did, looking confused. Lin Hao turned on the TV. First there were snowflakes, and then a forest with a gloomy atmosphere appeared on the screen, with an ancient well in the forest. The dark style and weird music make the little demon's eyes shine. This atmosphere is indeed more exciting than its he opening remarks. So the little demon immediately brought up the radio specially prepared for him by Lin Hao and recorded a new opening remark. There must be my teacher when three people walk, and the saints will never deceive me. After the strange opening lasted for a moment, a head with disheveled hair suddenly rose from the ancient well. First, the head, then the sharp and slender nails, the thin hands were covered with thin white clothes, and the palms supported the ground, and climbed out of the ancient well step by step. The little devil trembled all over when he saw it, and was so scared that he retracted behind Lin Hao, but he couldn't stop being curious. He secretly exposed half of his head and glanced, and then shrank back. Lin Hao was waiting, unable to press down the corners of his mouth. A woman in white clothes and disheveled hair crawled out of the ancient well and stood in the center of the screen. The next second, the camera suddenly pulled in, and her whole head seemed to be framed by the screen. In the next second, a horrifying scene appeared. The woman clearly inside the TV actually pierced the TV screen with her hands, pulled the screen and squeezed her head out. Like the same picture when I climbed out of the ancient well just now, I first supported the ground with both hands, and then squeezed out my body bit by bit. Unfortunately, there was a piece of withered yellow parchment in front of the TV, and a black fork was pressed on it. One of the hands of the woman in white happened to slap her fork, and the little devil's fork actually cut a wound from her spirit body. Bright red and real blood flowed out, leaving a broken blood handprint on the parchment for a moment. Regardless of whether it is incomplete or not, the blood has been absorbed by parchment. The woman in white trembled all over and stood up like an electric shock, her eyes filled with confusion after she was disguised. Who I am? Where am I? What did I do? How come there are such people in this world? I made a trap for her and it succeeded. Hehe, as long as you are brave, Sadako will take maternity leave. Lin Hao laughed. Through the demon contract, he could already feel Sadako's soul and successfully manipulate it. That's right, the videotape brought back by the little devil is the famous Sadako videotape. Congratulations, you have become the first creature brought back by the little devil. Lin Hao walked forward and ignored Sadako's danger. The confused Sadako wanted to activate her superpowers against this man who was not afraid of death, but she found that she could not even have such thoughts. This man was like a god who would not allow her to blaspheme. Sadako raised her head, staring at Lin Hao with her eyes behind her hair. Lin Hao stretched out his hand and separated her hair on her forehead, revealing a pale but delicate face. Isn't this pretty? Lin Hao reached out and touched Sadako's face, and the touch was cold. Although it is a spiritual body, its touch is real. When touching the videotape just now, Lin Hao copied his own cursive ability, which can make a person die within 7 days. But it's a pity that any curse is a form of energy. In Sadako's world, this move is unsolvable, but in the Marvel world, there are many people who can withstand this energy impact. It can't be said that Sadako's curse can even kill Delo Golden Immortal or Creator God, right? In other words, this ability can only kill people who are weaker than him, and you have to wait for 7 days. Lin Hao originally thought that he could copy it when touching Sadako. He wanted the healing ability, blurring, and space travel ability of the big Sadako the most, but found that he could not get stuck in the bug. After all, the videotape was something brought back by the little devil. Sadako just the soul that lives inside. From the future, you will follow me and do your previous job. Director Lin began to assign tasks. When you meet a woman, you can play the previous routines, and when you meet a man, you can change the role. As he said that, he turned on the computer and showed Sadako a CG animated movie made by Lin Hao himself, which contained a very chic woman in red. He took out the sword of evil repelling that the little demon snatched back from Master Yu before, and explained his new way of playing to Sadako. I will leave some seeds of internal strength on you and tell you how to practice this sword technique. When you meet a man in the future, you can use your superpower to pass this sword technique to him. It's time for American men to have their own superpowers. Chapter 25 Master, I have a friend named Tony. Hi, my friend, I'm very happy to be back. See you. Tony Stark welcomed Lin Hao from San Francisco in his villa. So too, Mr. Stark's banquet made me look forward to it for a week. Lin Hao smiled and complimented. You will definitely not be disappointed. Tony said proudly. If the talent in mechanical engineering is Tony's greatest pride, then his taste for women must be another great pride. After wandering through the flowers for many years, Tony Stark has already developed a pair of golden eyes. The women he can like are not only beautiful, but also have their own characteristics. This villa is located in Long Island, New York. Although it is not the white villa embedded on the cliffs of Malibu. The villa has a longer history in a large area. It is not far from Stark Building and belongs to Stark's family. One of the ancestral properties. When Lin Hao entered the villa, he found that there were not many guests at the banquet, but they were all men, while the service staff and performers were all women, each with extremely high standards. This banquet seemed to have no other purpose. It was purely some of the fellows invited by Tony to come to appreciate the flowers and play with the water. They all heard Tony talk about Lin Hao's research results on life sciences, so they were naturally curious about the superb skills of this Master Lin capturing the veteran of flowers. The woman singing on the stage is a newcomer who has become famous recently on Broadway, with a melodious and charming voice. The clothes are transparent but not exposed, hazy and graceful, making people full of imagination. Since the beginning of the 19th century, Broadway has been the center of the entertainment industry in the United States. By the end of the 19th century, the output value of the entertainment industry contributed to as high as $6 million, and it has always been the leader in the entertainment industry. Until a new thing like movies pushed Hollywood up. However, in the era when the movie was just invented, Hollywood was purely a younger brother. Not only could it not invite famous actors, but it was also often suppressed by traditional dramas. This is a necessary process for every new thing. When audio movies appear, the viewing experience becomes better and better, the movies can express more and more content, and the audience's acceptance of movies is getting higher and higher. Hollywood emerged and became a bridgehead for American cultural output in one fell swoop. However, Broadway's status in the United States, especially the American entertainment industry, has not been much weakened. The Broadway star who is so arrogant in the eyes of ordinary people is just a toy for the American powerful. He still has to rack his brains to find ways to attract their attention in terms of clothing and behavior. After all, these men are veterans of the fun, and women are not much new to them. Feel. Lin Hao, as the Asian who suddenly appeared, was naturally noticed by these women. They did not look down on him because of Lin Hao's skin color. No man who could be invited to this villa would be simple. So they soon discovered that Lin Hao was not simple. It was already past 3 o'clock in the morning. The men who ended the battle early could not close their chins, and they had been listening to the accompaniment for several hours. I don't believe it, I want to see it with my own eyes. A friend of Tony Stark didn't want to believe Lin Hao's combat effectiveness, so he stood up and walked towards the bedroom. After a moment, he came back with admiration and spoke with anticipation, Mr. Lin, Master Lin, I have a friend whose name is Tony. Hey! Tony Stark on the sofa threw a death stare at him. Good, you guys, have you just borrowed a girl to give birth to a friend out of nothing? Okay, his name is Pete. The man quickly changed his words, I really want to help Pete. He is a little overwhelmed recently. Medicals are just auxiliary, the key is exercise skills. Lin Hao was introducing his secret recipe for protracted war, but the door of the villa was pushed open. And a bald old man with a white beard broke in. Tony, have you forgotten that the military will present you the award tonight? Obadiah Stani shook the plastic trophy in his hand. There is an earth on the glass column, referred to as punching a ball. What prize? Tony leaned on the sofa, holding the wine glass with one hand, looking lazy. He had just finished his cordial communication with the three beauties, and now he was weak and just wanted to finish this good night wine and go to rest. Seeing that they were about to talk, the other guests who participated in the banquet walked away politely, returned to their respective bedrooms, and left the living room for the two of them. Obadi looked at the trophy in his hand, and couldn't recall what kind of prize it was. What matters is not a reward, it is that you should come forward to maintain your relationship with the military. Obadiah's elder's expression of hatred for his younger generation, and said bitterly, a few days ago, you caused the Air Force to lose an important one. They are lobbying at the Pentagon to try to cut purchases of Stark Industries in the coming year. Wow, if they're willing to spend more money on a bunch of garbage, let them go. Tony said indifferently. Speaking of his kindness to Will Fortson last time, Tony was a little depressed. He didn't expect that the other party would be killed after going to San Francisco, and he used cruel means to take out his heart. This reminded Tony of some very bad memories. His parents were also killed by cruel means back then. His father's skull collapsed and he was obviously abused before his death. This incident also affected his friend Roddy. Because he agreed to Will Fortson leave the base to experiment with new equipment, Roddy was later subjected to a picket inside the Air Force and was punished. Roddy was originally an African American soldier. He finally got to the rank of colonel. Now he is punished on his back and has no hope of promotion in the future. I know you are unhappy. Obadiah wanted to speak but stopped. He looked like a kind elder from beginning to end, so outsiders can't see any flaws. Well, if you don't want to deal with the Air Force, then try to get more army orders. The army's base in Afghanistan needs to purchase a batch of Jellicoe missiles, and you can just go over and relax. As if he was worried that Tony would not go, Obadiah added a bargaining chip. You can also designate Roddy as the liaison officer for this transaction. Although he offended the Air Force, the Army has never liked these people who separated without authorization. Guy. The American Air Force was officially established on September 18, 1947. You can tell by the time that this was after the end of World War II. Originally, the Air Force was just an Air Force under the Army, but it made independence after the war, which made the traditional Army faction very unhappy. Tony had the next glass of wine and asked, "When will we set off?" Whether to make money or not is just a trivial matter. Tony wants to help his friends. After all, the last time happened more because of his kindness. Without his support, Roddy would not have guaranteed Will Fortson's bottom line and would not have been punished. The same thing is true. Mr. Tony doesn't care whether he has money when making friends, but he cares more about whether this person is worth paying. He is still good to his friends. Let's leave at noon, you can take a break first, I will arrange the plane. Obadiah smiled kindly. Lin Hao, who secretly eavesdropped on himself, suddenly realized, it turned out to be today. He has been in this world for 28 years, and it has been 10 years since he joined the Divine Spear Bureau. The world has changed more or less because of him. The butterfly wings have already set off a storm. So Lin Hao couldn't be sure when something happened to Tony Stark and when the Marvel movie world would officially open. The line by Tony Stark has an unusual meaning for the entire Marvel movie world. It is the beginning, and later it is the end of a stage. After sleeping until dawn, Lin Hao said goodbye to Tony Stark and called Zheng Xian as soon as he went out. "Boss, do you want to make a fortune in the stock market? Which company's boss are you going to kidnap again?" Chapter 26 The Simple and Unpretentious Secret to Stock Trading. Slander. You are Hong Kuo's slander. Lin Hao I sternly refuted. The reason why my God of God's stock market has been able to spread to the stock market for so many years is because of my forward-looking vision, keen intuition, and rich theoretical knowledge. First plan which company boss to tie up, and then leverage to short, this is called forward-looking. Zheng Xian rolled his eyes in the video. After the stock price is down, then the bottom is bought, and then the person is released. It is a misunderstanding. It is a high-level cash out. This is called keenness. Then you can't deny that I have rich theoretical knowledge, otherwise why would I tie one up? Lin Hao was still stubborn. Bah, bet one by one. Does your theoretical knowledge refer to the knowledge of making chronic poisons? Zheng Xian glared at Lin Hao. It's enough for someone to pull a piece of wool. If you keep a blind eye, you'll pull it to death. The boss you kidnapped was hospitalized for examination. First, there was no problem at all. After you cashed out at a high level, you suddenly found out various problems. Then you were asked to short it. This is Lin Hao's simple and unpretentious stock trading secret. Zheng Xian solemnly warned, Shanghai and Shenzhen have long brought you into the blacklist. Hong Kong stocks are now their own people, so they can't let you get messed up. US stocks, Stark Industrial, will it come? Lin Hao was too lazy to argue. Come on. Zheng Xian made a quick decision. I will ask the institutions in my hands to prepare funds immediately. Who can't get along with the money? The Divine Spear Bureau opened its mouth for 150,000 yuan, and people ate horses every day, and they couldn't fill in any amount of money. Go ahead and follow my operations at that time. Lin Hao hung up the phone. After leaving Tony Stark's villa, Lin Hao headed to Wall Street, the American financial center. This street, which is only 1/3 of a mile long and 11 meters wide, is full of managers of banks, insurance, shipping, railways and other companies opened by consortiums such as Rothschild, Morgan, Rockefeller, Goldman Sachs, and DuPont. The famous New York Stock Exchange. This place is full of consortiums and is the base camp of the giant international capital crocodile. Lin Hao's current identity on Wall Street can only be considered a small asset, and he can barely enter the VIP room. During the 5 years of artificial human operation in the United States, Lin Hao used multiple identities to come to the New York Stock Exchange, barely considered a familiar face. Mr. Lin, I'm waiting for a long time. Albert Ellis is a well-known stockbroker on Wall Street. He is also one of the gunmen used by Lin Hao in recent years. When they first met 5 years ago, Albert Ellis didn't feel much about the young Asian, but just received him based on professional politeness. I thought this was a rich child who came to Wall Street to prove himself by relying on his family's wealth. He would soon be educated by cruel reality and then go back to eat, drink and have fun. Unexpectedly, this person's prediction of the financial market was a miracle. After several operations, the funds invested increased by nearly 100 times. Albert no longer dared to underestimate this young rich man, but instead secretly followed the other party to operate, increasing his assets dozens of times over the years, and gaining fame on Wall Street in one fell swoop. Learning that Lin Hao's ancestors were Chinese, in order to serve the god of wealth, Albert spent a lot of effort to learn Chinese by himself, and now he can communicate normally. Unfortunately, this god of wealth does not come to Wall Street often, and sometimes it only comes once a year, which makes Albert miss him every day. However, every time the god of wealth comes, he can basically make money, but he makes more money than he earns. The only few times he loses money, he suddenly encounters strong market smashes by a big player, but he also gets out quickly, which is not harmful. Albert didn't know that he was just one of Lin Hao's gunmen. Those few losses were directed and acted by Lin Hao, and he used other gunmen to make money back. Otherwise, you will always make money without losses, which is too eye-catching. Lin Hao has many business identities, and the Shenmao Bureau can control more accounts. Every time he enters the market, he operates in a dispersed manner. The American financial regulatory authorities cannot find any abnormalities. Today, Albert received a call from Lin Hao, immediately turned off the appointments from other customers and waited for the arrival of God of Wealth. When he entered the VIP room, Albert served him diligently and asked carefully, "What are Mr. Lin planning to do this time?" $5 million, plus 10 times leverage, short Stark Industry. Lin Hao said carelessly. Ah! Even though he knew Lin Hao's past record, Albert was still surprised. Short Stark Industry. Stark Industry has been in an upward phase in the past 6 months and has almost never dropped. Albert was unbelievable about Lin Hao's choice and quickly introduced the information he had. Although he did not attend the military award ceremony last night, news also came from the Pentagon that the Air Force intends to cut Stark Industrial's orders for the next year. But other companies are simply not as good as Stark Industry, which has the talented Tony Stark, in the field of high-tech weapons. Don't underestimate the news channels of Wall Street stockbrokers. They already knew what happened last night before the market opened this morning. Are you teaching me how to do things? Lin Hao glanced at Albert. Don't dare. Albert smiled angrily. Of course he did not dare to offend the god of wealth, but Stark Industry was green and could not see any red light. On the verge of caution, Albert dared not follow this time. Soon, Albert completed the relevant operation and Lin Hao left with satisfaction. There should be more than 10 hours before the news broke. When the market opens tomorrow, Stark Industrial's stock price will surely collapse. Stark Industries' strength lies in Tony Stark's own. Because of his incomparable talent, Stark Industries' high-tech weapons are far more powerful than other companies. But this is also Stark Industries' biggest weakness. The more investors trust Tony Stark, the stronger the panic will be after knowing that he has an accident. After taking the bus, Lin Hao, who had changed his appearance, used another layer of vest to walk into the exchange for the same operation. "Sir, do you want to invest?" A stockbroker came to Lin Hao and spoke quickly, "I have a few good stocks here, which are very suitable for buying now." The person in front of him is already middle-aged, but he does not have the obese figure that is common in middle-aged American men, but instead looks thin. The shirt is a good brand, but it is old, with signs of wear on the inside of the cuffs. The suit on the body is a typical American barrel-style cut, with the obviously fat cut, and you can also see the traces left by time at a glance. "Hey, Adam!" Another stockbroker walked over quickly, wearing Armani, with smooth lines and three-dimensional tailoring. Even ordinary people can see the sense of high-end at a glance. "You are also an old agent, don't you tell you the rules of Wall Street, right?" "Sorry." Adam Smith then realized that Lin Hao was someone else's customer, so he bent down and turned around and left. He drove away his colleague who was trying to steal the business. The man changed into a warm smile and said to Lin Hao, "Mr. Kurosaki, please come inside." Lin Hao looked back at the unlucky guy and heard many whispers coming from around him. Poor old Adam, what he should do most now is not to sell stocks, but to divorce. His wife is the biggest non-performing asset. He dares not. If he divorces, the court will sentence half of his property and he will need to pay child support. Then his other half of his property will be ruined, but his daughter is not his. But Mrs. Smith is really hot. You've tried it too? Or? Well, you guy. No wonder you wanted to get Adam drunk at last party and took the initiative to send him home. He. No one saw Adam Smith bent down and left, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Lin Hao glanced at him more and then went to the VIP room to complete the operation. When he left, he deliberately went around Adam Smith's workstation and slid a black videotape into his briefcase. Chapter 27 Can You Get Off My Wife? Adam Smith, 39 years old. In the first 30 years of his life, he has always been a successful example of civilian counterattack. He was excellent in his grades when he was a child. Although his family was not wealthy, he still relied on his talent to be admitted to a good university in New York State. It's not a famous Ivy League school, it's okay. Relying on loans and occasional scholarships, Adam paid expensive tuition, completed his studies, and successfully joined a Wall Street securities company. That was probably the second most glorious moment in his life. His parents invited neighbors from the entire community to have a big meal in the hotel. It is a big thing to remember to be able to emerge from a Wall Street elite in the civilian community. After entering the workplace, Adam Smith gradually realized that his IQ and EQ were not enough. In college, I could still rely on my hard work to catch up with those classmates with higher IQs and wait to enter Wall Street as the essence. The English concentration camp is surrounded by graduates from prestigious Ivy League schools, all of whom are versatile. His ordinary family background cannot bring him any help in this fame and fortune market. Even if he mobilizes all his relatives and friends, the funds he has collected are not even as good as those colleagues from rich families. But Adam Smith made his first pot of gold in the first year after joining the company with a reckless and despicable luck. He used the funds raised by his relatives and friends to kill all over the world, and used the help of God to turn over the capital more than 10 times. The unknown little rookie broke into the financial wave. Not only did it fail, but it also continued to make profits with the novice welfare. Although there were occasional mistakes in the next few years, its performance and wealth continued to grow steadily. If America is the world of capital, then Wall Street is the heart of capital, and money is omnipotent here. Agents who can make money are the kings that everyone is following on this street. They all see smiling faces and those who encounter kindness. At the age of 30, Adam Smith ushered in the highest light of his life. Not only did he earn $18 million in just 3 minutes and created a new wealth myth, he also met his life's love, a sexy and intellectual blonde. Recognizing that this is his lifelong companion, Adam launched a fierce money offensive against the blonde and walked into the church hand in hand in less than a month. Life after marriage was happy and sweet, and soon he had a lovely daughter. Adam Smith once felt that he was the happiest man in the world. Unfortunately, luck will not always accompany others throughout their lives, but Adam, who was proud of his love, had a crisis in his career. After marriage, Adam's performance declined, and several consecutive investment failures ruined his reputation as a gold broker. Although I have been scrambling for 2 years with my savings, my luck has become more and more. I will pay for whatever I buy. Sometimes, I am sure I can get it, but when I encounter a big player who smashes the market, I will lose all my money. In the end, no one was willing to ask Adam to manage his finances anymore. He could only wander around the streets and rely on tricking a few rookies with a few faces to make a living. After a sharp drop in income, the marriage will no longer be happy. The hot wife, who was won by the money offensive, couldn't stand the gap and didn't give Adam a good face every day, and later she cheated on her blatantly. Today is another day without any results. Adam Smith, who was selling on the street for a day, dragged his tired body back to his workstation. Before he could even sit down and rest for a while, the supervisor came to him. "Adam, you should understand the rules. The company's location in the securities hall is limited, and you will lose this workstation from tomorrow." "But I made this station back from my performance back then." Adam Smith growled, "This station belongs to me. That was back then. Now you are at the bottom for 3 consecutive months. If it weren't for the contributions that had been made, the company would have taken out manganese last year." The supervisor sneered, turned around and pointed to the alley opposite the street from the glass floor-to-ceiling window. There are a large number of rookie brokers without backgrounds gathered in the alley. They are not qualified to enter the trading hall and can only sell stocks on the street. Even if they find customers, they must ask the traders in the hall to complete the transaction. Of course, this requires a certain commission to be paid to the trader in the hall. Now you're just going back to where you should go, and I believe you're used to it. After teasing, he issued an ultimatum with a cold face. "After get off work, I don't want your stuff to be on the workstation. When you go with the trend, you will be kind and have good intentions everywhere. When your life reaches a trough, the people around you will become hideous and terrifying." Bastard! Adam Smith punched the station, burning in anger. But in the end, he was just incompetent and furious. Wall Street is cruel. Since the moment his performance declined and he was unable to recover, Adam has foresaw this ending. "I don't believe in tears here, and even crocodiles won't shed tears on this street because there are no philanthropists here." Carrying a large cardboard box and a briefcase, Adam Smith walked on the way home. The setting sun sets, making the sky dazzling. Adam Smith, who bent down and lowered his head, had no time to appreciate the sunset, and he walked back to his home in silence. This is a street-facing apartment in Manhattan. The apartment is not high, only 3 floors, and it has a small yard. It was the house Adam Smith bought when he was in a glorious place. As life got worse, one of Adam's most grateful choices was to buy the house in full. At that time, he was so stubborn in the stock market that he wanted to invest every penny of his money, but his parents kept persuading him to leave a place for himself and his wife. In addition, he was fascinated by his beautiful wife at that time. He should have given her a wedding gift, and then he transferred all the funds in the stock market to buy a house. When I pushed the door into the house, the wooden ceiling squeaked, as if I was bearing some force. Adam Smith was stunned for a while, put the big cardboard box and briefcase on the table, picked up the baseball bat in the corner, and stepped onto the stairs. The door of the second-floor bedroom was closed, and there were violent gasps and wooden sticks slapping the water surface. Adam Smith pushed open the bedroom door and held the baseball bat tightly with both hands. His strength was so strong that his veins burst. "Can you get off my wife?" A cold voice interrupted the water-hit voice. Two busy people turned around and looked over. "Hee, it's Adam." The fat man showed a sarcastic smile in embarrassment. "Wait a moment, Mrs. Smith is so enthusiastic." Mrs. Smith, who was below, glanced at her husband and sneered, "Get out of the kitchen when you come back." As he said that, he urged the fat man, "Don't worry about him, let's continue." Adam Smith tried to raise the baseball bat in his hand, but he finally put it down, turned around and left, and closed the door. Because this fat man is his boss. Adam can still make a living by losing the workstation in the securities hall. If this stick continues, he will completely lose his job and face bankruptcy. The wife has reason to sue for divorce, and at that time he will first lose half of his property, and will also have to bear the support for the non-birth of his daughter, and become nothing. The silent man walked to the kitchen downstairs, looked at the sunset that disappeared in the distance, and ushered in darkness. The most desperate thing in the world is that the sun sets every day. Darkness is like an endless end. Half an hour later, the fat man left with satisfaction. Adam Smith, who had finished supper in advance, came to the study on the third floor with a briefcase. He threw down his briefcase casually and a black videotape was dumped out. Chapter 28. What is the purpose of this piece of meat? Cut. Adam Smith looked at the black videotape thrown on the floor with a puzzled look on his face. He couldn't remember when such an old-fashioned videotape appeared in his briefcase. Pick up the videotape and look around before and after, there was no word on the surface. With a hint of curiosity, Adam found a recorder that he had never used in the attic. His life was already colorless, and every day he was like a slave driven away by a whip, and he couldn't find any freshness. There are no surprises. Connect to the TV and insert the videotape, and a snowflake spot appears on the screen. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Adam felt a look on the screen and then the picture began to appear. There is an Asian woman in a red dress, with hair radiated with her shoulders, like a waterfall, and her hair hangs down to her waist. She looks charming, but her every move is free and unrestrained, heroic and generous, full of heroic spirit. I was carrying a wine gourd around my waist, and sometimes I tilted my head to drink, letting the wine spill, but I didn't mean to be unrestrained, and I just felt a natural movement that moved with my heart. If it were just these scenes, Adam Smith would only be surprised, and then turned off the TV. He had been used to American culture since childhood and could not understand the essence of Eastern culture. But the following scene made him dumbfounded and could no longer move his sight. The woman in red in the picture jumped onto a big tree more than 10 meters tall, and her body shook and actually pulled out a red afterimage at the top of the forest. Then he jumped up from the bottom of the cliff, and just tapped the cliff with his toes twice, and rushed to the cliff that was taller than the Empire State Building. This was just amazing speed. The woman in red behind her slapped the big stone more than 10 meters tall with her slender palm, but her palm was not damaged at all. In the battle with the enemy, she drew out a long and slender sword, and swung her lightly and cut her weapons and even her body into broken fragments. These enemies are not ordinary people. They can all cut off the body of horses by swinging their swords. The strongest enemy can even cut out a laser like so-called sword energy and easily cut off a house. But even such a powerful enemy fell into the hands of the woman in red and lived for only a few more seconds. The final scene is even more outrageous. The woman in red walks alone on the sea, rushing towards the Dutch's invincible fleet, with a long sword in her hand flying, and the dense shells pounced on the sky were shattered by her sword light, but in a moment she rushed to on the warship. Next was the one-sided massacre. The woman in red had a sword like a terrifying romance. The body of the Dutch soldier, the steel knives in his hands, the solid deck, the thick mast and even the metal cannon barrel were like foam. As long as the sword light of the woman in red had been touched, they would be filled with one another. Broken. Finally, a woman in red who destroyed the entire Dutch fleet stood on the mast of the flagship, took off the wine pot, and sucked her head. The flagship under her feet was in a mess, and the corpses were everywhere, slowly sinking into the sea. At the end of the sea is the afterglow of the sunset. The sunset is surging, and 8 Chinese characters are printed in the sky. The sun rises east, but I am undefeated. This is a plot adapted by Lin Hao. Sadako used her superpowers to burn in the videotape. In the whole story, there is only one real character of Dongfang Bubai played by Sadako, and the others are all illusions created by superpowers, and there is no such person as Ling Hu Chong. The simple and crude plot is just to show Dongfang Bubai's strength. In addition, the Dongfang Bubai adapted by Lin Hao did not use an embroidery needle, but used a long sword instead, which was naturally to promote the sword of evil repelling. Otherwise, Americans who do not understand the Eastern martial arts culture would not be able to understand why Dongfang Bubai, who used an embroidery needle, would be able to understand why Dongfang Bubai could use an embroidery needle. More powerful than enemies with swords. To put it bluntly, this is a promotional video promoting the evil-breaking sword book. How can American men make a ruthless cut by showing the power of swordsmanship? After watching this short video, although Adam Smith was shocked by the strength of the woman in red, she was not very touched. After all, it was just a videotape, perhaps a movie made in the country across the ocean. But at the end of the screen, the woman in red turned around and stared at Adam Smith in front of the TV. The next moment, the scene of almost scaring Adam Smith to death happened. The woman in red actually jumped up and flew towards the camera, then penetrated the TV screen and lived. The child appeared before Adam Smith. Adam Smith, who was stunned, rolled his eyes and fainted. This psychological quality is not good. Lin Hao, who was borrowing Sadako's spirit body, shook his head. The little devil's contract allows Lin Hao to freely control every soul that has signed the contract, and can tamper with memory, borrow perspectives, and even remotely control it with his own consciousness. All souls who sign contracts with the demon sell their own soul to the demon. At this moment, Lin Hao did not completely occupy Sadako's spiritual body, but only occupied half of it. I will demonstrate it to you this time and you will follow it in the future. First, use Sadako's superpower to drag the target consciousness into the illusion to show him the sword of evil repelling. After Adam Smith recovered his consciousness, he found that he was in a space covered by black and white snowflakes. In the black and white world, Sadako was the most eye-catching. You. I'm so frightened to see you. What's this place? Do you want to get strength? Lin Hao used Sadako's spirit body to make a voice that was neither male nor female. Strength. When Adam Smith was a child, he also read some fantasy comics and movies, and similar plots often appeared in them, so he soon realized that he had also received adventures like those protagonists. Of course I want strength. Life is so bad that Adam Smith is desperate to change, even if he sells his soul to the devil. Very good, I can give you the same powerful strength as me. Lin Hao demonstrated the lines he should say in the future for Sadako. Really? Adam Smith, who had just seen the movie, was very surprised. Dongfang Bubai's power in the movie is simply inhumane. Even though the technology is much more advanced than during the Dutch Invincible Armada, if he possesses the power of the other party, he will still become an extraordinary human. He will be stronger than Captain America in history. At least Captain America cannot jump to the Empire State Building in 3 or 2 steps, and cannot slash out the laser and cut a building across. Yes, but this power has a price. Lin Hao controlled Sadako and smiled. It's okay, I can give anything. Adam Smith couldn't wait. He had nothing at all. My power comes from a magical secret book of Eastern martial arts, called the Evil Breaking Sword Book. If you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. Lin Hao smiled and said, "Actually, I used to be a man, but in order to practice this swordsmanship, I cut off the things below." Adam Smith was stunned on the spot. "Cut, or not, is this a problem? My wife blatantly had sex with other men and had long stopped him from touching her. Her income was small and she didn't even have money to go to the bar for a fun. What's the use of this piece of meat? Tisk! I'll cut." Adam Smith gritted his teeth and let out a shrill roar, "Without strength, I will soon have nothing, I need strength." "Then take it." Lin Hao directly used Sadeko's superpowers to imprint the moves and roots of the evil repelling sword book into Adam Smith's memory. Another from outside, he raised his sharp blade to Adam Smith lying on the floor with his eyes closed. "Wait, do you want eggs or even sausages?" Lin Hao was in trouble, after all, he had no experience. "Forget it, let's cut it off together." The knife fell and cut off Adam Smith's troubles. After finishing, Sadeko's other half of her spirit body reached out and used her healing ability to heal Adam's wound. "Yes, my Sadeko is still a doctor." Lin Hao was quite surprised. There is a version of Sadeko who splits up her kind side and has mastered the healing superpowers. Unexpectedly, this version of her own also has it. After the wound healed, Lin Hao stepped forward to complete the last step. Remember, this world does not have internal energy, so every new practitioner must accept that people with internal energy planted the seeds of internal energy for them, and they cannot find the sense of qi by themselves through meditation. In the future, you have to use your own internal force to transfer me into the target body. As for how they spread it in the future, you don't have to worry about it. Lin Hao hopes that the sword of evil repelling will spread quickly among American men, and it is best that all American men will give themselves a knife. Anyway, they cannot obtain other internal strength and mental methods. Even if they have a little bit of internal strength, they will soon dissipate by themselves. Lin Hao was very dedicated to the first test piece of Adam Smith, for fear that he would not understand the method of luck. After injecting the seeds of internal strength into his body, he opened up the meridians needed to practice the sword of evil breaking sword for him and completed a week. The queen stopped. After finishing the work, a ray of white light had already emerged from the horizon. "Did you learn it?" Lin Hao reminded Sadeko, "You will do this in the future, and strive to make the sword of evil repelling popular in the United States as soon as possible." After saying that, Lin Hao withdrew his consciousness. Sadeko, dressed in red, tilted her head and thought for a moment, and then got back into the TV. A moment later, the black videotape in the recorder disappeared out of thin air and appeared randomly in a dilapidated apartment in Atlanta. An hour later, the morning light became stronger and Adam Smith opened his eyes. At this time, he clearly feeling a magical energy surging in my body. There are many memories in my mind. This made him confirm that nothing just now was a dream. A chilling feeling came from his lower body, and a piece of bloody flesh was placed at his hand. First, I was silent for a while, looking at the flesh falling from my body, and commemorating the lost youth. Soon he calmed down, sat cross-legged, and ran the energy in his body according to the tricks in his memory. After completing a week, Adam felt a little stronger. So he immediately grabbed a short iron stick in the study and trained his sword skills according to the moves he remembered. After blessing the internal force, the short iron rod in his hand was so fast that it pierced the air. The iron rod flew, and a gust of wind was rolled up in the study. "It's not very easy to use, it seems like I have to find a long sword." After practicing sword skills, Adam Smith's spirit changed drastically, with sharp eyes, sinister eyes, and more feminine behavior. "Bastard, what time is it?" A shrew-like roar came downstairs. "You haven't gone to work yet, do you want to be unemployed and go bankrupt?" Adam Smith immediately smiled cruelly. He turned to look at the meat on the floor and murmured to himself, "Didn't you love it very much before? Then let it be one with you forever. Is it good to ask for a few monthly tickets and recommendation tickets? Can I find some collections and readings?" Chapter 29 Learning the Evil Breaking Sword, 1 Contagious. Adam Smith bent down and picked up his treasure, grabbed it in his hand and weighed it subconsciously, unexpectedly light. Just like the feet of an octopus, they will shrink and curl after they leave their bodies. If they continue to lose water, they will quickly dry up and turn into a ball of solid organic matter. Before he could do it, Adam Smith subconsciously pinched again, as if he was recalling his time as a man, with a very emotional expression. After a moment, he became firm again. I had nothing but got the opportunity to become an extraordinary human being. What else can I not be satisfied with? Halfway through his life, he once enjoyed the scenery and experienced the trough as a man. Now he will change his identity to see a different scenery. Before setting off again, he has to completely settle the past. He grabbed the baby downstairs and met his wife with an angry face. Although his beautiful face once left some traces of time, it still couldn't hide his charm, but now this face will only make Adam feel bored and hated. Fake squid, you don't go to work at around 9 o'clock. You really want to break? The man's fist hit the blonde's abdomen, and the huge force made her muscles tense up all over her body. The two large car lights rippled with water, their eyes were protruding, their small mouth was wide open, and a mouthful of blood was spewed out. The other baby in his hand was stuffed into the blonde's mouth and reached deep in his throat. Adam closed her chin roughly and squeezed the baby into the blonde's esophagus. You. The blonde held his throat in his hand, feeling unable to breathe, and spoke tremblingly, You, give me food, what? The baby blocked his throat and plugged his trachea. In just a moment, the blonde's face turned purple. You will definitely not be full if you only block one hole with a scar. Adam Smith looked around half a circle and walked towards the baseball bat in the corner, and carried it over. He kicked his wife down. Grabbed one leg with one hand, raised the baseball bat, used his internal force, and used a sword technique that was straight stabbed. Puchy. The thick end of the baseball bat thrust towards the hole. The sharp evil-proof sword technique revealed its power in this world for the first time, first from the abdomen to the chest, and finally directly to the throat, successfully meeting with the big baby. The whole long baseball bat pierced into the blonde's body. Within a few seconds, the person died of breath, and his body still reflexed, twitching from time to time, like a fish whose head was chopped off. For the sake of your hard work, I'll give you some fun. Adam Smith looked at the blonde on the floor with a cold face. I will send the men you have met to reunite with you one by one. I promise you that they will not die too happily. After searching the family's cash and bank cards, Adam Smith set fire to ignite the apartment that once recorded his happy time. The fire soared into the sky, and Adam, who had changed into casual clothes, disappeared from this community against the abortion. He first went to Chinatown at the southern end of Manhattan, found a tailor shop, and handed the hand-painted artwork to the boss. I need a piece of clothing like this, with red fabric. This is the deepest picture in Adam's memory. Dongfang Buibai's red dress became the most eye-catching symbol in the black and white world, like a fire, lit up his new life. This. The owner of the tailor shop is an elderly Chinese. He looked up at Adam. Nowadays, Adam is still very skilled. Not only does the Adam's apple not disappear, but even the slut that he didn't shave all night is still conspicuous. This is a woman's dress. It's okay, I'll pay double the price, please do it now. Adam threw out $200 bills. For the sake of money, the old tailor no longer asks. Maybe they bought it for their wife or lover. Who knew that when he was done well, Adam Smith actually changed into this red women's clothes in front of him. When leaving, Adam followed the action of the movie and clasped his fists at the old tailor, "Thank you." Adam Smith, dressed in red, walked on Chinatown Road, attracting a lot of attention, but this is free America, with strange costumes, and it is not uncommon for demons to dance around. He searched on the street for a long time but couldn't find a store selling cold weapons. Finally, when I passed by a martial arts hall, I saw the sword on the weapon stand through the glass window. Boss, I want to buy you a sword. The master of the martial arts school was shocked when he looked at the weird man dressed in a woman. It took him a long time to react. You want to buy a sword? Yes. Adam nodded. Have you learned Chinese swordsmanship? The boss of the martial arts school changed his mind and quickly smiled and promoted. If you are interested in Chinese swordsmanship, you can come to our martial arts school to learn. I pay the tuition fee, please sell me a good sword. The former Wall Street elite naturally understood what the boss meant. Seeing that people are willing to buy at a premium and don't have to spend time teaching, the boss naturally has no reason to be unwilling. He walked to the weapon stand, picked up a slender iron sword in the shape of a Han sword, walked to Adam Smith, and did not forget to boast, "Sir, you may not understand, the Han sword was passed down from Zhou's sword, the sword in the whole of China historically possession is irreplaceable." Seeing this sword, Adam Smith could no longer see his sight, because this sword looked very much like the one on Dongfang Buibai's waist. This is naturally Lin Hao's aesthetic. Adam took 2 steps forward, grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out straight away. With a trembling hand, he picked up a few sword flowers. Wherever he was excited, he used a few evil-repelling sword techniques in the martial arts hall. The sword moves were astonishingly fast, the sword shadows were floating and the cold light flashed, and the keen pierced the air one after another, causing a whistling sound. Good sword. Adam Smith casually returned to the sheath, threw out the banknotes, and took the sword from the boss's hand. The stunned martial arts school owner has not come back to his senses until now. What did he just see? A foreigner with a high nose bridge performed an amazing and exquisite sword technique in front of him. What is the Chinese martial arts in Marvel? Some fake moves that combine Tai Chi and Xing Ai movements deliberately lean on Chinese martial arts toward flower fists and embroidered legs. Learning Tai Chi and Xing Ai did not even touch the surface, and they were unwilling to describe the fierce martial arts of Beiji and Bagua. The actions in Iron Fist and Shanki are not so much Chinese martial arts as karate and judo. However, foreigners do not know that Japanese martial arts originated from China, so they will naturally feel contempt for Chinese martial arts. It can only be said that his heart is punishable. A pure and sharp Chinese swordsmanship suddenly appeared, causing the martial arts school owner to doubt who is Chinese. The boss, who came to his senses, quickly chased out the door and shouted to the man in red who had already walked away, "Master, I want to learn martial arts from you." Adam Smith ignored him, and after getting a real sword, he embarked on the road to revenge. Soon, Adam appeared on Wall Street, swaggered into the securities company he worked in, and pushed open the door to the boss's office with his colleagues' surprised eyes. Without saying a word, he drew his sword and killed someone. First, the fat piece was cut off by flying swords. After the flesh and blood separated, a huge head finally left the fat body. Blood soared into the sky, slices of meat sprinkled, dyeing the white office. There was only a blood-stained bone left on the chair behind the desk. After the murder, Adam Smith withdrew from the boss's office and walked towards the supervisor who spoke harsh words to him yesterday. The sword light was sharp, and it was another blood column. This man has never touched his wife, but he is a mean person. Seeing Adam Smith killing 2 people in a blink of an eye, her colleagues in the office screamed in horror. Murder! Who else? Adam Smith thought for a moment, and reacted, "Oh, there are Porter, Billy, Thor." He took 2 steps forward and asked a male colleague who was shaking with his legs with a smile, "Ron, where is Mr. Porter?" "In the securities hall." "Thanks." After politely thanking, Adam Smith came to the securities hall and found Mr. Porter, who was selling stocks to clients. Drawing the sword, playing the sword moves like practicing. Another separation of flesh and blood and slices of flesh were flying. After using a few sword moves, Adam Smith discovered something magical. The sword technique he learned would drive the energy in his body as it continues to be used. In other words, as long as he survives every battle, he will be better than once strong. After killing people one after another, the Manhattan Police Department had received news and the police car was roaring. At the same time, the surveillance screen was transmitted back to Shen, Snake, Shield D, attracting attention from many parties. Lin Hao was eating melons and watching the show, enjoying the resentment of creatures that grew in the background. After learning the evil breaking sword, one contagious, the American man rolled up. Chapter 30 New York Reporters, Not Enough. In the spring of 2008 of this universe, several major events happened in America. First, San Francisco police officers shot and killed black pilots and caused another racial discrimination storm across the United States. Then, before the storm subsided, two major events suddenly broke out in New York. The day after Tony Stark went to Afghanistan, internal news broke out before the opening of the market. Stark's industrial leader, talented weapon designer, and playboy Tony Stark were kidnapped by militants. For a moment, capital surged. Gold brokers who are qualified to get the news began to contact investors frantically, especially those investors with Stark industrial stocks, and asked them to sell as soon as possible after the opening. At this time, whoever runs faster will lose less. After Albert Ellis received the news, he was stunned for a moment, and then he regretted it. Why did he control his hand? This time he didn't follow him. Then he immediately called the God of Wealth to report the good news. Mr. Lin, you are going to make a lot of money. $5 million plus 10 times leverage, this operation will make a lot of money. Judging from the current news, Tony Stark is probably in danger, and Stark Industrial's stock price is likely to fall to the bottom. The more you fall, the more Lin Hao earns. The more investors trust Tony Stark's talent, they will now be more panicked. Tony Stark was kidnapped by militants. Albert Ellis hurriedly reported the good news to Lin Hao. But the God of Wealth's reaction was very dull, as if it had been expected. Oh! Did this Mr. Lin know in advance that something would happen to Tony Stark? Yes, Stark Industrial's stock price has been rising steadily in the past 6 months, but this man suddenly shorted heavily. Could it be, the kidnapping incident is related to him? Albert Ellis is thinking divergently and he thought more and more. But my thoughts were interrupted by Lin Hao's next sentence. By the way, you don't have the habit of hooking up with married women, right? Adam Smith was on the way to come with his sword. If Albert had also passed Mrs. Smith's sewer, Lin Hao would have lost the gunman. After all, it was a skilled tool person who spent 5 years to cultivate. It would be a pity to lose money like this. A light sentence directly caused Albert Ellis, who was thinking about random things. What's the thing? I'm talking to you about stocks here, and I'm dreaming of Yixin's wife? If you talk to me about this, then I would be so excited. Originally, he wanted to discuss the fun of the Tauren with the God of Wealth, but he suddenly realized that the God of Wealth was an Oriental, and the cultural atmosphere there seemed to not support such popular behaviors, so he quickly changed his words. No, absolutely not. Albert Ellis was righteous and stern. Mr. Lin, you must believe in my character. Even if I spend money to call, I will never touch someone else's wife. You must leave a good impression on God of Wealth, otherwise you will never have the chance to get involved. Who would like to be friends with the Tauren? Unless you marry a beautiful wife first. Okay. Lin Hao hung up the phone. Albert Ellis is really going to be slaughtered, and he can only change to a new gunman. Anyway, he has many vests and many gunmen. After Wall Street officially opened, Stark Industrial immediately showed a large number of sell orders. At the beginning, there were retail investors with poor news and were confused to take over. When there were more and more sell orders, old investors immediately realized that something was wrong. Sure enough, the news that Tony Stark was kidnapped by militants was soon gradually spread from the level of the big money owners. The financial owners who were interested in controlling the news and escaped the trick found that their sell orders were only taken over, and the news was inevitable. The spread. The stock market is always the most well-informed place. After discovering the abnormality of Stark Industry, a large number of reporters rushed to Stark Building to try to get confirmation. Just when they thought this was the biggest hot topic today, Adam Smith, wearing red clothes and a sharp sword, swaggered into Wall Street. First, he killed someone at the securities company in the office building, and then ran to the securities trading hall to kill someone in public, with extremely cruel methods. The masters of the roast duck restaurant were not sure that they shave the meat so clean. The next one is Billy. Adam Smith, who swung his sword and cut off Mr. Potter's head, looked around again, looking for the next target. Due to Tony Stark's accidental kidnapping, Wall Street was very busy this morning, and many traders had no time to wander and were all staying in the trading hall. So Adam quickly found his next target. He swayed, his red clothes turned into shadows, and rushed to Mr. Billy in the blink of an eye. Although it cannot reach the level of ghostly Dongfang Bubai, it is also terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people. Asia. When the sword was drawn, the sword light surged, the flesh and blood separated, and blood splattered. Ah! Murder! Call the police, call the police! The investors and traders who were originally focused on the information disclosure screen finally reacted when Adam Smith killed the second person. Very good, and Thor. To be honest, Adam Smith is not sure how many men his wife has hooked up with in recent years. Today, all the guys he killed are those who have gotten cheap and deliberately ran to him to show off. This time, the police officers from the Manhattan Police Department arrived at the scene at the same time as the reporters. First of all, the New York Police Department is the best police station in the United States, with the best equipment, the most abundant funds, and the fastest response. Because the place where they maintain order lives in the richest group of people in the United States and even the world, especially the Manhattan Police Department is the trump card among the aces. The capital heart of Wall Street is the eyeball of the Manhattan Police Department. It cannot even have any riots, otherwise the director's throne will have to be replaced immediately. Secondly, it was revealed today that Tony Stark was kidnapped, and a large number of New York journalists were surrounded by Stark Building. Today's New York reporters are not enough. Get back quickly, back! The Manhattan police chief personally led the team. Come here, as soon as you arrive, someone will raise a cordon to expel citizens who are not afraid of death when watching the fun. Bastard, dare to make trouble here! The director's face looked very ugly. There were many people on Wall Street before, but they all jumped off the building themselves. Now there are people who dare to kill people here publicly, and they have killed several of them. They simply don't take the New York police seriously. Come on, be sure to take down the criminals on the spot. People from the Manhattan Police Department surrounded the securities trading hall and were on guard. All the police officers were holding submachine guns, wearing bulletproof vests, steel helmets on their heads, and the best quality explosion-proof shield in the front row. There were even machine guns on the police car equipped with thick armor, with bullet diameters exceeding 10 mm. That's right, this is also a gun, definitely not a cannon. A red dress jumped out of the securities hall like lightning. After killing several confirmed friends, Adam Smith knew that he should run away. His current strength is not as strong as Dongfang Bubai in the movie, and he cannot be able to kill the sword fleet. Let's fire! The Manhattan director didn't even want to shout a word. Countless bullets came. Adam Smith's pupil shrank, but instead of retreating, he moved forward. Perhaps it was because of his fierceness when he just killed someone, or perhaps it was because of the heroic spirit of Dongfang Bubai's heroic spirit in the movie that he would advance whenever he met the enemy. The sword light flashed and kept slashing bullets. However, there were too many bullets, and Adam Smith was still weak, so he could only barely protect his chest and face. Many wounds were left on the bullets on his body. Red clothes stained with blood. In less than 2 seconds, Adam Smith swung his sword and slashed the explosion-proof shield and entered the police ranks. This time, the offense and defense are changing. The police officers were unable to shoot at their companions, and the machine gunners in the armored police car were even more afraid to pull the trigger at the crowd. It's okay to die in the hands of a criminal, if the person who shot the gun will receive no commendation afterwards. There will be countless charity organizations that mobilize their families to cause trouble. The best outcome for the police officer who shot the gun will be changed. If you are idle, you will be dismissed or even be repaid. The police officers were stubborn, but Adam Smith started a massacre. The sharp blade wrapped in internal force kept cutting the surrounding police officer's body, and for a moment, blood was everywhere and the remaining limbs flew around. Fortunately, he still had rationality. After breaking out of a certain space, he ran his footwork and jumped out of the encirclement and ran away on the roof of the police car. Police officers were killed or injured in the spot. "Boss, the criminal has run away, will he chase him?" "What are you doing?" asked the director. "Director? Director? Where is the director?" "No, the director has his neck cut off." "Seeking reading and collection." "Don't worry, the line of the sword technique of evil repelling is still just a layout now, and I won't keep grasping this writing, as I will feel aesthetic fatigue. Regarding the issue of communication, there will be new plots later. The main plot of Marvel has not yet started yet. The world is very safe. Ordinary people do not have the urgency to become stronger. Now they are just using tool people to advertise. When director Lin turns America into dire straits, more people are willing to cut a knife. Chapter 31: The Agent of the God Spear Bureau in Hell's Kitchen. On the west bank of Manhattan Island, there is a rectangular area with 59th Street and 34th Street in the north and south, facing 8th Avenue in the east and Hudson River in the west. This is the legendary Hell Kitchen. Hell Kitchen was a famous slum on Manhattan Island in its early years. It was mainly lived by the working class of Irish immigrants. It is famous for its chaotic and backward living quality, serious ethnic conflicts and high crime rates. If American comics only make this area a story about Spider-Man, Daredevil, Jinbing, Bullseye, etc., then Chinese novels use this area to make many big shots who are beyond the other side. Walking into this area, Lin Hao did not feel the gaze from the big guys, but saw the greedy gaze of Hong Kuo. Almost every alley has a group of niggers, white ghosts, and addicts who have set their sights on Asian faces walking in alone, without hiding their intention to go to buy 0 yuan. Lin Hao has now changed his vest and is named Kurosaki Ichigo. He is a regular businessman with a legal status in Tokyo. In the real world, because of the soaring housing prices in Manhattan, real estate developers have intervened in this area and vigorously developed the real estate industry to expel low-income groups living in this area by increasing rents and living costs. This completely solved the security problems that the New York government and the police department could not solve for many years. The master is kind-hearted and can't stand the poor, so there are no poor people here. The continuous gentrification has made more and more gentlemen in this area, and public security has improved accordingly. But in the Marvel world, editors need a frequent turmoil in New York so that superheroes can have a stage for appearance. So in this world, no real estate developers dared to intervene in Hell's Kitchen until more than 10 years later. At this point, the blind lawyer should still be in school. Spider-Man is still an 8-year-old kid, and Jinbing has mastered the gangster organization in this area. All of this has nothing to do with Lin Hao's trip. He came here to find someone. A man named Lan Kanian in the archives of the Gods and Spear Bureau is a level 7 agent, once one of the agents of the American branch. The life card in the Ring Fortress shows that the person is still alive, and the registered safe house it happens to be in Hell's Kitchen. Lin Hao came to New York this time and attended Tony Stark's banquet, just a reason to give himself a natural reason to come to New York. I didn't know if I happened to meet Tony and was going to Afghanistan, so I took the opportunity to go to Wall Street and led to Adam Smith cut the incident. His main purpose was to come to find the agents who once survived the American branch. Currently, there are only 63 surviving agents in the American branch, distributed throughout the American continent, of which 11 people in South America, with relatively small losses. The remaining 52 people are distributed in North America, with more in the United States. Due to the importance of the American branch, in the Gods and Spears system, the person in charge is a Level 8 agent, with 4 Level 7 agents under his command, 2 in the United States, and the other 2 in Greater Canada and Siberia respectively. Now that the person in charge Cheng Yi has died, another Level 7 agent in the United States has also died. Only Lan Kanian, the Level 7 agent, has the highest level. If you want to know the details of the incident a few months ago, it is the most direct question to ask him about the details of the incident. At present, the American branch has suffered a heavy blow, and all the surviving agents have begun to be silent according to the rules. No one except Zheng Xian and the new person in charge know their specific location. The safe house registered by Lan Kanian is located in the center of Hell's Kitchen. Lin Hao walked nearly half of the street with an Asian face, and followed many guys trying to fund the 0 yuan purchase behind him. When they arrived at the apartment where Lan Kanian was, the tails behind them suddenly stopped. They first looked at Lin Hao with surprise, and then showed a sarcastic and cruel smile. Some people even directly gestured to cut their throats without hiding their malice. Lin Hao walked into the apartment and found that there was a white administrator in the old apartment. The bald administrator was covered in flesh and tattoos. "Hey, boy!" the dormitory manager sneered, "this is not the place you should come." Although it was ugly, strangely, this person did not show sarcasm or malice because of Lin Hao's appearance and skin color. Lin Hao looked at the dormitory manager and said calmly, "Tell Lan Kanian that someone from his hometown is here to look for him." "Are you looking for Mr. Lan?" The man from the dormitory manager stood up and looked at Lin Hao up and down, and finally showed a cruel smile. "Boy, I don't care where you heard Mr. Lan's real name. If Mr. Lan doesn't see him after calling, I promise you will die." "Very ugly." Lin Hao turned his gaze and ignored him. The man in the dormitory manager dared not report, so he picked up the microphone. After a while, he walked out of the duty room, squeezed out a flattering smile, bent down and led Lin Hao to the front of the elevator, and pressed the button first. "Sir, please, Mr. Lan is waiting for you on the 7th floor." Lin Hao walked into the elevator and arrived at the 7th floor for a moment. The entire floor is Lan Kanian's office. As a Level 7 agent of the Divine Spear Bureau, it is normal for him to make a career in New York, and this is also the other party's disguised identity. As soon as the elevator door opened, Lin Hao saw a man in green casual clothes sitting behind the desk. He had strong muscles, looked in his early 30s, had short hair, and a beard on his upper lip. "Where are you from?" Lan Kanian looked at Lin Hao carefully, and there was no impression of this person in his memory. "Come from my hometown." Lin Hao changed to Chinese. "Where is my hometown?" Lan Kanian also continued to ask in Chinese. "Where is peace of mind?" Lin Hao replied calmly. Lan Kanian's pupils shrank slightly, but he remained calm. He continued to speak, "It's so raining outside, why don't you bring an umbrella?" At this time, the sky was clear outside and there was no cloud. Lin Hao then said the last sentence, "The orchid has 8 leaves." After all the codes met, Lan Kanian finally got up excitedly, ran to the wall quickly, opened an embedded iron box, and pressed the red button inside. "I've turned on the shield." Lan Kanian then walked forward with excitement, stretched out his hands towards Lin Hao, and his hands were even trembling. "Comrade, you are finally here." Lin Hao stretched out a hand to him and continued to observe the other person's micro-expression. Since just now, Lin Hao has been experiencing the experience and found out the number of people and threats in the apartment. After entering the 7th floor, he focused on observing Lan Kanian. Once the other party makes any abnormal behavior, he will turn it on. Kill quickly. Until now, Lin Hao has not noticed that the other party has any abnormalities, there is no problem with his micro-expression, nor does he feel the threat, nor does he foresee the future scenes of the other party taking action. Although the Whitebeard's secret of seek and sex has not shown its ability to foresee the future in the original work, it is highly likely that Oda has not yet decided on the setting in the early stage. Anyway, the secret of seek and sex copied by Lin Hao can foresee the short future. This is Lin Hao's confidence to have the courage to come alone and with his real body. What happened a few months ago? Lin Hao was straight to the point. I can't figure it out either. Speaking of this, Lan Kenian's expression became very complicated, with anger, sadness, and a hint of fear. At the end of last year, on Christmas Eve, Minister Cheng suddenly issued an emergency order to everyone, asking us to turn on the state of silence. Then the comrades were chased by S.H.I.E.L.D. Only one of the groups I led personally survived, and the other two groups I was in charge of contacting lost contact directly. In this case, I had to go back here as planned and interrupt all contacts with other groups. When was the last time you met Minister Cheng before the accident? Lin Hao asked afterwards. On September 10 last year. Lan Kenian answered immediately. Okay, I will come to find you again in a while. Lin Hao turned around and left. You. Lan Kenian wanted to speak but stopped, her eyes full of expectations. When will you reorganize? As he said that, he realized that he shouldn't ask more questions and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm just a little anxious. Lin Hao turned around and looked at him deeply, but still found no flaws. Don't worry, I won't let my comrades wait too long. When the person walked to the elevator door, a quiet sentence came, there was a traitor in our team. Entering the elevator, Lin Hao turned around and saw the shock on Lan Kenian's face and the anger that naturally appeared after a moment. The elevator door closed, blocking its sight, and the anger on Lan Kenian's face still couldn't stand it. As the elevator went down, Lan Kenian walked to the window and quietly watched Lin Hao walking away on the street. It was not until this moment that he suddenly stroked his chest and raised his mouth slightly. The new guy is quite interesting. Chapter 32 Stark's Redemption and the Small-Minded Demon King. The disappearance of Tony Stark only made Wall Street rush all morning, and the Red criminal murder incident only made Wall Street a mess. In the securities trading hall, the forensic doctors restrain their bodies, the forensic personnel take photos and collect evidence, the criminal police ask for questions, and the cleaning staff clean up the flesh and blood. However, traders answered calls from customers as usual, discussing today's stock market. Old stock investors surrounded the surroundings, sometimes looking at the busy police and the bones and flesh on the ground, and sometimes staring at the public notice screen on the wall. The two sides occasionally negotiate but do not interfere with each other. Even if a world war or aliens invade the Earth, the New York Stock Exchange will not stop working. This heart of capital may only stop operating after the capital loses all its vitality. Under pressure from the CSRC, Stark Industry had to disclose the fact that Tony Stark was tied up. Stock investors sold their stocks one after another, cursing the playboy who wanted to go to dangerous places to seek death, causing them to suffer huge losses. Except Pepper Potts, producer Happy and his friend Roddy, no one in the huge New York City really cares about Tony Stark's life and death. Instead, it is a man made by Stark Industry. The doctor who had destroyed his weapons and extended a helping hand to him, not only saving his life, but even sacrificing himself to cover his evacuation. Afghanistan, mountainous areas of Kuna province. In a deep cave, the dim lights swayed. A man with bandages lying on the metal bed, with a long catheter inserted into his nostril, a magnet embedded in his chest, two wires connected to the magnet, and a battery removed from the car at the other end of the wire. There was a bald man wearing glasses shaving in his glasses by the bed. Under the dim light, he shaved very carefully and his hands were very stable, as if he was undergoing surgery. Suddenly, the man on the metal bed woke up with his eyes open. He looked blankly at first, saw the dim chandelier, and the dirty cave. He pulled out the cannula in his nostrils, which stimulated him to cough twice. Perhaps it was a pain in his chest, so he quickly lowered his head and saw the bandage and foreign objects under the bandage. He was so scared that he tore open the bandage in a hurry. He finally saw the magnet embedded in his chest and saw the onboard battery connected to the wires along the magnet. When I woke up, I found that a magnet was suddenly stuffed into my chest, and normal people were about to collapse. The man gasped violently and let out a roar of insufficient breath. "Are you awake?" Ethan, who was shaving, looked at him from the mirror. "What did you do to me?" Tony Stark was frightened and angry. "What did you do?" Ethan smiled, as if he had done something trivial. "I saved your life. Although I've worked very hard, there are still many fragments left in the silence. They are drilling into your heart through the blood vessels." Ethan put down his razor and picked up a small glass bottle from the table. Shaking and thrown to Tony Stark on the metal bed. Tony Stark took the small glass bottle and faced the light and saw the tiny pieces inside the bottle. "I have seen many such injuries in the village. People call them the living dead. In about a week, shrapnel will enter the organs and no one can save them. They will be in extreme pain before they die, just like millions of poisonous insects biting their bodies. They want to survive, but they can only wait to die." Ethan seemed to recall the past and his expression became cold. "How do you feel when you are injured by a weapon you made?" Tony Stark was speechless, but at this time he had not begun to reflect, and it was still the position of the weapon manufacturer. He touched the wire, looked at the car battery along the wire, and began to think. Ethan took out the pan and cooked porridge on the fire. Seeing that the other party ignored him, he mentioned another thing. "Actually, we have seen it once, at a technical seminar in Bern." Tony Stark glanced at him again and shook his head. "I don't remember. Of course, if I was so drunk, I would definitely not stand firm, let alone give an integrated circuit lecture." Ethan flipped the porridge in the pan. Tony looked up, saw the surveillance camera on the wall, and asked, "Where is this?" Ethan was about to answer when footsteps came from outside the iron gate. "Hurry up, get up." He put down the pan and urged Tony, "Follow me and remember." A group of armed men with ferocious faces broke in. Ethan held his head with both hands, and Tony followed suit. "Tony Stark." The bearded man in the head raised his hands in exaggerated tone, "Welcome to the most famous Holocaust in America." Immediately afterwards, the bearded man said a lot of language that he couldn't understand. Ethan was translator. "He wants you to help him build a missile, the Jellicoe missile you have shown." Ethan took a black and white photo and showed it to Tony. Tony, who was so stubborn, refused directly, and then he was greeted by a warm spa reception. Not only was there water, but there was also a burst of electric sparks on his chest from time to time. It's a shame that the service staff is not the wonderful technician number 88. After the business reception, Party A's father took Tony out of the cave with Tony's head covering to show his strength to the workers. "See." The bearded man turned around in front of Tony, pointed to the pile of weapons and ammunition outside the cave and said, "There are all the materials you need here." Tony Stark was surprised that he saw that all the weapons produced by Stark Industry were provided, but he had only provided these weapons to the American military. Although Tony is an arms dealer, unfortunately, he is not as mature as the great devil Lin Hao. He only thinks that his arms are only supplied to the American military to maintain peace in the free world. But he does not understand that the arms dealer who does not sell arms to both parties involved in the war is not good arms dealers. How could the free America not have arms dealers who sell weapons to the enemy? "Do it immediately, after finishing the work, I will let you go." Party A's father promised. Tony Stark has become mature this time. He is very confident in his talent. After the terrorists get him, they will only force him to create weapons. It is impossible for him to let go of this egg-laying rooster. So he could only save himself. Fortunately, he had a good idea in his mind before the accident and practiced it once. For a genius like him, there are two concepts, having and not having anything, let alone having practiced it once. Tony used the shortest time to draw sketches, and the model machine was simpler than in the original work and the design was more reasonable. While Tony Stark was trying to save himself, Lin Hao had already contacted surviving agents near New York State. Every time he changed his identity, each layer of identity was a real vest. To be honest, in the past 10 years since joining the Divine Spear Bureau, Lin Hao used the resources in the Bureau to do a lot of things behind Zheng Xian's back. For example, Zheng Xian didn't know that Lin Hao had artificial technology, and at most he thought that Lin Hao had developed some of himself. This is a routine operation for a senior agent. If there are traitors among the people you contact, the corresponding vest will be exposed, and the corresponding Lin Hao can also determine who is traitor. This is a fishing game with a vest as bait. When you can't find more clues, you can only use this stupid method. Ordinary agents must suffer losses using this trick, but Lin Hao doesn't care. After contacting the last surviving agent near New York State, Lin Hao received a video call from the phone worm. There was a man with a frosty face in the picture, with a bitter face. "Director, I have turned over Western Hunan, Southern Hunan, Eastern Sichuan and Northern Guizhou several times, but I have not found the legend of Taro Village. Jiaying's village was destroyed 18 years ago, and a mudslide occurred at that time, so it did not cause any trouble. Pay attention in it. Also, I went to the plateau to search and found that the village where the aliens live is probably in the different time and space dimension. As for Comitage, the director should have a few nails in his hand. I can't touch it." "Oh." Lin Hao responded calmly. Seeing that the Great Demon King was about to hang up the phone, the man nicknamed Saberot quickly pleaded, "Director, I want to go out for the field. I didn't even have my share in the last attack on Wakanda." "What are you talking about?" Lin Hao scolded with a stern face, "That is resource development, peaceful coexistence." The saber was speechless and squeezed out a flattering smile that he was not good at. "Director, civilians can do this kind of thing. I am a special operation team, a level 7 agent." "Oh." Lin Hao threw his eyes over and said, "Who can you beat? Even a pacifist can't beat him. Are you embarrassed to go out on the field?" The saber had nothing to say. "There are 150,000 people in the Bureau, how many of them can fight pacifists alone?" He regrets it. "I shouldn't have been mean to be humble back then. So I took the initiative to guise Director Lin to practice martial arts, but was slapped away and was still remembered for so many years. The Great Demon King is indeed petty." Chapter 33. This is just for 3 things. After hanging up the saber's phone, Lin Hao fell into deep thought. Since joining the Divine Spear Bureau 10 years ago and gaining a certain amount of strength, Lin Hao has become interested in Su Wenwu and Jiaying. The Marvel film and television world clearly shows that Su Wenwu has lived for thousands of years, and Jiaying has strong self-healing ability. His internal organs are dug, blood is pumped, and 5 horses can fight back and survive after being dismembered. Director Lin is not pretentious, he wants it. Since 15 years ago, Lin Hao has made all efforts to survive Director Mi, which is his highest goal at this stage. The little devil gave him the chance to change his fate, but randomness is too unreliable. Lin Hao can only try his best to collect resentment of living beings, looking forward to one day he can get the 9-turn golden pill, the jade plate of creation, etc. If you don't have a treasure, it may be fine to get a demon passport or red wolf's pan. If you get it in the 4th dimension pocket, you can hide in to save your life. The first time I got a random door and went to the planet Molog first to get the power gem and then hid it into the alien space opened by the little demon. It was also a way to make Director Mi unable to collect 6. So after Lin Hao has a certain strength and controls certain resources, he can't wait to come to the United States. On the one hand, it is convenient to cause trouble to harvest the resentment of living beings, and on the other hand, he tries to find the space gems collected by SHELD. Although the space gem was watched by Odin, Lin Hao could wait for him to die of old age, go and grab it again. After using the holy spear once, Lin Hao has more confidence, so he may not have to wait now. Living beyond Director Mi's attack is Lin Hao's first goal, and the second goal is naturally immortality. Lin Hao, who has the resources of the heavens, thought about immortality for a long time. Moreover, there are so many immortal species in the Marvel world, and it is inevitable that he will not be able to live for only 100 years. It is naturally best if the little devil can get treasures such as 9-turn golden pills, yaokai peaches, etc. as soon as possible. After all, the way of immortality in the Marvel world is not limited to racial talent, otherwise it will be more costly. The immortality in Eastern culture is more in line with Lin Hao's wishes. But the randomness is too difficult to grasp, so Lin Hao had to make more preparations, which is considered a leisurely move. Su Wenwu and Jiying are the easiest opportunities to live longevity, and the cost is also smaller than other methods. Both of them were from China, and the intelligence network of the Shenmao Bureau happened to play a role. Lin Hao changed into a tactical suit, recovered his body, put on a black metal mask, and jumped on a Wakanda fighter jet that combined the technology of Pirate World and Dragon Ball World. The maximum speed of the modified fighter jet can break through the gravity of the Earth and enter low Earth orbit. Unfortunately, it is still much worse than the interstellar voyage, and there is no space jumping technology. Neither Lin Hao nor the Divine Spear Bureau have a cosmic star map. Instead, Nick Fury, who has incorporated the scraper and possessed the foreign aid of the Marvel Ant, must have a star map. It can only be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. is one of Marvel's own sons after all. Nick Fury has experienced too many adventures and has more foundations than the Divine Spears with a history of 2,000 years. Although Zhang Heng experienced the incident of the God group and passed on the God-killing weapon such as the Holy Spear to future generations, he still did not have advanced aerospace technology, unlike the Black Brine Egg who picked up a ship of aliens who fled before leaving his home. Get rich overnight. Spaceships and star maps, you can get whatever you want. However, Nick Fury has mastered these key technologies for more than 10 years, but he has never thought of leading human civilization to the interstellar world and expanding the human survival circle. He only thought of protecting the Earth, responding to alien threats, and maintaining the world order established by the United States. You just need to work honestly, and the men will protect everyone from aliens. As for the people who were involved in the incident, alas, when will people not die in the world? As long as the free order is not destroyed, America will always be great. Lin Hao is not used to these free elites. His third goal is to try to help his fellow tribes move towards the Sea of Stars after both of the first two goals are achieved. If you are poor, you will be able to protect yourself, if you are rich, you will help the world. Lin Hao is not that great, but he doesn't mind doing something within his ability. Otherwise, after gaining immortality, would he play with beautiful women all day long? Will get tired of it. If it were other worlds, he would not dare to speak out. After all, humans knew nothing about extraterrestrial stars, but the universe in the Marvel world is full of civilizations, so there is no need to worry about trekking. Lin Hao now only lacks 3 things: his own strength, long-distance voyage technology, and correct star map. If you encounter stumbling blocks in the process of achieving 3 goals, such as SHIELD, and America, then flatten it. With thoughts, the plane turned on stealth mode, crossed the Atlantic Ocean and flew towards Afghanistan. Lin Hao has a Tony Stark life card in his hand, made of hair that he took off from the other person's head during the dinner that day. He did not do this to save people, but to find people. After the plane arrived in Kuna province, Afghanistan, Lin Hao slowed down and flew low in the direction pointed by the life card, scattering his domineering spirit along the way. It took some time to finally lock down Tony Stark's position in a mountainous area. Lin Hao jumped off the plane with a Qinglong Yunyu sword made of vibrating gold. After copying some of the memories of Whitebeard, Lin Hao learned some of the Whitebeard's sword techniques. He was not used to using S-knife, and it was not as aesthetic as Guan Sheng's Qinglong Yanyu sword. Lin Hao did not rush into the deep cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned, but walked towards the camp in the valley. "Who is it? Stop! Let's fire!" The militants found Lin Hao walking over with swagger, and a lot of words suddenly popped up. An invisible impact swept over and all the horsemen lost. Lin Hao walked into the tent in the center of the camp and found the bald man in the lead. He didn't wait for the other party to wake up naturally, nor did he take the time to find water to pour his head, but instead slashed the bald man on the arm. The knife flashed, his arm broke, which was even silkier than dove. The severe pain woke up the bald man in his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw a black metal mask and was immediately frightened. Big Demon King. It seems that I'm a little more famous." A cold voice came from behind the metal mask. "Then don't waste time, tell me about Su Wenwu's traces, I can give you some fun." The bald man's face changed drastically. On the one hand, it was painful, and on the other hand, it was fear. He never expected that the kidnapping of Tony Stark would attract this god of killing. The name of Big Demon King is more than a bit famous within the radiation range of the Divine Spear Bureau. For those of them who are robbing the wrongdoers, this is simply a perverted murderer. Although the Ten Ring Gang is an international organization, since the leader Su Wenwu is a Chinese, most of the elders who have had Chinese blood for thousands of years will choose one or two of their own children to join the gang to inherit their power and wealth, resulting in the top management of the Ten Ring Gang is inevitable with a strong Chinese style. Besides, the leader Su Wenwu will not die, so how dare the gang members discriminate against their skin color? This gang has been passed down for thousands of years and has a deep root in East Asia and Southeast Asia, so it is impossible to give up. Therefore, in recent years, conflicts with the Divine Spear that is growing and growing, and the name of Great Demon King spread among the Ten Ring Gang. Lin Hao never held back when dealing with these scums, and in order to harvest more resentment, his methods were cruel every time. In the eyes of the enemy, the big devil is naturally a pervert, but in the eyes of colleagues from the Divine Raid Bureau, he is a reliable leader, which is easy to cause emotional collapse. No, I don't know. Faced with the perverted murderer, the bald man was incoherent. "We haven't seen the gang leader for many years. Now all the halls are working alone, and everyone is waiting for the gang leader to return. We know the gang leader's strength, and no one dares to rebel. I'm just making some extra money here," the bald man cried. He was obviously abducting an American, so why did he offend the big devil? Lin Hao carefully observed his expression and saw that the other party was indeed unaware of Su Wenwu's traces, so he had to wave his sword and give him a pleasure. The bald man's big head turned on the soil. In his last consciousness, he saw the great devil turn around and leave, but let his subordinates go. Damn it! Why don't the slaughter die? Do you deserve to be discriminated against as the boss? In fact, Lin Hao knew that he would probably have nothing to come here this time, but he just thought about it. Just as he was about to jump back to the plane, there was a burst of gunfire and the terror of militants in the deep cave next to him. Lin Hao just controlled the direction of the overlord color, so he did not affect the people in the cave. Several militants who escaped by chance ran out of the cave hurriedly and looked back with fear. After a moment, a rough-style armor broke out. Compared with the movie, the armor had a smoother movement and a slender body. Tony Stark, driving armor, followed by Ethan holding a submachine gun. Perhaps this time Tony made armor faster, and happened to meet Lin Hao coming over, and he did not sacrifice himself to buy time. The two sides arrived at the entrance of the cave one after another, and suddenly felt a little quiet in the valley. Then I was surprised to find that all the people in the valley were disappointed. So, he naturally focused his attention on Lin Hao wearing a black metal mask. "You are?" Tony Stark was stunned for a moment, and then asked in surprise, "Can you save me?" As a well-known American figure and a genius inventor, Tony is very sure that many people will be busy with rescue after he disappears. Lin Hao was silent. He secretly calculated the time and found that Tony was kidnapped only 2 months, which was greatly shortened compared to the 3 months in the original work. Seeing the obviously superior armor on him and recalling the scenes he saw through Will Fordson's perspective, Lin Hao suddenly realized. The relationship is because of the practical experience of making armor, so this time it has significantly accelerated. But Tony Stark can't run back now. Lin Hao didn't care what type of armor Tony used to get out of trouble, he only cared about the time when the other party escaped. So, a domineering color swept over. The two sides of the cave entrance fled at the same time. After that, Lin Hao took out the phone bug and called the Saber. Give the enzyme roots to the challenge, come to Afghanistan and lock Tony Stark up for another month. Ah! Saber was confused. No, right? Lin Hao asked back. Yes. Saber couldn't wait, I want it. No matter who he is, he finally can re-enter the world. If he doesn't catch him, he will really be transferred to a civilian position in the future. Very good. I'll let you go after I'll send you a message. Lin Hao hung up the phone with satisfaction. Stark Industrial's stock price has not yet fallen to the bottom and Lin Hao has not started buying at the bottom yet. How can he let people go back? It doesn't matter whether you make money or not, and you cannot lose the title of God of God. I just refreshed and found that I was actually on the new book list. Although it is 99, I am still a little excited. Chapter 34 Hydra needs talents like you. From the Hudson River to the west, there is a mountainous area covering 4 counties southwest of Albany, called the Catskill Mountains. This is a nature reserve with 98 rolling peaks, with an altitude of more than 900 meters. It is home to a variety of animals such as black bears, deer, and foxes, and even condors can be seen. 3 months have passed since Wall Street's Red criminal murder incident. Adam Smith, who rushed out of the encirclement that day, has been hiding in the Catskill Mountains to recuperate and practice swords these days. There are abundant resources here, plenty of food, and there is a small town at the foot of the mountain. It is not difficult for Adam, who has internal strength and excellent swordsmanship. The sword technique of evil breaking sword is a quick martial art. Lin Pingzi, a young master with ordinary martial arts skills and ordinary qualifications but good character, only practiced for 2.5 months and killed Yu Kanghai, destroyed the Qing Cheng sect, and after 3 months of hard practice. Adam Smith is naturally different from the past. This sword technique can drive internal strength from the outside to the inside, while practicing sword. Although it is not as good as those famous internal skills, its speed and universality are far higher than those with extremely high qualification requirements. Magical power. The only requirement is to make up your mind to cut it. In a low martial arts world like the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, if you practice the evil repelling sword technique for 2 or 3 months, you can become a second-rate top master, and even a first-class goalkeeper. In the red pine forest, a red shadow constantly rotates and jumps around the pine tree trunk, and sometimes sharp metallic light flashes. The unclear branches and leaves fell like rain, and the slender pine leaves on each branch were cut off by the sword light, drizzling like green needles falling from the sky. In a moment of admiration, the red shadow fell on the top of a pine wood, and his feet were on thin branches. The tall and big Adam Smith swayed up and down with the branches and did not fall. The sharp blade returned to the sheath, and several bare tall red pine trees around it collapsed with a bang. These trees have been cut countless times, and the broken wood was pulled by a sliver of air to maintain it. When the air dissipates, the messy broken wood collapses downwards, and the surroundings instantly become waste piles of wood processing plants. 3 months later, Adam Smith could no longer see any trump on his chin. His internal strength nourished the wounds all over his body, and his once rough skin became delicate, rosy, and shiny. The high-rise hairline dropped a few points again, the premature gray hair returned to black, and the hair that had been growing for 3 months extended to below the earlobe. The thin body did not grow expansion muscle mass, but instead tightly contracted and pressed against the skeleton, making it look slimmer, and a hint of charm was dyed between the eyebrows and eyes. She was wearing a red dress, with a red rope around her waist, and a gourd that she found from somewhere, containing the white wine she got from a nearby town. After practicing sword, Adam took off the wine gourd and learned Dongfang Buibai's movements and sucked his head. Although Dongxi imitated him, he seemed to be a different kind of freedom from those who had never seen Dongfang Buibai's heroic figure. Is he a man or a woman? Behind the forest in the distance, an agent in a camouflage uniform held a telescope and saw Adam Smith's silhouette. He was surprised and puzzled. Isn't he a man in the intelligence? Shut up! Crossbones Brock Rumlow whispered in the communication channel. Although he didn't know why Adam Smith became like this now, he knew that the other party was an extremely dangerous person. The short and fierce battle that happened 3 months ago outside the New York Stock Exchange Hall shocked the professionals of the God, Snake, High Day. They split the scenes at that time into frames and frames for analysis, but they still couldn't understand why Adam Smith, a once ordinary man, could become a powerful extraordinary human in just one day. In the video, his brief burst speed even tied the data left by Captain America, not to mention that he easily cut the explosion-proof shield with an ordinary stainless steel sword in his hand. Based on the picture, the expert calculated that the speed of the sword in his hand could reach about 100 meters per second when swinging, which was simply a joke. An ordinary stainless steel longsword can not only withstand such speed, but also hit and crack the explosion-proof shield made of polymer materials, leaving even extremely flat and smooth cuts. This is not scientific at all. If the pictures between them are already challenging the physicists' views, then the scene that Crossbones just saw with their own eyes is like watching their legendary Hydra. In just over a dozen seconds, the red figure flew up and down like a ghost. Not only did it clean the branches and leaves, but it also cut the trunk into fine wood blocks. Finally, it stood in a daze less than a half. The rice-long branches cannot fall off. Is Captain America so powerful? If Lord Red Skeleton met this person back then, he wouldn't have been cut into a stick, right? Brock Rumlow couldn't help but feel distracted. Alexander Pierce, who was far away in a villa in downtown New York, saw the scene of the Crossbone broadcasting live, was so shocked that he was unbelievable, he actually became stronger again. How did this happen? Previously, they guessed that Adam Smith might have been strengthened by some kind of potion, or it might have been a genetic mutation caused by some toxin and energy, or it might have been an alien awakening. There are many similar cases, and they have seen and studied too many cases. The reason why Alexander Pierce sent people all the way was that he wanted to recruit people first, and if he didn't work, he would enrich the Hydra resource library. I never expected to see such a magical picture with my own eyes. How could he become stronger? How could he become stronger? Pierce murmured to himself. Not even the whiskey in his hand was fragrant. Before Pierce could think too much, he ordered Crossbones to go and contact him. As soon as the order came down, before I could see the Crossbones getting up, a touch of red appeared in the camera. Adam Smith, who was more than 500 meters away, appeared in front of the camera in a flash. Give you 3 seconds to tell me the reason not to kill you. Adam Smith's voice became soft, but his voice had not completely changed, so it was inevitable that he was a bit sissy and weird. Even after years of war formation, a trace of cold sweat was overflowing from the Crossbones. Seeing that the other party's hand had already grasped the hilt of the sword, a cool feeling suddenly wrapped around his neck. Driven by the amazing will to survive, Crossbones blurted out, "I have detailed information about your ex-wife's cheating partner." Upon hearing this, Adam Smith let go of the hilt of the sword and reached out to him. "Come on. This is really information he didn't know. 3 months ago, he only killed a few guys who came to show off when they got cheap. It was unclear how many there were behind his back. The bitch is dead, but the adulterer will also kill him." Crossbones quickly took out a mobile hard drive and handed it over. Adam Smith took it, turned around and left. Wait, we shield. Crossbones quickly changed their words, we Hydra needed. The talent of the mystery. Perhaps the name Hydra brought a little surprise to Adam Smith, and he turned around and took another look. I'll talk to him. Pierce, who was commanding remotely, spoke quickly. Crossbones then took out a tactical tablet tied to the back of the waist, and quickly operated it to Adam Smith. Mr. Smith, I, Alexander Pierce, former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and currently Minister of the World Security Council, we can use official channels to clear you of the adverse effects of 3 months ago, or calm the situation after you take revenge. Pierce spoke in a sincere tone, I sincerely invite you to join us. Are you Hydra? Adam Smith asked in surprise, the evil organization in history books that was destroyed by Captain America. Justice or evil are defined by human beings. Pierce smiled confidently, we will soon have the power to define good and evil. Interesting. Adam Smith suddenly showed a playful smile, this country is really interesting. With laughter, he turned into a red shadow and disappeared. Sir, this. The task failed, and Crossbones were inevitably nervous. Did you leave the contact information on the mobile hard drive? Pierce was not in a hurry, and took a leisurely glass of wine and said confidently, wait, he will definitely come to him. Chapter 35 Tony, can you imagine the feeling of seeing hope and suddenly despair? As a genius officially certified by Marvel and known as the man cursed by knowledge, Tony Stark often feels that his IQ is not enough in the past month. Why? Why did that guy wearing a black mask make him faint? What kind of hatred do I have with him or his grudges? He was about to get out, but he was dragged back and locked up for another month. The strangest thing is that this month he was still under the supervision of the original militants, but these guys had no weapons in their hands, and then they were blocked by another group of people with obviously more well-equipped equipment outside the valley. Judging from this situation, the first group of militants had clearly become meat votes. Every day, these meat tickets must be queued up to go to the canteen at the entrance of the valley to receive meals, and then a person will be sent to the cave to deliver meals to Tony and Ethan. When the weather was good, Tony was surprised to find that these meat tickets were asked by people outside the valley to maintain hygiene in the valley. The tent must be tied up and drainage ditches must be dug around. The toilet must be built uniformly when stools and peeing. Anyone who dares to urinate or defecate anywhere will have to be tied to the flagpole to dry for a day, and there is no food to eat. The tent should not be dirty and messy. It must be cleaned every day, and even the quilts must be folded neatly. Anyone who fails to meet the standards will be punished and then there will be no food to eat. Is this a kidnapped ticket or a new recruit who came to participate in military training? Just when Tony Stark asked to clean the cave, he was rejected, because he was not the meat tickets of the people outside the valley, but the meat tickets of the people inside the valley, so he could not give them. Make a request. Okay, is my vassal not my vassal? You have figured out the medieval enthronement. Tony Stark couldn't figure it out anyway, so he had to ask Ethan, who could speak multilingually every day, who are these guys outside of the valley? Ethan, with a numb expression, answered mechanically, you have asked me 137 times. The group of people outside the valley were wearing grey combat uniforms and black masks on their heads. The few people who usually went in and out of the valley did not communicate at all. Tony could not go outside the valley and could not find a way to understand. But these guys looked well trained and well equipped. When Tony woke up, his armor had disappeared and he couldn't break out with his bare hands. The days in the valley are repeated every day. Just when Tony Stark thought he would be locked up forever like this, on the morning of the 30th day, the group of people outside the valley actually began to demolish the camp. After the camp was demolished, the Saber wearing a black mask led his operation team into the valley. The team members carried boxes of weapons and walked to the 10-ring gang members. The Saber personally brought people to return the armor to Tony Stark. Put it. The Saber ordered indifferently in English. What? Tony Stark was stunned. Saber ignored him and turned to face the 10 Ring gang members, and spoke coldly, "Pick up your weapons and wait until he put on his armor, Sister Qiangting." Taking a deep breath, the Saber said, "The request from the great Demon King himself, continue the battle a month ago." Although he could not understand the strange requests of the great Demon King, in order to no longer be considered by the slightest, he must firmly implement them. In the past few years, the great Demon King has had such nerves. Cough cough, operations that ordinary people cannot understand. XN. After the Saber finished speaking, the valley was silent. What is this operation? Save and read files when playing stand-alone games? Seeing that the person in the leader raised his wrist and looked at the watch after he finished speaking, Tony and the 10 Ring gangs realized that the other party was really coming. "Ethan, help!" Tony hurriedly greeted his helper. The 10 Ring gang members quickly picked up the light weapons in the box, but when faced with the people brought by the Saber, they didn't even have the courage to stretch their fingers to the trigger. For a month, these militants were really like new recruits. Also tamed. Ethan helped Tony put on armor, and also used the crane provided by the Saber. "And you, take the submachine gun." The Saber pointed at the unarmed Ethan. "You two returned to the entrance of the cave, and you went over to surround him, and the others retreated a little." "Yes, just retreat to that position." The Saber is like a commander on the scene, meticulously implementing the requirements of the Master Weishi. "Everyone, you will start fighting after we leave." The group of people quickly packed up their luggage, quickly left the valley, and disappeared into the vast yellow sand. The members of the 10 Ring gang carefully approached the entrance of the valley and peeked. After confirming that they were leaving, they began to cheer and cried with joy. "Let's go, these demons are finally gone. Allah is above. God of immortality blesses. Amen." Tony Stark's emotions were also disconnected, but he realized that this was an excellent time to escape, so he immediately opened fire at the gang members of the 10 Ring gang. Although I saw the 10 Ring gang members being scolded very badly this month, Tony did not forget how they treated him a month ago. There is still a magnet in his chest now. The happy 10 Ring gang members were suddenly attacked and fought back in a hurry, but the light weapons in their hands could not play a role in Tony's armor. After the two flamethrowers on the left and right sides shook out the fire dragon, the valley was covered with flames, and Tony soared into the sky with Ethan in his arms. The distance between the two of them was a little further than in the original work, but the armor still disintegrated in the air. After all, the cave is operated manually, and the tools are not as good as Tony's usual self-use. There is no question of processing accuracy. The linkage must be weak and cannot bear it. Hold on to the huge pulling force. In the sky, on a stealth transport plane, Saber saw Tony Stark successfully escape, and the US helicopter was about to approach, so he breathed a sigh of relief. "Director, the mission was completed and the goal was successfully escaped." Just listening to his words, anyone would think that his mission was to save people. "Very good, you can return to the team in the future." Lin Hao waved his hand in the video. "Thank you, Director." Saber was very happy. The hard days of these years have finally come to an end. Lin Hao, who is far away in New York, has completed the bottom-up acquisition of Stark Industry. Unfortunately, there are only 31% of the shares circulating on the market, and more than 42% of the shares are in the name of Tony Stark. Obadiah also holds 20% of the shares, and the remaining scattered shares are on the top. Iron retail investors and some institutions or individuals who know the inside story. Obadiah is the mastermind behind the scenes, so he naturally would not sell his shares. He originally planned to buy at the bottom at a low price, but in the past month, he suddenly lost contact with the members of the 10 Ring gang, worried about gains and losses, shocked and scared, afraid of Tony. Stark has returned and is hiding in secret to collect evidence, so he has no intention of going to the stock market. Until today he got the news in advance that Tony was rescued by the Air Force and was on his way to the Afghan base. Only then did Obadiah order his trader to start buying at the bottom. "Sir, Stark Industrial's sell orders have all disappeared." The trader was also surprised. The stock price of Stark Industrial has been falling in the past 3 months. He was in a bad mood to look at it. Now he found that all the sell orders have disappeared. If he still can't realize what's going on, he is not worthy of scrambling on Wall Street. "Sir, is Tony Stark coming back?" Of course, Obadiah would not reply to him, and the old boy was so angry that he smashed the phone in his hand. "Who is it?" Obadiah couldn't help but suspect the 10 Ring gang members who had been missing for a month and muttered to himself, "Is it these dirty bugs? Damn it, it's not enough to get a commission. How dare you rob my stock?" Obadiah was determined to test Tony's tone and must go to the desert to see it. If these insects were really bad, he vowed to kill them. At the same time, Tony, who was on the plane, complained to his friend Roddy, who had been looking for him for 3 months, "You don't know what I've experienced in the past 3 months." Roddy looked at the magnet on his friend's chest and sighed, "I know." "No, you don't know." At this moment, Tony is inclined to transform into Xianglin Sao. "I thought I could escape a month ago, but I never expected such a perverted group of people to appear. They actually continued to detain me for a month. Can you imagine the feeling of suddenly despair when you see hope? They are simply crazy. In the new month, please give me some monthly tickets, collect them, and read them." Chapter 36 Eat More Chicken. Manhattan, in a hotel suite. Lin Hao has multiple mobile phones in front of him, each of which represents a different vest and can contact the corresponding stockbroker. In front of the white screen of the home theater, a grey-white snail shot out 2 rays of light from his eyes and projected on the screen. Zheng Xian in the picture was also directing the Shenmao Bureau to operate many investment banks, financial companies, and foundations that had been operating for a long time. Decentralized operation is to avoid the review of the U.S. Securities Regulatory Commission. It's time for you to see the strength of the God 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 of the People's Republic of China. Lin Hao's expression was solemn and serious. Zheng Xian in the picture resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said angrily, "You have finished buying at the bottom. Next, when Tony Stark arrives, you can cash out at a high level. Do you need to call me over here? Do you think I have nothing to do every day? Don't you just fiddle with that pot of orchid in the office every day?" Lin Hao replied, "Is the 8 leaves rubbed back and forth all day long? Are you bored? Now here are only 7 pieces left." Zheng Xian gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Hao. "Me no, Qiao Yan Xi accidentally cut off 1 piece." "No." Lin Hao laughed, "Then the code will be changed to 7 pieces in the future. I'll give you a suggestion, paint the 7 leaves in different colors, and maybe you can make a wish." The backstage shows that Zheng Xian, who has not provided resentment to Lin Hao for many years, has started to score points again. "Okay, start doing the important business." Lin Hao turned back to the topic, "Let you see what eat more chicken means." After saying that, Lin Hao began to change his voice and make a call. After receiving the instructions from the funder's father, several stockbrokers on Wall Street began to post a batch of paying orders for Stark Industry, and the purchase price was significantly higher than yesterday. This is a signal. Retail investors and institutions who are always paying attention to the stock market will immediately notice this change. Soon, people with wide information channels immediately went to ask Stark Industrial insiders, and some even contacted the military and the CIA to confirm. It was not until the Afghan Air Force Base gave the exact news that Wall Street began to boil. More paying orders appear, Stark Industrial's buying price is getting higher and higher, but the spare stocks in the market have long fallen into the hands of Lin Hao and Shenmao Bureau, and only a small part of them have been known by the top retail investors. Institutional holdings. As news of Tony Stark's successful rescue spread, the purchase orders for Stark Industry on the stock exchange accumulate more and more, and the purchase price rises higher and higher. Lin Hao continuously creates a small number of transaction orders by using the left hand to exit and the right hand to push up the real-time stock price. Different from A-shares, US stock trading has multiple ways to place orders, allowing existing buy orders to continue to increase the price before they are completely digested. In addition, US stocks have a T+0 mechanism, and can be traded on the same day, and there are no restrictions on rise and fall. The U.S. Securities Regulatory Commission will only regulate abnormal fluctuations in stock prices. For example, if the increase or decrease exceeds 30% or 50%, it will activate the circuit breaker mechanism, which will generally limit trading for several minutes or even hours. If an illegal operation is found, the transaction will be frozen, otherwise, the restrictions will be lifted by normal transactions. Retail investors who were lagging behind in the news finally realized that the new buy orders for Stark Industry continued to appear after only a few minutes, so they finally realized. It is equivalent to the CSRC personally confirming the rationality of these payment orders, which confirms in disguise that Tony Stark is about to return. In the past 3 months, Stark Industrial's stock price has fallen to the bottom. When Tony Stark returns, the stock price will inevitably rebound to its original price, and will even be slightly pushed up due to the enthusiasm of retail investors. As long as the purchase price is lower than the stock price 3 months ago, you will make a profit if you buy it. With such an obvious market, even if you are a novice in the stock market, you can make a steady profit without losing money. So retail investors entered the market in large quantities and the buying price rose further. When the price climbed to only 50 cents before, Lin Hao ordered traders to start increasing the sales volume. More and more transaction orders are beginning to appear in the market, which naturally attracts the attention of those who are interested. Mr. Stanny, the orders of selling have increased. The transaction price is close to 3 months ago. Do we still want to buy it? The trader called Obey Stanny. At this time, the bald old man was waiting to the press conference. In a few hours, Tony Stark would arrive at the airport on an Air Force transport plane and then arrive at the scene. Buy. Obadiah said viciously, I can tolerate the stock price rising by another $2. I originally planned to buy at a low price to expand my shareholding ratio, but I didn't expect that I would be intercepted before I even started, so I had to buy it at a high price now. He has decided that even if Tony Stark comes back, he will find another opportunity to kill the other party and then take over the entire Stark industry. America is the capital world, and Obadiah is not the heir to Tony Stark. He has no better way except to expand his shareholding ratio by using commercial means. Seeing Lin Hao start selling in large quantities, Zheng Xian couldn't help but wonder, after Tony Stark's return, the stock price should have increased slightly. Why sell now? This is not like your style. Didn't you say I don't have a forward-looking look? Lin Hao said proudly, this time I will let you see what the predestiny means. After saying that, he took out the phone bug and dialed in front of Zheng Xian. 12,357, Weather Witch. At this moment, over the Atlantic Ocean, the Weather Witch was holding the phone bug in one hand and the locator in the other. Sister, Tony Stark's plane is about to arrive at your location soon. I'll delay the time. The stock has not been sold out yet. I'll give you 5 labor fees in the future. Only 5 points. The Weather Witch floated over the Atlantic Ocean, learning Lin Hao's lines, then can't I kneel down and beg for food? You have to add more money. Sister, do you know how much I can earn this time? Lin Hao's proud voice came over, at least $5 billion. So many. The Weather Witch was extremely surprised. Stark Industries' market value is only more than 30 billion yuan. How many stocks can there be circulating on the market? Although the share is not large, I can't resist eating more chickens. Make a deal. For the sake of money, the Weather Witch rushed towards the plane Tony was riding without saying a word. Not long after, a large cloud of thunderstorms suddenly appeared in the clear sky, just blocking the plane's route. The transport pilot saw the clouds from afar and was so scared that he quickly changed direction. But before he could fly for a long time, another thunderstorm cloud appeared in front of him. The transport plane is up and down like a roller coaster. What's going on? Roddy breaking into the cockpit. Is the pilot's professional quality so poor now? Sir, for some reason, there were suddenly thunderstorms everywhere around the route, so we had to keep turning. The driver looked aggrieved. It's strange. The weather data clearly show that the route is smooth today. After learning the news, Tony Stark, who was taking a roller coaster, muttered to himself, "This feeling is so familiar." In this way, the press conference originally planned to be held before lunch was dragged until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Hao successfully cashed out all the stocks in his hands at a high level. But this is not the end. Tony Stark, who was lately awaiting, suddenly announced the important news at the press conference: Stark Industry will soon shut down the weapon manufacturing department. For a moment, investors who had not yet heated up the stocks immediately placed a sell order after being shocked for a moment. Stark Industrial's stock price chart creates the smallest acute angle ever, with the rising green line and the falling red line almost sticking together. Come on, you can eat this chicken again. Lin Hao rubbed his hands as if he was a fly. Zheng Xian in the video showed a puzzled expression. This month, have you hypnotized him? No, it was him who influenced him, and I observed it with keen intuition. Lin Hao was very stinky and proudly said, "You can't deny my forward-looking eyes and keen intuition now, right? But in this way, is Stark Industries still valuable?" Zheng Xian didn't understand the reason why Lin Hao bought the bottom again. If you don't sell weapons, will Tony Stark change his career and sell sesame cakes? Arc reactor. Lin Hao reminded. So that's it. Zheng Xian suddenly realized, and couldn't help but feel a little admiration for Lin Hao's chicken-eating behavior. Okay, Tony Stark's chicken was forced to eat it 3 times. First, short, then buy at the bottom at a low price and cash out at a high level. Now buy at the bottom again and wait until cash out. No, 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 you can eat it for the 4th time. Lin Hao's eyebrows rose, mysterious. After he announced his entry into the energy field to raise the stock price, another equity interest will file a patent infringement lawsuit with the Supreme Court of the United States. Zheng Xian was silent. He felt a little sorry for Tony Stark. If someone eats too much serious chicken, he will die once. Tony Stark, this inappropriate one, will be eaten back and forth by the great devil. The first round of trial recommendation starts at 0 o'clock. If the reading rate is not enough, the recommendation will be removed and there will be no more in the future. I beg you all old and young men to help me, click in and slide it a few times every day. Thank you very much. Chapter 37 Who stipulates that Hydra cannot have superheroes? Some people can eat more, while others only miss it. Adam Smith found himself developing a bad habit. When he was chasing adulterers, he would always stab them in the first place before he started cutting one by one. At the same time, he also found that his disgust towards women became stronger and stronger. The more beautiful the woman was, the more disgusted him. Seeing their coquettish appearance, he wanted to give them a few swords. The same is true when facing ugly men. Those handsome guys will make him feel good again. No. Adam Smith tried hard to restrain himself and kept reminding himself, the Lord of the East is my only pursuit in my life. If it were just characters in the movie, Adam Smith would not take it seriously, but he saw Dongfang Bubai crawling out of the TV with his own eyes. Give him magical skills to change his tragic life. This shows that Lord Dongfang is real. Although the videotape disappeared afterwards, it just shows that Lord Dongfang is magical and great. The powerful and beautiful Oriental Lord has since become the target of Adam Smith's lifelong pursuit. He must become stronger in order to stand beside Lord Dongfang. Another wave of the sword, sending a water friend down to continue playing with Mrs. Smith. The apartment was covered in blood, and the red clothes were not dyed but were particularly bright. The body swayed, and the man in red appeared at the door of the room. Crossbones waiting outside waved their hand, followed the Hydra operation team behind him and began to clean up the scene in an orderly manner. Since contacting Hydra, Adam Smith no longer has to worry about cleaning up afterwards and can enjoy professional services. Crossbones are worthy of being a Hydra model worker. Seeing that the last recruitment was not successful, they fully carried forward the unwaiting, not relying style, mobilized subjective initiative, and sent people in advance to wait at the murder site where Adam Smith was about to go. Whenever the other party after killing the person, he brought professional forensic personnel in to wash the floor. The Crossbones are never entangled. They just work quietly and leave after work. To be honest, Adam Smith, a stockbroker who works in sales, admires Crossbones' perseverance and sense of proportion. Although Mrs. Smith had a wide range of social interactions and many friends, she couldn't resist Adam Smith's efficiency and finally cut it all in more than a week. That night, Adam Smith stood on the roof of the apartment where the last adulterer lived, looking at the bright moon, and raising his head to drink. I felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness in my heart. The revenge has been avenged and the adulterer has died. What should he do in the future? His ultimate goal will be to practice constantly and pursue the footsteps of Lord Dongfang. I always have to find something to pass the boring time, right? Crossbones were treated with the apartment. The corpse inside came to the rooftop carefully. This is the last adulterer in the information. It is time for him to send another invitation, otherwise Adam Smith will disappear. Should he really wait for the other party to contact him in the future? Mr. Smith, Mr. Pierce sincerely invites you to join. Suddenly, an explosion came from a distance. 4 flame jets appeared in the night sky, 2 in front and 2 in the back. Adam Smith, who has a strong internal strength, has good vision. He immediately sees 2 humanoid machines flying through the night sky. The front is well proportioned and slender, painted with golden and red colors. The silly and thick black one behind, and the airflow emitted was thicker than the front one. Crossbones immediately picked up the tactical tablet and connected to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network and saw the live screen. Mr. Smith, these 2 machines were driven by Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane, respectively, and they had a conflict. This is a conclusion that anyone with a discerning eye can see. 2 machines kept bombarding in the night sky, with machine cannons, missiles, and even energy rays coming and going, and sometimes they would go shirtless and punch and kick. Interesting. Adam Smith suddenly had a bold idea. He thought about his plan while speaking to Crossbones. How about you say, how about I'm going to be a superhero? Ah! Crossbones were stunned. Superhero, just like Captain America. Adam Smith became more and more excited as she thought about it. Her eyes shone brightly, and her body seemed to be trembling. If I become a superhero, I will definitely attract many coquettish women to come over. Crossbones continued to be stunned. Forgive him for being slow, he really didn't keep up with Adam Smith's brains this time. But he understood what the other party meant. You want to be a superhero? Isn't it possible? Adam Smith turned around and smiled playfully. Didn't you say you can help me settle public opinion? Then I will no longer be a murderer. Why can't I become a superhero? Well. Crossbones quickly took out the communicator and dialed the phone number of the superior. Wait a minute, I'll ask for instructions. Alexander Pierce, who received the news, was also stunned for a moment, but he was a senior official at least, and he instantly thought of the benefits that this move could bring. That's right, who stipulates that Hydra cannot have superheroes. As long as Hydra continues to create new superheroes, they will soon be a positive organization. Ordinary people are forgetful. World War II has long gone, and fewer old people know about the things that Hydra has done. Young people are accustomed to questioning authority and resisting propaganda. Even if the history books say that Hydra is an evil organization, as long as people nowadays think Hydra is just, then Hydra will represent justice. If Hydra represents justice, Captain America, who defeated Hydra back then, would become the embodiment of evil. The more Alexander Pierce thought about it, the more excited she became, so excited that she kept jumping in the villa. This will be an important step for their Hydra to wash their whitening. Okay, that's great. Mr. Smith, don't worry and boldly do it. We will fully support you to become a superhero, replace Rogers, and become the spiritual symbol of the new generation of America. Ha 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 ha. Adam Smith failed to empathize with Alexander Pierce. His purpose of becoming a superhero is different from the other party's fantasy prospects. However, the same end is achieved. As long as Hydra is willing to support and help settle public opinion, that is enough. What Adam wants to do in the future is indispensable for public opinion support. Very good, help me analyze which of them will win. Adam Smith pointed to the two machines in the night sky and raised his mouth. Of course, superheroes must stand in the victory camp. At this moment, Crossbones have found more detailed information from the SHELD database. The golden and red machine is driven by Tony Stark. This external full-body armor has never appeared before. It is likely to be a new weapon invented by the genius Tony Stark. Crossbones speak quickly and tell their own conclusion. I think he has a relatively high probability of winning. I think so too. The big guy is so ugly that you can't win at first glance. Adam Smith tied up the wine gourd around her waist, shook her figure, turned into a red shadow, stepped on a tall building, and rushed towards the battlefield. This will be his first appearance as a superhero. Chapter 38. Your name is Iron Man? My name is Red Swordsman. Tony, you said you wouldn't build any more weapons, but you ended up creating the most powerful one. Obadiah was driving the Iron Overlord with an Audi in his hand. In the car were women and children, screaming. Ha ha! Obadiah was laughing wildly. I like this dress. Let them down. Tony Stark angrily scolded. Tony, they deserve it. Before he could finish his words, Obadiah felt much more relaxed in his hands. A red figure floated over and swung the sword in his hand, the roof of the Audi was lifted up, and the red figure picked up a little ghost in one hand and jumped up. In the blink of an eye, a red figure appeared on the street in the distance. After putting down the two little ghosts, he rushed back to the car again, and did the same. Damn women, give birth to 4 in one breath. Adam Smith couldn't hide his disgust towards the beauty, and couldn't help but think, humph, it must be none of her husband. XXX. After rescuing the 4 devils, Adam Smith stepped towards Obadiah, which allowed him to see clearly the person coming. Bastard, dare to ruin my business. Obadiah did not recognize this person. On the day of the Red criminal murder incident, he was worried about whether the kidnapping plan could be successful. How could he have the leisure to pay attention to the murder incident on Wall Street? In a free America, how many people will not die on one day? Hi, friend. Tony Stark didn't know Adam Smith. When the other party became famous in New York, he was already overwhelmed by his own bomb. But now seeing the other party taking action to save people, Tony treated him as a helper. Although I am curious about why my thin body can burst out with amazing speed and strength, now is not the time to consider these things. Can you save the lady above? Tony said, just like before. Adam Smith was too lazy to pay attention to him. Facing a beautiful woman, he was considering the plan, and he was still counting on him to save people? The long sword was unsheathed, and the sword light pierced the right eye of the Iron Overlord. Lens made of polymer materials are easily penetrated. Fortunately, Obadiah's armor was relatively wide, and the sword light pricked his scalp. Adam, who had cut hundreds of people and cut countless knives on human bodies, had long been familiar with the feeling of cutting people, so while piercing the lens, he realized that the other party's position was lower. Iron Overlord was attacked, Obadiah subconsciously retreated, and the Audi in his hand slid to the right. Tony hurried forward to catch Audi. The female driver was obviously not satisfied with the panoramic sunroof and kept expressing his objections with screams. The feet wearing high heels stepped on the accelerator tightly, and the four wheels kept idling. After Tony slowly put the Audi down, the female driver rushed forward in the golden and red armor, shooting sparks all the way. This female driver is the first person to show off her face to Iron Man, but unfortunately people didn't remember her name. After the matter, I left my clothes and hid my merits and fame. This is the style of a knight. Just when Tony Stark finally got out of the dilemma of face output by raising the Audi chassis, Adam Smith had already launched a new attack on the Iron Overlord. The figure is like lightning, and the sword is like thunder. The long sword in his hand kept cutting the heavy armor on the abdomen of the Iron Overlord. To be honest, silly, big, thick, black often represents strength and durability. It is no problem to cut steel and iron with internal force. If you talk about toxicity without the dose, you are all hooligans, regardless of thickness, and the same is true for talking about protection. Although the sword can cut iron, the iron is too thick. For a while, Adam Smith couldn't break the armor of the Iron Overlord. Obadiah's feelings were not good either. Although the enemy could not hurt him for the time being, he could not hit Adam Smith, who was sensitive. Iron Overlord is already bulky and relies on great force to achieve miracles. When dealing with Tony, who is slender and flexible in size, he always feels like a cannon hitting mosquitoes. Now he is even more powerful when facing Adam, who is faster and more sensitive in response. Out! Damn fleas, can you just run away? Obadi roared in a frustration. Hearing this, Adam Smith is coming to be angry. He turned over and jumped up, landed on the shoulder of the Iron Overlord, and flew the long sword in his hand, constantly cutting its big head. The armor above the head was relatively weak, and the sky spirit cover was lifted off soon. A gust of cold wind poured in, and Obadi in the armor just looked up and saw Adam's cold face. It's over. The driving position he is in is indeed a little far from his head, but it is not so long that he can avoid the sword in the enemy's hand. As long as Adam stabs with his sword, Obadiah, who is defenseless, will be opened. Iron Overlord began to shake violently, trying to throw the enemy on his shoulder out. However, Adam Smith kept lifting his strength, like a maggot on his tarsal bone. The internal force poured into the long sword, and Adam raised the sword and stabbed it. The accident happened, and the sword in his hand could no longer bear it and shattered inch by inch. This is a stainless steel sword with ordinary craftsmanship. The Martial Arts Museum in Chinatown is only used as a handicraft display, or it is the blade that Adam Smith found for the matte machine afterwards. After more than 3 months of use, more than 100 people were cut. I just hit the armor head-on and cut the sword. The sword was already covered with cracks and gaps. After being stimulated by the last internal force, it broke open unexpectedly and not unexpectedly. The shattered blade shot towards Obadiah, and although many wounds were made on his forehead and shoulders, it was not fatal. Ah! The bald man was thrilling blood and let out a painful wail. Hey, friend! Tony, who finally rushed back to the battlefield, said in offended, Menagan, Meng Dian, used it. The hole opened above the Iron Ba Wang was too small. Although he could reach in without a long sword, it would be too unimpressive. This is Adam Smith's debut. Hydra's reporters have arrived on a helicopter over the battlefield and are broadcasting live to the world. It stretched in and took out a hand of blood, which not only ruined the image, but also was disgusting. Thinking of this, Adam Smith retreated and returned to the street to find the right tool. Iron Overlord began to fight Tony in close combat again, fighting with artillery fire. The helicopter in the air pointed the camera at the battlefield, and the famous writer broadcast live. Hi guys! Big Mouth Henry is broadcasting live over Manhattan for you. We can see that there are 2 humanoid machinery fighting below. Who are they? Why do they fight? Henry will reveal it further for you. The media controlled by Hydra pointed the camera at Adam Smith and expressed their amazement in various exaggerated tones. "Oh my God, guess who did I see? It's Adam Smith, the murderer wanted by the New York police. But I saw that he had just saved 4 children in danger. Why did he save people? Is Adam Smith really a killer? Will the murderer risk his life to save the child? Can the New York police make it wrong?" These reporters successfully aroused the audience's curiosity about Adam Smith and their doubts about the murder in red in a few words. The power of the media can be seen. Adam Smith finally found a slender steel pipe from the street. Although it was not as good as a long sword, he had to put a perfect end to his debut. He rushed back to the battlefield. At this time, Tony had already used an energy cannon in his chest to lift the Iron Overlord away. Adam found the right time and appeared on his head. The steel pipe pierced and completed the plan just now. Obadiah instantly fled, and the Iron Overlord lay on the ground and fluttered for a few more times, without a sound. Seeing this, Tony had to stop. The helicopters in the sky immediately dived down, and when they were still 1 meter above the ground, the reporters couldn't wait to jump off. They surrounded Adam and Tony respectively. Tony was going to leave, but heard Adam's words. "Who I am?" Faced with the reporter's inquiry, Adam Smith spoke out the code name he gave him. "My name is Red Swordsman." In an instant, the flash kept flashing. Tony, who was about to leave, was unhappy. When was he stolen from the limelight? So he turned around, opened his face armor, revealing his true face. "Omega, he's Tony Stark." The reporter who had just rushed towards Adam Smith ran back again and pointed his spear at Tony. "Mr. Stark, do you have your own code name? When did Tony Stark become a supporting role in his life?" After pondering for a moment, Tony spoke the line with a hint of pride. "I am Iron Man." Chapter 39. Don't panic, listen to me for you. Mr. Smith is not a murderer, he is a hero. This is a press conference specially organized by Hydra. The protagonist is Adam Smith, the Red Swordsman who made a stunning debut on the streets of Manhattan last night. The murders on Wall Street occurred in full view of the public and could not be removed silently. They must be cleaned up in a righteous manner. After Alexander Pierce revealed the Building Superhero project to other Hydra executives, it aroused the interest of many people. After a while of argument, she decided to invest some resources in Adam Smith. At the press conference, human rights lawyer Ben Collinson made a sensation and made a stunning comeback. The reporter at the scene was in an uproar and kept pressing the shutter, and the flash flashed sharply. The expressions of a group of special guests at the back of the venue were very ugly, and they all turned their angry eyes to the lawyers on the stage and Adam Smith watching the fun. They are the New York police, including Manhattan police officers who participated in the battle that day. The reason why they could resist rushing up to catch people was naturally because the big names of Hydra had taken care of the municipal government, and there was also a legally operated security company in the venue to guard the order with live ammunition. "Yes, I think Mr. Smith is a well-deserved hero," Ben Collinson emphasized again, with a serious expression and a sincere tone, as if he was stating the truth of the world. Adam Smith couldn't help but turn his head and look slightly surprised. "Why don't I know I'm so awesome?" Ben Collinson turned his head just now, and the two of them had a peaceful look. "Don't panic, listen to me for you. Maybe no one knows why Mr. Smith killed those people on Wall Street." Ben Collinson pressed the remote control in his hand, and the screen appeared on the curtain behind him. "There is a graceful blonde girl in the picture. This is Mrs. Smith. No, it should be said that it was once. The photo is moved left, and there are densely packed male names appearing in the blank space on the right. Each name comes with a link. Click in to see the person's information and the video of him and Mrs. Smith." The flash detonated again, and all the camera's lenses were aimed at the screen, bringing the picture closer. For a time, the traffic of many TV stations and portals across the United States increased sharply. Actually showing us this, then, we are excited. The regulatory authorities were temporarily blind and all shots were played without reservation. Ben Collinson was very experienced. After attracting enough traffic, he narrowed the video window and continued to show the information of these men to the audience to show authenticity. Incredible, unimaginable. Collinson said in an exaggerated tone, "This former Mrs. Smith has developed a total of 164 fixed lovers in the past 8 years. Except for a fixed week every month, she has intimate relationships with different men almost every day. There is no legitimate husband among them." Despite the completion of Revenge, seeing these scenes still evokes bad memories of Adam Smith, so his face turned gloomy. This expression was spread by the media. The man in front of the screen couldn't help but feel sympathy. This guy is so miserable. At the beginning, she would pay attention to avoiding Mr. Smith, and later she would take the man home directly, even in front of Mr. Smith. Wow! A low voice came out of the scene. The men looked at Adam Smith with more sympathy. Among those people Mr. Smith killed on Wall Street were his colleagues, his superiors, his boss, all of whom had peace with his ex-wife at Mr. Smith's home. But Mr. Smith has been tolerant for 8 years in order to keep his job and to give his children a complete family, even if the children are not his. After these words spread, many men in front of the screen became silent. They no longer paid attention to the erotic scenes in the picture, but fell into empathy with the same experience. "I just want to ask everyone, is this fair?" Ben Collinson tried hard to suppress his grief and anger, and tears seemed to appear at the corners of his eyes. "Yes, Mr. Smith killed someone and violated federal law, but don't forget, the Stars and Stripes protect the people who burn it, and the American Constitution gives the people the power to take up arms to resist when their rights are violated. As for the result of resistance, it depends on whose weapon is more advanced." The arms dealer warmly reminds everyone, in order to protect yourself and your family, remember to update your weapons frequently. Today, Mr. Smith will surrender to the New York police. But please rest assured that we will form a defense team with the top 10 law firms in the United States. In order to defend Mr. Smith's rights, and to enable many male compatriots who have shared experiences with Mr. Smith to be able to re-emerge once again, see fairness. Mr. Smith is a hero who can't bear it anymore and is forced to take up weapons to resist the bad habits of sexual openness. It should be noted that the greatness of America comes from the courage of the people of Boston, from the gunshots of Lexington, rather than the increasingly open sewers of women. The last sentence made American men excited and women jumped, especially boxers who like boxing. This sentence simply poked their lungs. In the blink of an eye, a large number of women began to verbally abuse the TV station's complaint phone number was blew up by them. Fake squid, this is destroying gender equality. Why can men look for women everywhere, but women can't? Idiot men, you just crawled out of the sewer. America started a war between men and women, but what does this have to do with Adam Smith? The press conference was unprecedentedly successful. It not only explained Adam Smith's motive for murder to the whole United States, but also successfully provoked relationships between men and women, thus making people forget the nature of the murder. The next step is nothing more than a regular criminal defense. Adam Smith, who has a luxurious lawyer team, could win the sympathy of the jury without saying a word. After all, there can be many hydras in the jury. Wow, this person is so pitiful. In Malibu's luxurious villa, Tony Stark watched the press conference throughout. After playing Obey last night, Tony was curious about Adam Smith, who suddenly appeared. After he investigated the other party's information, even though he was romantic, he couldn't help but admire the dead Mrs. Smith. What? Pepper Potts came up with a tablet and laughed and joked, "Are you missing the past?" Tony smiled angrily, regretting that he confessed too early. The board of directors will be held tomorrow, and a new major shareholder will attend the meeting. The future development direction of the Enzim Bangladesh department, otherwise Stark Industry will soon declare bankrupt. Pepper Potts faced Tony with the tablet facing him. Tony glanced at the steep red line on the stock chart and shrugged. It seems that I have disappeared for more than 3 months, and they have forgotten that I am a genius. Pepper Potts rolled his eyes and continued to report on his itinerary. There is another one from the strategic defense attack from the country. Pepper looked down and then continued, I'll make an appointment with the agents from the Logistics Support Bureau to meet you tomorrow. Annoying government spy. Tony curled his lips. The press conference had a great impact. Unlike many men's sympathy for Adam Smith, Sheriff George Stacy, who lives in Queens, was extremely angry. Bastard, this is a blasphemy to the law. The sound arose to the little girl in the room. The blonde girl pushed open the door and spoke timidly, Dad. George quickly squeezed out an ugly smile and squatted down to comfort his daughter, Gwen, Daddy his throat is blocked, so he needs to shout a few more. As he said that, he pretended to cough twice. Look, Dad is much better now. George stroked his daughter's head and said with a smile. You will go to a new school tomorrow, and go to bed early today. George Stacy was originally a sheriff of Manhattan District. He dared to fight and fought hard, had a tough style, and was deeply loved by his colleagues. He was a popular candidate for the next district director. As a result, he was now transferred to Queens as sheriff. No one cares about his colleagues who were hacked to death by Adam Smith, and the injured colleagues may soon lose their relief funds. Now all men in the United States are concerned about Adam Smith's fairness, but these casualties are who cares about fairness? Fairness should not be like this. George, who looked dull, did not notice that a box of black videotape appeared on the living room coffee table. This book is in the first round of trial and promotion. Please help me, come in and slide twice a day to maintain the reading rate. Thank you very much. As for the additional updates, I am writing a little more every day, but now there are mandatory regulations for listing the shelves. If the number of words reaches 150,000, the maximum number of words can be placed on the shelves. I will drag it to 200,000 words. Now I will be about 5,000 words a day, and at most, the number of words to the 20th must be placed on the shelves. However, the collection base is too small, and the first order score cannot be high. I can only delay for 2 more days, and then try the waters and even classify the force. I promise that when it is put on the shelves, I will upload all the chapters I have accumulated over the past few days, without leaving a single drop. So, please help me and ensure the follow-up, otherwise the recommendation will be cancelled. We of you. Chapter 40. What does Kurosaki Ichigo do have to do with me, Lin Hao? The next morning, Tony Stark came to New York from California and saw several black suits as soon as he entered the Stark building. Happy, has the security department recruited new people? Tony deliberately looked at the bodyguard Happy and talked loudly, are these your subordinates? Mr. Stark, I'm Phil Coulson. Coulson took a few steps forward and took the initiative to extend his hand. Level 7, Agent from the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. What kind of work? Tony turned his ears to his side and signaled that he didn't hear clearly. Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Coulson added again and added, it is an organization founded by your father Howard Stark. Sure enough, Tony Stark's face changed. Originally, Nick Fury didn't plan to tell Tony about these things too early, but he didn't expect Tony to reveal his identity on the spot last night and intervened in the other side of the world in advance. You'd better not be kidding me. Tony stared at Coulson. Coulson waved his hand, and an agent behind him walked forward with a metal box and placed it at Tony's feet. This is the Enzym Gaze Wo Lu Chuanan, you can take a look first. As he said that, Coulson handed Tony a business card, if you want to know more, you can contact me at any time. Coulson originally planned to talk to Tony about his previous experience in Afghanistan, but after realizing the other party's rejection, he quickly ended the topic and left voluntarily. Looking at the metal box under his feet, Tony Stark's expression was very complicated, with a hint of curiosity, a hint of complaint, and a hint of urge to show off to his parents after getting the little red flowers. Pepper couldn't bear it and spoke up, "Happy, take the box up for the boss." Happy looked at the boss and saw that he had no reaction, so he bent down and picked up the box. At this time, an Asian young man walked into Stark building and happened to pass by Coulson. The Asian face made Coulson turn his head and take a look more. With his level of level 7 agent great perfection, he naturally wrote down this face. Lin Hao walked into the building without turning his eyes and walked towards Tony Stark. The security personnel in the hall found him, quickly supported his waist, pointed at Lin Hao and shouted, "Don't move, don't move." Lin Hao stopped, not caring about these security guards, and still looked at Tony Stark. Seeing that he looked familiar, Pepper quickly took out the tablet to compare, then waved his hand to scold the security guard, "Don't worry, this gentleman is a new board member." Hearing the sound, Tony turned around and saw a strange Asian face. Tony, his name is Ichigo Kurosaki, has acquired more than 35% of Stark Industrial's shares and is the new major shareholder. Pepper whispered, "He proposed to convene today's board of directors." It's not that Tony Stark doesn't know how to manage business, but he's too lazy to manage mundane affairs. The major shareholder suddenly appears, holding more than 3.1 stake, and proposes to hold a board meeting as soon as he comes. It's obvious that the person who comes is not good. However, Tony, who was born proud, disdained to be silly and just took a look and turned around and walked towards the elevator. But Pepper took the initiative to come forward and greeted him. He first asked in Japanese that he was not very skilled, "Hello, Mr. Kurosaki, do you need to prepare an interpreter for you?" Lin Hao shook his head and turned back to a pure American accent, "Thank you, I can understand you." Pepper smiled awkwardly, and the voice she had just talked to Tony seemed a little loud. The group walked up the elevator one after another and came to the high-rise conference room. There are only Tony and Lin Hao in the huge conference room. Although nearly 3% of the shares are still in the hands of retail investors, they are not qualified to join the board of directors to enjoy the right to discuss matters. Tony Stark had already had some conspiracy in the elevator. He now has only 42% of the shares, and this Neon Man has 35% of the shares. The difference between the two sides is not big. The remaining 20% of the shares are in the dead Badia's hands. America is a capital country. No matter what secret tricks the capitalists use behind their backs, they must follow the rules of the game set by everyone on the surface. Stark Industry was jointly founded by Obadiah and Howard back then. It is normal for Obadiah to own certain shares, but Tony is not Obadiah's heir. Even if the other party intends to murder him, Obadiah's property will not be, it will automatically rotate under Tony's name. But Tony can ask the board of directors to deprive Obadiah of his heirs of deliberation, and even use Obadiah asked the court to remove his shareholder and then acquire this part of the shares on the grounds that he intended to murder the shareholders of the same company. Originally, after he announced the dissolution of the weapon manufacturing department, Tony could raise funds and easily take up all of Obadiah's shares. But now there is another Neon person, and the other party also has the right of first refusal. If negotiation fails, they can only bid for the acquisition, or acquire the remaining 20% of the shares according to the existing shareholding ratio. Although there is a high probability that Tony will continue to occupy a majority stake, if this damn Neon Man maliciously raises the price, he will have to spend more money to buy it. Do you know where the weapons originally made by Stark Industry were used? Tony's mouth is as powerful as his head, and this little Pepper can prove it. Used in Midway, in Guam, in Iwo Jima, in Okinawa, and even in Tokyo. Lin Hao had an expressionless face. What does it have to do with him? If he went back in the past, he would definitely install explosive rocks for all the Oriental Islands, so that the weapons conceived by the Neon people would personally witness the sinking of the Neon people. Tony tried to anger the other party, but he was well educated and had no reaction at all. This punch hit the cotton. As the new shareholder of the company, I want to conduct an inspection of the company's property to ensure my own interests. Lin Hao asked with a smile, Mr. Stark, you should not object, right? Yes, this is your power. Tony did not hide his unhappiness, and said with a thorn in his words, if you want to check the accounts, I can ask the accountant to send it, except for the parts involving American state secrets. I am not interested in the past accounts. Mr. Stark will not continue to be in charge of the weapons manufacturing department in the future. Leaving you, a genius, Stark Industry has no competitiveness in the field of arms, and past accounts are meaningless. Lin Hao smiling and shaking his head. Seeing that the other party was so calm, Tony couldn't help but wonder. Since this guy knows that Stark's industrial prospects are bleak, why do he still buy shares? As if seeing through his thoughts, Lin Hao once again admitted, I have a crush on the arc reactor. The eyes slid across Tony's chest, and Lin Hao smiled, I still have some Osborne Electric shares in my hand. You should understand what I mean, right? Tony suddenly realized, unable to hide his shock. You actually want to get involved in the American electricity field. After Tony Stark decided to close the weapons manufacturing department, he had already figured out the transformation direction and used the replicable or even miniaturized arc reactor to enter the energy field. This is a market that is wider than arms. Arc reactor is equivalent to a cold nuclear reactor in the Marvel world, safe, efficient, and low cost, and has too many advantages over traditional energy sources. Compared with this, Osborne Electric's biopower generation technology is like a handicraft homework for elementary school students. However, how can anyone enter the energy field? Stark Industrial has to rely on its network of contacts that have been operating for many years to be sure to grab a small piece of cake from traditional energy giants, and then it will still make some profits. Is a mere neon man dare to get involved in the power supply in America? Mr. Stark, if you are willing to cooperate, we can jointly initiate a merger and acquisition of Osborne Power and then set up a new one. Hee hee. Tony couldn't help laughing, do you know what you are talking about? How could the government and consortium allow a neon man to get involved in the power industry? That's why I need your help. Lin Hao confessed. Sorry, I'm American. Tony suddenly thought of a good way to expel Kurosaki Ichigo. As long as he officially enters the energy field, the government will definitely review the capital composition of Stark Industry. When they find that there is a neon man who owns more than 1/3 of the shares and does not require Tony to do it, some people will kill this. And seized the shares in his hands. Lin Hao just smiled, if you change your mind, you can come to me at any time. After saying that, he left the conference room and followed the waiting administrative director to visit and learn about Stark Industries' various properties. Other places are just a quick look, but they stayed in front of the future city model left by Howard Stark for more than 10 seconds. That night, this model was spontaneously burned completely. Chapter 41 Girls, It's Not Fun at All. 20 Ingram Street, Queens. At 7 o'clock in the morning, 8-year-old Peter Parker had already put on his clothes, put on his school bag, and hurried into Aunt May's room. Aunt May, it's time for you to get up and cook, otherwise I'll be late. Peter, your school is only 1 street from our house. Classes start at 9 o'clock, and now. The young and hot Aunt May glanced at the alarm clock that took a long time to ring at the head of the bed, and her face was full of anger. It's only 7 o'clock. Peter Parker grinned and said, Ned said that there will be a transfer student coming to our class today. I want to invite him to join our Ram Street Superhero Squad. Your Super English Squad has only 2 people. Ned agreed to join after he was still a hot dog. The young woman who was getting up mercilessly exposed her nephew's true feelings. The morning light poured into the bedroom, wrapping up Aunt May's graceful figure. The face is beautiful and the branches bear fruit. The young Peter didn't know how to appreciate it, and he was still excited to tell his great superhero plan. I believe he will be moved by my idea and join in. I will make armor for them in the future, just like Iron Man. After Iron Man and Red Swordsman emerged, the two had their own fan groups, especially in the hearts of young children. Living superheroes are more attractive than Superman in the cartoon. However, the fan base of Tony Stark and Adam Smith has a clear sense of distinction. Adam became a hit at the press conference and became a hero in the minds of men at the bottom, a symbol of justice for American men. As a billionaire and playboy, Tony was already very popular among women. Nowadays, men and women are quarreling on the internet. Seeing the blockbuster loser men chasing the popular swordsman, all of these women ran to Iron Man, shake the flag and shout. It's not that we women are disloyal to marriage, but that you losers are incompetent. If you are as rich as Tony Stark, we will be loyal. Children don't understand and care about the adult world. Their attitudes towards the two are very childish. Children with good academic performance, such as Peter Parker, like Iron Man because they think they can create an advanced set of technological armor like Tony Stark when they grow up and become superheroes. Children who are not good at studying don't think so much at all. Whoever looks handsome and whoever has the more easy to obtain props will be cosplayed. Listening to his nephew's constant chatter, Aunt May, who had changed her clothes, shook her head and asked him with a smile, "How do you know that the new classmate must be a boy? What if she is a girl?" The little mouth like a machine gun suddenly looked like a goose that was strangled. Peter was stunned for a moment and didn't want to believe it. No, he must be a boy. Okay, then congratulations in advance on finding a new playmate. Aunt May patted her nephew's little face, gave him a kiss, and then walked towards the kitchen. Not a playmate, but a member of the superhero team. Peter chased behind with his short legs and emphasized, "Okay, superhero." After breakfast, Aunt May sent Peter to an elementary school outside the street. When she saw her nephew walking into the campus, she turned around and went home to take a break. Peter Parker, who came to school early, found a blonde girl in the empty classroom. She was wearing a white top, a black skirt, and pink socks with cartoon patterns could be seen in her little brown leather shoes. There was no bloody love at first sight, and Peter, who was unaware of it, just glanced at him and looked away. Girls are so troublesome. It's not fun to cry even if you fall down. Hey, Peter. Friend and best friend Ned Leeds walked into the classroom, his face full of fatigue and kept yawning. If Peter hadn't promised to invite him to a deluxe version of hot dogs after school, he wouldn't have come to school so early. Peter Parker had already reacted at this time. He turned around and looked at the girl behind the classroom, his little face full of unhappiness. "Ned, I want to give you bad news." Peter said sorrow, "Your deluxe version of hot dog is gone." "What?" Ned Leeds instantly lost all sleepiness, rushed forward with big strides, stretched out two fat hands on Peter's shoulder, shook them hard, and gritted his teeth. "What did you say?" Peter looked desperate, ignored the anger of his best friend, and murmured unconsciously, "Why? Why is the new classmate a girl? Do you have a big opinion on girls?" Gwen Stacy appeared behind Peter Parker at some point. Ned Leeds, who was getting angry, blinked. He was not as old as an enlightened person. He even believed that his girlfriend had no fun with fun. He was just wondering now. "Who are you? Why are you in our classroom?" "She is our new classmate, the transfer student who is coming today." Peter deliberately bit the word her very seriously. The clever Peter had already guessed what the identity of the girl who suddenly appeared in the classroom was. Gwen stared at Peter, and the keen girl noticed the little kid's annoyance to her, but she had just arrived today. "It seems that this school has the bad habit of bullying freshmen, so I have to report it to the principal." No, Peter is just kidding. The second grader of elementary school has not grown to the point where he is not afraid of teachers. Now, when he hears Gwen move out a principal who is older than the teacher, the child with little knowledge immediately surrenders. He was unhappy because the Ram Street Super English team lost the opportunity to recruit new ones. Super English Squad. Gwen asked curiously, are superheroes like Iron Man and Red Swordsman? Obviously not, it's just Peter. Ned was about to explain, but Peter interrupted him. That's right, just like Iron Man. Wait for me to go to college. Peter thought for a while and changed his words firmly. No, when I was in high school, I could create steel armor for our players. Now it's just the training stage. Then your training period is really long. Gwen laughed. Who said that? Although Peter doesn't like playing with girls, he can't accept being underestimated by girls. He immediately defended, I just don't have steel armor as a reference now, otherwise you don't need to go to high school, junior high school. Well, you can create it before graduating from elementary school. Well, you should inherit the name of Tony Stark's genius. Gwen joked. I think so too. Peter looked stinky. Is your Super English squad still short of people? Gwen asked suddenly. What? Peter was confused. If your team is still short of people, I might be able to join. Gwen smiled. Peter Parker looked at Gwen Stacy bathed in the sun, her golden hair dancing in the morning light, and was stunned for a moment. This girl seems to be different from the kindergarten girl. What? Gwen frowned slightly. Isn't welcome. Welcome, of course. Peter was extremely excited and laughed. Haha, there is one more person in our Iron team. I don't want to be a Tin Man. I like the Red Swordsman more. He is much more handsome than the Iron Man. Gwen expressed his position as soon as he came up. No, the iron armor is the coolest. Peter sticks to his camp. The armor of the Iron Overlord was cut through by the Red Swordsman, which means that the Red Swordsman's sword is even more powerful. Gwen gave up the lady's disguise and loudly insisted on his point of view. Iron Man is the most powerful. The Red Swordsman can defeat the Iron Overlord without wearing steel armor. What else can you do if Tony Stark loses armor? How could it be that there was no armor? If I were to wear armor every day when I had to eat and sleep. Oh? Wear shit, too. I can make a hole behind my butt. In this way, the story of the stubborn senior brother, the ghost sister and the second senior brother Moya began. They seem to be missing a master, and it is best to have a master with firm ambitions and at all costs. Sheriff George, who was driving to the new police station, suddenly felt a little chilling below. Chapter 42 Blonde Waves. These are 4 characteristics. At night, on the streets of Brooklyn, a man with a crazy look ran in panic and knocked down passers-by one after another. He held a leather bag in his left hand, covered his chest tightly, and was holding a pistol in his right hand. This person turned around every 3 steps, and he could not hide his deep fear in his madness. At the intersection of the street, a man in red, a man. Wow, Red Swordsman. The men on the street were all surprised. Women's feelings are very complicated. Some people sympathize with Adam Smith's experience, some people are angry that he deprived women of their freedom, some women simply think that this guy looks quite pleasing to him, and he is still a celebrity, so, want to attack him. This is normal. 3 women can make up a show, and 1 girl's dormitory can create more than a dozen groups. The man who was running away in front heard the movement, turned his head and immediately raised his pistol and shot in the back. The red figure flashed, the sword light floated, and the sharp blade actually split the bullet, relaxed and comfortable. Although the sword in Adam Smith's hand is still in the shape of a Han sword, the material is different from the past. It is a sword tailored for it by Hydra using stock Edmund alloy. This big sword is much harder than his original too. Not only is it hard, but Edmund alloy is also extremely sharp after being cut, and it can cut iron like mud without internal force. Adam was very satisfied with this great sword. If he met the Iron Overlord again, he could open it with 1 sword. The bullet was cut into small pieces and landed at the feet of Adam Smith, and the onlookers were amazed. Oh my god, the Red Swordsman is indeed the strongest superhero, Captain America is weaker than him. This is obviously a child care arranged by Hydra, which is too targeted. However, in the eyes of ordinary citizens, Captain America's story has been gone for more than 60 years, and everyone is more willing to believe what they have seen with their own eyes. Get out of the way, don't get in the way. Adam Smith didn't think of being a good neighbor of New York citizens, and his attitude was always cold. But Americans will regard this coldness as a coldness, and many people will take this trick more. If you talk to him well, you will not pay attention to you. The bullet was completely ineffective against the red figure. The robber on the drug was cleared and he could only watch the Red Swordsman walk around in a leisurely manner, then cut off the gun in his hand, and several fingers. In order to maintain the public image, Adam Smith deliberately kept his hands and rarely cut his arms and legs, and often punched and knocked him out after destroying the criminal's weapons. After he completed the daily process, Hydra immediately arranged people to come forward to wash the floor and call the police, and then a large group of reporters gathered to take photos and interview. Although Adam Smith surrendered to the New York police at the press conference, he was released on bail after going in and following a process. After that, under the arrangement of Hydra, they attacked gangs everywhere and saved the elderly and young. Every time they happened to be photographed by reporters and entered the prime time. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is a powerful force behind Adam Smith to support him. So, today a female reporter rushed to the front and put the recorder to his mouth first. "Mr. Smith, I have to say that it is so difficult to interview you through the lockdown of your peers." The blonde hair was wavy, all four characteristics were stepping on Adam Smith's thunder point, and this woman was hot and just a little bit hot. Adam's expression immediately became ugly, and dangerous signals were seeping out of his eyes. The female reporter thought it was her sharp words that hurt him, so she was complacent and introduced herself. "I am Christine, a reporter from Vanity Fair magazine. Can I ask you 2 questions?" Already figured out how to deal with this blonde the wave, Adam Smith raised his lips. "Okay. Mr. Smith, I found out that my sister saw Wu Xiao in Luo and barbecue, don't you think this is too coincidental?" Christine stretched the recorder a few more times closer. "Point. Unfortunately, because I spent money to ask them to work overtime." Adam Smith looked calm. Everyone should abide by the spirit of the contract, right? A big truth made Christine unable to answer for a long time, and her whole body was completely ruined. "Why is this happening? Don't play by the routine." "Okay, it seems you admit to deliberately creating news hotspots." Christine blatantly digging a hole. Unfortunately, Adam Smith didn't care at all. He just wanted to concoct the big blonde waves in front of him now. The deeds of superheroes should be widely spread, so I want to ask Miss Christine to work overtime now, so we can talk about it in detail in another place. Christine was stared at by this hot gaze and showed a smile of success in her plan. "If you want to win the Pulitzer Prize, do you think it's enough to just take photos? Have a spirit of dedication." As the picture changed, Christine hugged Adam Smith and kept sucking and gnawing in the hotel suite, very enthusiastic. Adam Smith endured the nausea of saliva on her skin, and did not kick the woman away, but instead she was free to make up, as if she was waiting. Christine on the top sucked it, so she quickly untied Adam Smith's belt and slid it down hard. First, he was shocked, then he was shocked. Adam Smith smiled proudly. Why did he become a superhero? It was to attract these coquettish women after becoming famous. When they were overly enthusiastic one by one, they suddenly saw the empty cannon mount. The expression of astonishment, anger, and despair. Just thinking about it made him so excited that he trembled all over. "How is it?" Adam Smith smiled cruelly. "Are you surprised?" "Very disappointed." He pushed Christine down on the carpet and walked to the toolbox. Just as Adam Smith was about to start violently ravaging him, Christine shone with her eyes and shouted at him, "Oh, it's great! Do you know? You met my two needs at the same time. Come on! Hurry up!" This time it was Adam Smith's turn to answer for a long time. "Don't play by the routine." The angry Adam Smith spread all his anger on Christine, and all kinds of props took turns to play. As a result, after being tired for a long time, Christine was confused. Adam admitted that this time he had made a mistake. "I thought my ex-wife was already perverted enough, but I didn't expect there would be more perverted women in this country." In the middle of the night, the Hydra cleaning staff who were waiting outside quickly carried the stretcher in. The scene was the bloody they expected, but the reaction of the person involved was unexpected. Although Christine was covered in bruises and blood flowed, her eyes were blurred and her cheeks were blushing, and her mouth kept muttering, "God! He is so awesome, so fierce." In order to attract more women to the door, Adam Smith did not kill, but the miserable wail he imagined did not appear. "Bastard, I don't believe that there is no normal woman in America." Adam wants to continue. Outside the hotel, a paparazzi secretly took pictures of Christine being carried into an ambulance, and bribed the ambulance staff and recorded her beeping. So, the internet was in full swing. Stink or bitch? I don't believe it, he is really that powerful. Bastard, I must fight him alone to justify American women. Adam Smith really didn't expect that his notoriety among the female group had a strange development because of this kind of thing. Of course, he was not repulsive. The more women he rushed up, the more they would ravage. But he didn't know that in addition to men and women following him, there were also similar people paying attention to him. An underground arena in Atlanta, with corpses everywhere and blood flowing into a river. The bald man in red looked at the news that was broadcast on the TV screen and showed a hideous smile. "Mr. Dongfang can only be mine. I talked to the editor about the plot of the following chapters, and finally found that I was still conservative, so I changed it to a more exciting one." Chapter 43. 3 days later, at the top of the White House, both the highest and the worst, and the life and death are also determined. A bald man in a red hooded robe walked off the train to New York, from Atlanta above the Appalachian Mountains. There was a gourd hanging around the man's waist, which contained white wine. He kept holding it in his left hand, as if he was not used to missing something. The bald man had a white face and no beard. His originally strong muscles gradually shrink, but concentration is the essence. After eliminating the former swelling, he felt more strength in his body. Due to his tall figure and wide skeleton, he cannot condense a trace of charm, but it is more in line with the temperament of a white-faced young man. If there wasn't a tattoo on the top of the head and a hideous scar was drawn between the eyebrows, there would probably be many rich women who would have been following him. But now he has no feelings for women. There is only one person in his heart, that is the powerful, mysterious, and beautiful Lord Dongfang Bubai. We have to get a good sword first. The bald man glanced at the station hall screen. Adam Smith, who was enjoying the spotlight, showed a bloodthirsty smile. Although you appeared earlier, I am the most loyal believer of Lord Dongfang. After taking a look, the bald man stepped out of the station and headed straight for Chinatown. The bald man was named Johnny Tyson, who was once an underground boxer who was hiding in Atlanta and earned a little commission by working hard. Don't think that the underground ring matches have millions of dollars every night, just think that fighting black boxing can make a fortune. Most of the pumping is taken away by the organizer. The club that provides the boxer will then draw a lot of money, and the money that falls into the boxer's pocket will be lost. Of course, if you can become famous and bring your own traffic, the organizer will provide a higher commission and even be willing to share a part of the profit. But all this is exchanged for consumption of limited lifespan. Few underground boxers can die in their sleep. They either die in the boxing ring or on the hospital bed. Even if they retreat by luck, they will suffer from hidden injuries in their later years. Most of the money they earn will be spent on treating the disease. Johnny Tyson is a miserable boxer. Every time he fights to the death, he gets less money than 0 yuan purchase. After a serious injury, the club abandoned him, and he could only rely on the last bit of savings. Treat the disease and live a life. That night, he was penniless. I planned to end my pain by jumping off the building, but a box of black videotape appeared on the floor of the apartment. Akyong met Ajin on A Night with Stars. From then on, life without a trace of color had a bright red, and Johnny Tyson's life became meaningful. However, Akyong could not tolerate Ajin's past. Johnny Tyson discovered that there was also a stinky man in New York who imitated Oriental beauty. Jealousy made Akyong unable to fall asleep. He wanted to have Ajin in full. The great Oriental lord does not need a second follower. Johnny is determined to eliminate all men who have received the gift of Oriental unbeaten. So he came to New York from Atlanta. He practiced hard for more than 3 months and killed the club's boss, boxers who had conflicts with him through actual combat, and the entire gangster who organized the underground ring match. Johnny Tyson's confidence is no weaker than Adam Smith. With the fighting experience he has developed for many years of black boxing career, he is definitely much better than the miserable office worker and the poor green-haired turtle. After Johnny Tyson, who was ruthless and speechless, found a good sword from Chinatown, he immediately issued a letter of war to Adam Smith. He used his sword to carve a sentence on the wall outside the Wall Street Stock Exchange building at night. 3 days later, the top of the White House will determine both the superiority and the inferiority of life and death. The signature "Sunrise in the East, but I am undefeated" is in Chinese. Obviously, Akyong was even more indifferent to Ajin and taught himself Chinese for Ajin for 3 months. After dawn, Wall Street was angry, New York was in an uproar, and America was in an uproar. Lin Hao, the initiator, was stunned for a moment at the location of the final battle, and then smiled with a "Honey, it's interesting. Now Dongfang Bubai is famous in the United States, and the Jing Shifang Brigade can be listed." After thinking for a moment, he recalled Sadako again and threw her a sword made of vibrator. "Take it to Bald Hero." These days, he noticed the sword in the hands of Adam Smith on the news, and guessed that it was probably Eadman alloy. The sword Johnny Tyson got on the market could not withstand a few attacks. These two father-in-law are both talents in the Jing Shifang and can play a powerful advertising role and cannot be compromised for the time being. Only Adam Smith appeared, and most forces would think this was an isolated case and could not be copied. When they saw Johnny Tyson again, they should react and then explore the reasons. By then, whether to cut or not will become a tangle among many American men. In the future, in the face of an increasingly dangerous living environment, more and more people are willing to take a knife. Early in the morning, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s office. Black Bleach Nick Fury sat behind the desk, Phil Coulson stood on the left and right, reporting on the newly discovered situation. This neon man is called Ichigo Kurosaki. He acquired more than 1/3 of Stark Industries stock. He held a shareholder meeting with Tony Stark yesterday. It is not clear what the meeting is currently. Nick Fury quickly checked the information of Ichigo Kurosaki and found that he was a very normal neon businessman, who had been in business for many years, and was involved in the financial industry, and invested in stocks in the stock market, making money and losing money. This time, taking advantage of the rising and falling Stark Industrial's stock price and buying at the bottom at a low price, he became a major shareholder. What's wrong? Nick Fury only looked for a moment and found the problem. If the last time I bought the bottom was because he blindly believed in Tony Stark, then his shorting operation 3 months ago would be too determined. $5 million, 10 times leverage, is indeed a bit risky, but he has had similar actions in his previous experience, and even lost several times. Coulson's attitude was not as sure as the boss. Don't care what he has done in the past, because past experiences may be a perfect layout. Nick Fury always has an agent mentality and maintains doubts about everything. It depends on what he is doing now and what purpose he wants to achieve. Okay, I will continue to stare at him. Coulson then included Ichigo Kurosaki on the tablet as his key monitoring target, and then reported, "Adam Smith, the Red Swordsman, is very active recently. Start playing monitoring on the screen, control the screen and news reports from multiple TV stations." "Boss, this person is not simple. I have checked the background information and recent flows of those reporters, and I can't find any suspicious points." It is very suspicious to make Coulson unable to find anything suspicious. "No need to check, he is Pierce's man." Nick Fury revealed the answer directly, "Pierce is trying to build a superhero team." This. Coulson thought carefully and finally expressed his position: he is no longer the director and does not seem to have the right to do so. He has no powers from SHELD, but has the powers given by wealth. Nick Fury was very open to these things, so he used the funds allocated by the Security Council to secretly maintain the Scrapers' survival and exchange them for help in intelligence work. Besides, Alexander Pierce is still an executive of the Security Council. If he persuaded the Council to set up a special operation team independent of SHELD, many people would probably agree. Since Nick Fury took power, he has been very strict with SHELD, and some people have long been dissatisfied with him. Although he did not know that he had controlled his loneliness, SHELD has long become a snake nest. After conducting the morning report, Coulson left the director's office. The tablet is still playing the scene of Adam Smith killing the gun-wielding robber. "It's worthy of being Pierce, but it's very similar to my plan," Nick Fury murmured to himself. In less than a moment, the office door was violently pushed open. Phil Coulson was full of shock and anxious. "Director, something big happened." Seeing the 2 lines of words in the scene, Nick Fury's face was as dark as. "Okay, I can't tell." "Bastard, he is provoking America. I originally wanted to fight the top of the Statue of Liberty, but I said that the house is fine, just don't expose Comrade Guanhai, so brothers, please be careful not to mention it when commenting. P.S. I have not deleted a comment so far. Some friends found that the comments disappeared were not deleted by me, but were protecting this book. I beg my brothers to be more tactful in the future and use more Nikan names. I sincerely thank Penglay for giving the opportunity and loving me so much. In the future, I will strive to practice driving skills well and ask my best friends to help me modify it less." Chapter 44 Fathers, Gather. The 2 lines of words appearing on the exterior wall of the Wall Street Stock Exchange detonated the entire United States. Who did this? Who do he want to decide the outcome in life and death with? Also, why is it Chinese? Many American poor students keep asking questions online. What do these 2 sentences mean? Let me translate it personally. That is, in 3 days, the person who wrote this sentence will fight against people on the roof of the White House, like the ancient Greek Colosseum. What was ancient Greece? Ancient Greece was not a thing, it was a country in history. Oh, I'm not interested in history. Are you an idiot upstairs? You should care more about the decisive battle location now, that's a White House. Yes, we have to go over and grab a good spot in advance. Remember to bring a tent. Last time, my girlfriend and I didn't bring a tent, we were arrested by the police because we didn't bring a tent, and we said we were hindering the appearance of the city. The Washington area specializes in selling tents, demonstration flags, slogans and uniforms, and can customize patterns. The quantity is limited. If you want to buy it, you can get it as soon as possible. I have bought a plane ticket to Washington. I hope they won't break the appointment, otherwise I will definitely blow their ass. Silly hat, just you. There is joy on the internet, as if I am about to take part in a summer trip. Most people don't care who is about to fight to the death. They just hope that both sides will not break the appointment so that they can participate in this carnival. But the top American officials felt the blasphemy and no one dared to humiliate them so much. Check it out, be sure to find out who this person is. As a result, the CIA, the Special Warning Bureau, the New York Police and even SHIELD received investigation orders. Nick Fury, or the entire SHIED, ignores the fact that the organization is now affiliated with the World Security Council and still holds the tradition of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. It is clear which country's territory is from. Even Hydra hiding in SHIELD does not want to see America's prestige damaged, because they have regarded America as their own private property. After the Insight Plan is implemented, America and even the entire world belong to them. Director, the surveillance camera did not capture anyone. After slowing down the picture, he could only see a blurred red color. Coulson was busy collecting intelligence. This behavior was destroying his beloved America, which he absolutely could not tolerate. The pixels of street surveillance are not high, and it is impossible to capture fast targets. However, this situation is very similar to a person. Coulson's eyes became sharp. Adam Smith. Nick Fury pondered for a moment and decisively ordered, "Phil, you will lead a team of people to find him." These two sentences may not be written by him, but they must have something to do with him. As he said that, he added, "I will contact Pierce." Since the director is willing to provide a guarantee, Coulson has no objection anymore. Even if the director doesn't come forward, he will go himself. Because Coulson has long been determined to protect the United States he loves. Facing two sentences on the exterior wall of the Wall Street Stock Exchange, others may be surprised and guessed, but the father-in-laws created by Ajahn personally were awakened as the second sentence of the signature. They only saw this sentence in the black videotape, and it has never appeared on the internet before. After seeing the news, Adam Smith's face was as deep as water. He knew that the person who wrote these two sentences came for him because the stock exchange was where he first appeared. "Adam, the people from SHIELD are coming soon, but don't worry, they are just..." Alexander Pierce was explaining on the phone. "It's me." Adam interrupted coldly. "But the Emperor steals the Imperial Edict and often robbers." Pierce was puzzled. Adam Smith didn't mind letting Hydra know his position. Anyway, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Is it not good to have someone to serve and wash the floor anytime and anywhere? He is sending a letter of war to me. Adam Smith smiled first, and then said proudly, "I will accept this challenge this time. I will prove that I am the strongest in front of the whole world. I secretly became ruthless in my heart. Come on, let Lord Dongfang see who is his only follower." Alexander Pierce was silent. Although the person who wrote two sentences on the stock exchange to shock the whole country was not Adam Smith, judging from his current performance, he clearly planned to make an appointment. That's a White House. Pierce felt that he was very impressed. How should he settle this matter? However, he was a professional politician and soon thought of the way to turn waste into treasure. "Okay, I will start to promote it immediately. You have to come forward to stop this crazy guy." "Whatever. Adam Smith doesn't matter. He will definitely go to the appointment and start a war. It's not his business to promote it on the media." So, the Americans immediately learned that the Red Swordsman would take action to stop the thugs who provoke federal authority, and for a moment his fans increased sharply. Of course, there are also guys who are slow to react and scold them online. "Get out, we have to see the blood flowing like a river. Damn sissy, go back to your turtle shell, Washington doesn't need you to protect it. If you dare to come to Washington, I will definitely spray you to death with my urine. A bunch of idiots, don't you think this letter of war is just to him?" The joining of the Red Swordsman further boosted the wave of public opinion, just like adding fuel to the fire. Now even those who do not like to pay attention to the news in remote areas know that the life and death battle that will take place in the White House is about to happen. Johnny Tyson, who was driving to Washington, was very happy to see Adam Smith's response. Because when he woke up, there was an extra sword around him. Only Master Dongfang had such skills that came and went, which showed that he had been recognized by Master Dong. Sure enough, he is the only follower of Lord Dongfang. Other charming bitches will eventually die under his sword. In addition to Bald Strong, Sheriff George from Queens suddenly asked the bureau for a few days off. Because after he figured it out, he believed that the words engraved on the wall of the stock exchange were left to him by Adam Smith. George Stacy didn't know that Sadeko's video had visited many places in more than 3 months. He thought that the only ones who were cruel to cut off were himself and Adam Smith. Now the other party deliberately engraved words in the place where the two had fought, and obviously discovered him, who wanted to destroy himself. Since this is the case, Sheriff George has no possibility of retreating. He cut himself into seeking justice for his colleagues. Even if the martial arts practice time is still short, he will not allow himself to retreat. The only thing he can't rest assured is his daughter. This made Sheriff George struggling for 2 days. It was late at night before the agreed time that George decided to set off. He kissed his sleeping daughter on the forehead and walked to the garage resolutely. Unexpectedly, he left his front foot, and Gwen Stacy jumped up and didn't take off her clothes at all. Gwen carefully got into the garage through the window and hid in the trunk while his dad was driving the garage door. I don't know if Peter and Ned can think of a solution. Maybe I am the only team member who can watch the game on the spot. Thinking of this, Gwen was so stupid. Because he did not name it, not only Adam Smith and George Stacy believed that they were related to them. Many of the father-in-laws created by Sadeko over the past 3 months thought that the other party was having an appointment with him, and they all came from America. All over the world came to Washington. Lin Hao did not expect that so many father-in-law would respond spontaneously, and the Jing Shifang Brigade had a competitive and vibrant state for a moment. Seeing this grand occasion, Lin Hao was determined to make efforts to ensure the smooth progress of this life-and-death battle. This is related to whether the 2 American East-West and West Factory can be successfully completed. Chapter 45 Guyi, Mr. Lin, you are too dangerous. Time soon came to the date of the battle. A large number of tourists flocked to Washington, not only Americans, but also many tourists from all over the world who were not afraid of big troubles. They looked forward to witnessing the fall of the White House. Since the specific time was not stated, many people who watched the fun came over in the early morning to try to occupy a good place. But they underestimated the importance the American senior management attached to this matter, and within 1 kilometer of the White House, they were surrounded by troops. The outermost streets were set up by the army and no one was allowed to pass. Searchlights were hung on the guard posts with tight defenses, and large caliber guns stood on the corner tower. Tanks were waiting for battle behind, and armed helicopters were hovering in the air. The area near the White House was jointly deployed by the CIA, the Federal Warning Agency, SHIELD, and the Secret Service. Although heavy weapons are worse than the peripheral military, portable light weapons are more powerful than the military. More advanced. The men in Bai's house are naturally worried that the armored troops are too close. What if the passionate Erlangsa can't open the gun and turn the gun to send Bai's house? After all, this is a magical country that can use tanks to drive out veterans for salary. With the current defense, Nick Fury believes that even Tony Stark in armor can't rush over head-on. I'm afraid only the Hulk can do it, and of course his powerful foreign aid can do it. Adam Smith, who was taken by Alexander Pierce himself to be next to the White House, looked ugly when he saw this scene. He actually didn't care where the decisive battle was, but he wanted to prove himself and wanted to kill that damn guy with his own hands. What if that guy is scared of this scene now? Johnny Tyson was afraid that he would not know whether he was afraid, but George Stacy was stunned. Sheriff George, who had just cut for a few days, had a shallow skill and had to patrol at work. He could only practice sword secretly at night. With his current strength, he would definitely not rush in. Gwen, who was secretly following his father and hiding in the crowd, was also anxious. I can't get in and can't see it. How can I show it to my friends after I go back? As the sky became brighter and brighter, more and more tourists gathered around the White House, shouting in various languages. Rubbish soldiers, Go back to the barracks. We have to see the blood flowing like a river. You are restricting people's freedom, you are violating the federal constitution. Get out quickly, Washington doesn't need you. The shouts were heard one after another, but the U.S. military behind the defense line did not fluctuate at all. They had long been accustomed to similar scenes. Except for the day of victory after World War II, this army had never enjoyed the welcome of the people to them. The muzzle and muzzle were aimed at the citizens, and everyone dared to shout from 100 meters away and threw a little insignificant garbage over. Although the Americans are stubborn, they are not stupid. They dare to be impulsive in the face of the police, and even throw out their own made incendiary bottles during riots. When facing the army that is attacking with heavy punches, they only dare to verbally call. Because they knew that the army really dared to fire. Among the crowds from all directions, there were many father-in-laws coming from all over the world. Faced with such a tight line of defense, some of them hesitated, while others were eager to try. People who dare to make up their minds to give themselves a knife will never lack ruthlessness in their personality. After practicing the evil repelling sword technique for a long time, they will also aggravate paranoia and even madness. People with low skills may not dare, but the father-in-law who practiced swords for more than 1/10 of Kunyan had ambitions to rush. No one noticed that there was an aircraft hovering in visible state in the air, and Lin Hao was waiting inside. Time gradually came to noon, and seeing that there was enough audience, the father-in-law had already entered the venue, and Lin Hao was about to escort it. But the surrounding space flipped like a mirror, and the entire plane was dragged into another dimension. Lin Hao's face changed and became gloomy. Pushing open the airplane cabin door, I saw a floating open space in the space that was as broken as the lenses. There was a bald old nun wearing an inappropriate monk's robe waiting here. Mr. Lin, Koi. I'm so happy is a gift. Ha! Lin Hao was not afraid of her, picked up the Qing Long Yunyu sword, stepped on the moon step, and jumped to the open space. Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhang Heng founded the Divine Spear Bureau to protect humans from alien races. The Divine Spear and Aegis are originally a family, so why bother? Ha 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 ha. Lin Hao laughed furiously and asked, when Nick Fury slaughtered my colleagues in the Divine Spear Bureau at the end of last year, why didn't you stand up and tell him that the Divine Spear and the Divine Spear are family? Gu Yi was speechless and sighed, fights between countries are inevitable. Kamataj and the Divine Spear Bureau are organizations that hide behind the scenes to defend the entire human civilization. Don't let it go! Lin Hao shouted angrily, the Qing Long Yunyu sword slammed heavily into the open space, and the majestic domineering aura poured over. Gu Yi frowned slightly, but there was no discomfort at all. This old nun has lived for hundreds of years, constantly absorbing the power of the dark dimension, and carefully studying the magic of the Trinity Weishan Emperor. His spiritual power has long been extraordinary. If you really think about human civilization, you should have led the Earthlings to the universe. In hundreds of years, it will not be comparable to the Kari Empire, but at least it will reach the level of Sandal. You have seen so many civilizations and seen different timelines. Don't you know that human disputes arose because of resources? Humans are not prepared to move towards the universe, and rash intrusion will only bring destruction to mankind. The old nun has a limited temper and will change his face when he is pointed at the nose and scolded. Haha, will there be fewer aliens who have visited the Earth for thousands of years? Lin Hao sneered, they are only allowed to treat the Earth as a battlefield. We just need to drive people away. We deserve to let our people suffer every time? Gu Yi frowned, looked at Lin Hao in front of him, and said in a deep voice, your thoughts are too dangerous. It's useless to just say it, let's see the truth. Lin Hao wrapped the overlord color around the knife, and for a moment, purple-red lightning gathered over, and the power that shocked the fruit opened up a white light body on the blade. He swung his sword toward Gu Yi, and the vibration force spread first. The surrounding lenses were shattered in large quantities, and purple-red lightning attached to a black sword light and flew towards Gu Yi. Antiquity, a pair of hands slashed, layer upon layer of golden shields floating in front of him. The black sword light slashed down, and the golden light shields shattered into flying gold chips, disappearing in a blink of an eye. After slashing out, Lin Hao rushed over and tried to fight Gu Yi in close combat. The big sword is like a weak willow, held in Lin Hao's hand and flipped it freely, and another sword pierced into the position where there are fewer light shields from a tricky angle. The blade hit, and a golden stepping point appeared under Gu Yi's foot, and he jumped up with the force. In a circle of his hands, a red band-shaped rune appeared, which was thrown towards the big knife by her. The Qinglong Yanyu sword was tied up by Setolak's red belt, and Lin Hao couldn't break free for a moment. So he decisively abandoned the knife, raised his fists, a layer of black covering his arms, and purple-red lightning wrapped around the left and right. The armed and overlord fists hit the golden light shield, destroying the light shield layer by layer like peeling an onion, quickly approaching the Ancient One. Gu Yi didn't expect that Lin Hao, who had discarded his weapon, would become even more fierce. He immediately drew a circle with his left hand and opened a space door. A golden sword of Weixin Emperor appeared on his right hand, stabbing directly into the space door. The other end of the space gate was Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao, who had predicted the future scenes in advance, suddenly turned around, grabbed the sword of Weixin Emperor with his left hand, and ventured through the space door with his right hand, threw the white air ball that had been holding in his hand, and then used the fastest speed. Retrieve your hands back to avoid being cut by space. Lin Hao's prediction ability and crazy behavior were beyond Gu Yi's expectations. When she saw the air ball flying over, she had no time to defend. The air mass exploded with a bang. As expected, Lin Hao blocked his arms in front of his head and flew back. Gu Yi, who was firmly under the explosion of air, no longer had the calmness he had just now. Chapter 46, Dad is going to suffer, she is anxious. Mirror dimension, floating in the open space. The bald old nun was in blood in the monk's robe, and Lin Hao admitted that it was him who did it. After quickly setting aside, Lin Hao was ready and did not rush forward. He also wanted to take advantage of the illness to kill others, but his intuition told him that the bald old nun would not be that simple. In the movie, this guy was stabbed by someone and then fell to death. It was like a joke. Do you deserve the person of a single universe powerful person? Gu Yi saw that Lin Hao was not deceived and felt a little disappointed. The power from the dark dimension quickly wrapped around his body, and the wound disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Haha, that's right. Lin Hao sneered. You are too dangerous. Gu Yi stared at Lin Hao and reiterated his point of view again, having your divine spear will only bring disaster to the earth and mankind. Is it causing disaster to your American father? Lin Hao exposed her mercilessly and asked, which country is the Ancient One in other universes? I am an Earthling, the Supreme Wizard. Gu Yi emphasized his identity with a stern face. It is my duty to defend the Earth and protect humanity from other dimensions. Wow! I didn't expect you to be a great internationalist. Lin Hao sarcastically with an exaggerated expression, but don't you know that the real internationalists were destroyed by your fathers 100 years ago? Since you have set your position at the height of the entire human race, why should you stand up and stop me today? Am I not an Earthling? Haven't you never cared about internal disputes on Earth? What? Just because the winner is not your father, you jumped. Are you embarrassed to let Ancient One in other universes see it? Faced with Lin Hao's ridicule, Gu Yi was speechless. She began to pay attention to Lin Hao very early and watched him constantly enrich the foundation of the divine spear. She originally abides by the rules and does not interfere because she did not see anything extraordinary in the timeline of Lin Hao. Until this time, she saw a blurry future through peeping into the timeline, which made her shocked and discolored, so she stood up to stop Lin Hao. Perhaps it was because of the little devil that the secrets of Lin Hao were covered up, which led to Gu Yi not seeing the cause and effect of this person in the past years. It was not until this decisive battle that America was likely to move towards a dangerous future, which allowed the old nun to see a vague future. "Mr. Lin Hao, since you like other universes, why don't I send you there?" Gu Yi made up his mind. For the sake of his father and for the values he adheres to, Gu Yi didn't mind breaking the Supreme Master's code of conduct. This bald old nun even dared to absorb the power of the dark dimension to prosper. It can be seen that she is a person who uses any means to achieve her goals. Her values she adheres to can be seen from her skin color and appearance, just like Nick Fury. As long as the Earthlings stay honestly on Earth, even if they encounter alien invaders, they will have their own superheroes and supreme mages to fight away. After success, they can enjoy the cheers and pursuits of ordinary people. As for the innocent victims, they are all done by aliens. What does it have to do with us? The advanced technology and powerful magic you have in your hands only need to increase the strength of the protector and conduct passive defenses, and never think about improving the overall strength of human beings and actively attacking. The outside world is too dangerous and not suitable for you. After an accident, ordinary people just wait for the savior to come, and don't always think about striving for success. How relaxed and comfortable. This is a contradiction in concept and cannot be reconciled. Hearing this, Lin Hao was so proud that he immediately took out his 12-point care. The bald old nun is coming. Just at this moment, a golden aperture suddenly appeared beside Lin Hao. After seeing and hearing, Lin Hao did not dodge. Zheng Xian took the lead in walking out, following him an elderly man in Taoist robe, with the saber stern on the man's side. As soon as the three of them walked out, the saber immediately threw the Imtep spear in their hands to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took it quickly and felt relieved. The holy spear, which originally looked golden because of the material, shone brightly after it fell into Lin Hao's hands, and was full of golden light. Compared to the last time in Wakanda, the golden light emitted by the holy spear this time is stronger. When Gu Yi saw this golden light, he was shocked and puzzled. How could he let the holy spear exude such a strong divine nature? Because Imhotep is an earthling. Zheng Xian seemed to have seen through Gu Yi's doubts and explained to him, unlike the alien gods you believe in, he is a real earthling. He is respected as a god by the world for his contribution to resisting alien invaders. Earthlings. Obviously, Imhotep's philosophy is different from your negative defense idea. His consciousness that has remained so far favors Lin Hao's idea. So, Lin Hao can inspire the divinity of the holy spear. The bald old nun had a gloomy face. She glanced at the holy spear again, then carefully looked at the unpretentious old Taoist priest behind Zheng Xian, and turned around and walked into the newly opened golden aperture. Lin Hao, carrying the holy spear, was murderous. He looked at Zheng Xian. "Boss, let's chase after him and kill Kamatage. Peel the old nun and send it to your room." How can Director Lin lose his temper after being dragged into a trap? Zheng Xian glared at him. Although she is the weakest ancient one in the multiverse, no one in our universe will replace her for the time being, and the Dimension Demon can only rely on her to block it first. Lin Hao glanced at the old Taoist priest behind him, his eyes meaningful, and his face was full of disbelief. It seems that Director Zheng, like the Black Director, can call out foreign players with one voice, and may not even be the foreign players of this universe. Those who play with time will be played with by time. Zheng Xian glared at Lin Hao. Our people have different magic qualifications and are not as good as her. Zheng Xian rarely teases Lin Hao. If you can learn magic, you can consider creating a new Kamatage. If you don't mention this, I will respect you as the boss. Lin Hao immediately changed his face. This is definitely the biggest setback Lin Hao has encountered since his success. He has tried to learn the magic preserved by the Divine Spear Bureau, but unfortunately, he has no reaction at all. No matter what is black or white, he is not interested in him. Those dimensional demons are like stingy granddad, unwilling to lend a single hair to Lin Hao. The little girl you adopted 8 years ago has a strong magical talent. If you really want to create a new Kamatage in the future, she can take over the position of Supreme Mage. Zheng Xian knew that Lin Hao was the head-on donkey, so he made up for it. One sentence. She is almost adult, and she will send it to you then. Okay, I have a big show here to schedule, so I'll take me back first. Lin Hao held the holy spear in his hand and smiled, let me borrow it first, I'm afraid the old nun will return. I'll leave it to you for the time being. Zheng Xian didn't forget to remind him, don't throw it away. The Divine Spear Bureau system finally produced a person who can exert the divine nature of the Holy Spear. Of course, he should make the best use of everything. Moreover, Lin Hao himself is extremely powerful. After holding the Holy Spear, even Gu Yi is helpless, so he doesn't have to worry about the Holy Spear being taken away by others. Snatch it away. If Lin Hao throws the Holy Spear into the dimension space opened by the little devil, Imhotep will have to catch him blindly. After a while of delay, Lin Hao reappeared over the White House. He recalled the black videotape, stuffed it into the recorder type. And Sadeko, dressed in red, appeared. Let's go, I'll take you to perform a show. As he spoke, Lin Hao got into Sadeko's body. As the sun passes by, countless tourists crowd on the streets of Washington, keep shouting. The American army is on high alert. Suddenly, a red figure appeared on the relatively empty street behind the crowd and walked towards the White House. The female version of Gu Yi is quite disgusting for fans and non-fans, so it is set like this. Marvel will not shoot the powerful ancient Chinese in the comics even if she shoots Doctor Strange, otherwise North America's largest voter will not buy it, so wouldn't it be a big loss? Anyway, this ancient first person is just a tool for passing on merits, so it's fine if you shoot it like this. Chapter 47 Attacking Eunuch Tai. Here, he's here. Is it him? It should be him just like the red swordsman's shape. Suiga, it turns out that the red swordsman is the one who made a fight with him. Idiot neon man, it's clearly this person who made an appointment with the red swordsman. The originally noisy crowd actually took the initiative to separate, revealing a passage. Johnny Tyson, who was carrying a long sword on his waist, raised his gourd in his hand, raised his head and drank a sip of wine. He only had a White House in the distance, and didn't care about tanks or helicopters. This momentum is what Eunuch Tai fights. Seeing the enemy approaching, the American soldiers behind the defense line made a noise. Is he crazy if he really dares to come? Don't you think that just one iron sword can deal with the armored troops, do you? What a joke! Shut up and return to your own position. It was not until the officer ordered that the soldiers re-entered the combat state. When Eunuch Tai walked to 500 meters away from the defense line, a shouting voice came from the loudspeaker, Johnny Tyson, leave immediately. What can we do? It has never happened, including the massacre of the Atlanta gangsters. The American senior officials did not know in advance that it was Johnny Tyson who wrote 2 entries, but in the moment he walked over so blatantly, it was enough for several powerful departments to search for his detailed information. A red swordsman has shown considerable value. If Johnny Tyson is stopped before things actually happen, no matter the CIA, the Federal Warning Agency, SHELD, or Hydra, they will extend an olive branch to him. Such a unique strong man has extremely high value in utilization and research. Until now, Hydra and Adam Smith have maintained a harmonious relationship. Although Alexander Pierce wants to draw blood or even slice it, reason tells him that maintaining the current relationship will gain greater benefits, so he just secretly takes it. A few naturally shed hair and a little cut nails. Eunuch Tai turned a deaf ear, and finally took a sip of wine, tied the gourd around his waist, put his right hand on the hilt of the sword, and his eyes were full of evil light. Let's fire! The soldiers never had the habit of warning 3 times before they started. If the officer hadn't said that the big shots had to speak first, they would have opened fire. Bullets and machine cannons pulled out long metal torrents and ravaged the streets. Eunuch Tai quickly dodged, his red clothes floating in a volatile way, like a thin willow facing the wind, seemingly weak, but it is still unsure. It's not that Eunuch Tai's speed will be faster than the speed of the machine cannon or even the shells, but his reflex nerves are faster than the reflex nerves of the hottest and gunners. And the firepower on the scene cannot reach full space coverage, plus the vibrator in his hand, the long sword, can help the emergency, which gave Eunuch Tai room to dodge and move. Seeing that the direct shot failed to hit, the muzzle changed angles unscrupulously, and the tourists blocked this street were affected, with broken limbs flying across the river and blood flowing into a river. The living people cried and shouted, and rushed in with their heads in their arms, panicked. There was no surprise that the stampede occurred and the scene was in a mess. Those foreigners who have never seen the cruel and desperate American soldiers, those who have been brainwashed by Hollywood and think that America is a beacon of civilization, probably would not have thought that one day they would be warmly treated by the soldiers and the kind of enthusiasm that their internal organs are afraid of burning. "Dad, Dad!" Gwen Stacy, who had been hiding in the crowd and trying to avoid her father, finally knew the fear and cried to Sheriff George not far ahead. George, who already had internal strength, heard a familiar voice in the chaotic environment, and turned around suddenly, frightened him to his shock. Gwen. He never expected Gwen to be on the scene. The moment she saw Johnny Tyson, Sheriff George finally realized that it was not only him and Adam Smith who had met Dongfang Bubai in the world, which means that he has been self-indulgent these days, and he is not a fight for him at all. Realizing this, he saw his daughter in danger again. George didn't care about any decisive battle and immediately separated the crowd and rushed towards his daughter, who was trapped by the abortion. When he hugged his daughter, he was already crowded into the building next to the street by the panic. At this time, Eunuch Tai had already rushed through a distance of only 500 meters and jumped into the defense line. However, what awaited him was not the one-sided massacre, but the carefully arranged trap. The United States is not a fool either. Many departments have analyzed Adam Smith's attack pattern and then came to a unified conclusion: ordinary combatants must not be allowed to fight in close combat with him. The battle that took place more than 3 months ago in front of the Wall Street Stock Exchange fully proves this conclusion. When the distance is widened, ordinary combatants can still use weapons to cause certain damage to the opponent. Once they are dragged into melee, it will be one-sided massacre. Therefore, when laying out the defense line, the military had already considered the situation of the enemy rushing in, so as to dig a trench with a width of 200 meters and a depth of 50 meters behind the defense line. The trench was covered with camouflage cloth just now, and the soldiers heading to the post were all driven by metal plates. Seeing the figure in red crossing the defense line, the commander immediately ordered, "Tug it away." Eunuch Tai, who was in the air, looked at the black trench below, revealing a hint of surprise. Military and political personnel in the distance saw Johnny Tyson falling straight into the trench, and a smug smile appeared on their faces. No matter how ferocious a beast is, it cannot defeat the cunning hunter. They are hunters. Don't worry, everyone, there are arrangements of very high concentrations of anesthesia gases in advance, and it is impossible for him to go on again. Before the smug commander could finish his words, the red figure jumped out. Impossible. The commander was shocked and incredible. There are special metal plates all around, and even snakes cannot climb up. Obviously, they knew nothing about the light skills taught from Dongfang Bubai, not to mention that the sword made by Eunuch Tai could borrow power from the wall. Alexander Pierce obviously did not share with them the scene of Adam Smith practicing sword in the forest, otherwise these people would not be so confident that they tried to capture them alive, but instead used powerful weapons to kill them while Eunuch Tai entered the pit. He he he. It was Eunuch Tai's turn to show a hideous smile this time. The red shadow broke in, and the sword light flashed. Several heads flew up, and blood shone into the sky. Eunuch Tai did not get entangled with the enemy, but rushed towards Bai Fangzi. The armored forces block the streets and block him. Tanks in the rear were activated one after another, filling the streets. If they were ordinary enemies, there was no way out in the face of such a situation. Eunuch Tai did not take the ordinary road, so he jumped up directly, stepped on the top of the tank and jumped forward faster than on the road. The vibrating sword in his hand is indeed difficult to break through the main battle tank with K's external armor. Master K Tai's goal is not to destroy the armored troops, so why should he fight to the death? In the command camp nearby Fangzi, the bosses of several departments looked bad. The defensive line that was as solid as a person was breaking through. The best way to deal with superpowers is another superpowers. Nick Fury, who has seen The Amazing Ant, understood this truth many years ago, and this is also the reason why he is fully promoting the Avengers project. Unlike the group of bureaucrats around me who do not open their eyes to the universe, Nick Fury has long seen the powerful individual lives in the universe and deeply understands that in the face of powerful enemies, the existing human army will not play much role. It's not that American soldiers are useless, but that they cannot exert their cluster advantage in the face of powerful individuals, because the enemy will not stand stupidly and endure saturated fire attacks. Damn it, can you only give the safety of the White House to that sissy? These innocent men felt ashamed. Not good. The surveillance personnel in front of the screen suddenly shouted, enemy wearing red clothes appeared in other directions. Department leaders, including Nick Fury, came to the screen and their faces changed drastically. Unexpectedly, there were more than one enemy. Where did they all come out? Similar clothing and outfits, are these guys an organization? It's so difficult to deal with, just one person, now. Why, go to ask the sir to transfer in temporarily. Please collect, read, vote. Chapter 48 Go and invite the Lord. New York, Stark Building. Seeing the live scene from the news, Tony Stark couldn't sit still and walked towards the newly built automatic wearable platform. Are you really going? Pepper Potts quickly stepped forward and hugged Tony, his face full of worries. Although I don't like those politicians, I'm an Amari Chen. Tony Stark said in a deep voice, the White House is the honor and pride of America and cannot be defiled. This is a sense of identity that only American elites will have. Farm tools with little education cannot have this sense of ownership. Perhaps the Eagles forgot, or perhaps they deliberately didn't want to remember that this white building was also newly built, and the old one had long been burned by the British Army. Okay, be careful. Pepper gave him a long kiss. Tony Stark exchanged the new armor as fast as possible, jumped off the platform, and flew to Washington, more than 300 kilometers away at full speed after starting the engine. It didn't take long before he arrived over the White House. Hey, my friend, why are you so irritable? Tony happened to land in front of the attacking eunuch Tai, because he is now closest to White House. Why don't we sit down and have a cheeseburger? Nick Fury, who was in the command camp, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tony Stark arrive. If the Red Swordsman and Iron Man join forces to help, take down Johnny Tyson first, and then deal with other enemies, this incident will be calmed down. A moment has passed, and the other enemies are not as thriving as Johnny Tyson. Nick Fury keenly noticed that there is a gap in the strength of these people. Not every enemy is as powerful as Johnny Tyson. Black Brine Egg is indeed not wrong. The father-in-law who appeared behind him was because he saw that Mr. Tai was in a high spirit of popularity and did not want him to be beautiful. As a result, he became hot-headed, regardless of the length of practice that was not yet reached 1/10. Cunyan jumped out blindly. Because the evil repelling sword technique is a quick achieving martial art, the lack of practice time is reflected in the difference in speed and strength. If the practice period is less than 1/10 of Cunyan and then jump out rashly, then the little black guy, Nick Fury, will only be caught by his father-in-law's chicken feet. Boss, we caught one alive. Coulson reported the good news to Nick Fury in the communicator. Xiao Hiza was happy, but he was silent on the surface. Anyway, no one could see the change in his expression. Take it back. Lin Hao, who had been observing the audience with his experiences, finally waited until the rash young father-in-law jumped out and was caught, and nodded with satisfaction. Today's big show not only makes Dongfang Wubai famous all over the world, but also allows American senior officials to ask secrets from their young father-in-law. At that time, the senior management of the United States will definitely organize a group of people to sever their lives, and different departments will set up different large files, which are equivalent to the Dongjishi factory. Backwards, Sadeko continues to expand her folk father-in-law, and Lin Hao has once again promoted the secret of the evil repelling sword book to the United States. As the world becomes more and more dangerous, the Zijishi factory, which is dominated by folk father-in-law, is bound to flourish. When the East and West factories are growing in America, the number of father-in-laws is increasing. Lin Hao turns to create a copy of Rama Internal Power. The father-in-laws who miss more after losing it will inevitably start a martial arts battle to bring blood. A storm. The two factories in the East and West have cholera, and the achievements that Cao Zhengchun and Yu Huishan have not achieved were easily achieved by director Lin. Seeing that the father-in-law tie was entangled by Tony Stark, other young father-in-law who had been practicing for a short time were struggling. Director Lin knew it was time to appear. A laughter from the sea, the tides surging on both sides of the straits, the ups and downs of the waves are recorded today. The music suddenly covered the area 1 kilometer around the White House. Invisible, the airplane has an open audio and comes with its own background music. Who is singing? Are there any experts? What do the lyrics mean? Nick Fury and other senior executives of various departments were all in a state of fear. Today, there were really more and more waves. Seeing that there was hope of calming down the situation, something happened again. The country is smiling, the mist and rain are far away, the waves are washed away. How beautiful is the world in the world! There's there. The surveillance personnel in front of the screen pointed to the opposite direction of the way forward of Eunuch Tai. Senior officials of various departments saw another red figure walking on the empty streets. Unlike the sissy sluts who were strong and ferocious in front of them, this person has a more graceful figure and a more charming face. The body looks petite, but the temperament is particularly graceful. The more powerful one is here. Nick Fury made a judgment based on the intuition he had cultivated for many years. Let's fire! With the roar of the commander on the front line, bullets, shells, and rockets on the armed helicopter rushed towards the man in red. When defense lines were attacked everywhere, the American military completely let go of their hands and feet, and no longer cared about the casualties of ordinary people. The official has long warned the public not to join in the fun today. Who can I blame for rushing to death? Faced with the fierce firepower, Lin Hao remained motionless, but Sadeko activated her space shuttle ability to flash directly from hundreds of meters away to the post of the defense line. What? Nick Fury was so shocked that his eyes widened behind the blindfold. What is this speed? This is not speed at all, this is space transfer. The professionals on the scene were lit up. It's amazing. How can the human body withstand the pressure caused by spatial transformation? The focus of technicians and bureaucrats is obviously different. Facing the sudden attack of the man in red, the soldiers on the defense immediately pointed their guns at the post. At this time, half of Lin Hao controlled his body took action. He waved his sword and slashed horizontally, rushed out with a flying slash, smoothed half of the defense line, and went straight to the tall building on one side of the street. Slashed half of the building with one sword. Oh, buy it! Whether it is the official American government or the people who are hiding in the surrounding high-rise buildings to watch the fun and not afraid of death, they are all stunned by the sword of the man in red. Nick Fury was shocked again, and he immediately took out an old pager and hesitated whether to press it. The enemy is only a few hundred meters away from him, and even if the ant can fly at the speed of light, she may not be able to catch up. The man in red cut out a sword and rushed into the defense line. The trench trap was a joke to this person. Flying and slashing, and freehand painting, like painting. Tanks on the ground and armed helicopters in the air were easily cut off like plastic foam. Explosions frequently, fires are rising everywhere, and wailing everywhere. The man in red seemed to be on an outing, stepping towards the White House step by step with comfortable steps. Stop! Let's fire! The Secret Service staff outside the White House immediately pulled the trigger at the man in red. But the man in red flashed again and appeared at the top of the White House. At this moment, the eyes of the whole world gathered. America has had such a big fun. Can the other 4 gangsters and all the big and small force not come to watch the fun? For Japan and South Korea, Dad's fun is also lively. Lin Hao controlled Sadeko's body and suddenly raised the long sword in his right hand, and purple-red lightning wrapped around it. With a forceful slash, a 100-meter-long flying slash was swept into the sky. The clouds above the White House rolled violently and cracked to both sides, unable to close for a long time. A sword tear apart the sky. Wife, come out and see God. The Americans watching the fun around and the people of all countries in front of the screen exclaimed. Nick Fury no longer hesitated and was about to press his fingers, but a huge breath came up from the house and swept across all directions. The surrounding American soldiers and combatants from various departments all foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. The domineering aura that was so powerful that it influenced the entity directly lifted a layer of turf and flew back with countless military tents and human bodies. The walls of the White House were covered with cracks. Nick Fury, who was being taken care of, decisively failed. Lin Hao pointed at this point, compressed the air with his finger gun, and fired an air bomb, hitting the old pager and exploded it. The man in red standing on the top of the White House suddenly took off the wine gourd, raised his head and drank it, and then made a loud declaration. The sun rises east, but I am unbeaten. In the room beneath my feet, a scream came from the table. Go and invite the Lord. Please collect, read, vote. The master said that the data this week is good and I have been able to recommend it next week. Thank you for your support. Everyone should continue to work hard and keep it going. Chapter 49 Eunuch Shi and Eunuch Tai fight to the top of the White House. Sir, sir. In the steel armor that was blown away, artificial intelligence Jarvis kept calling out to Tony Stark, who had lost consciousness after being hit by the Overlord color. Seeing that the owner had no response, Jarvis had to activate the emergency plan and gave Tony an electrotherapy impact on the chest. Wow, aha. Tony woke up suddenly and then coughed a short and violent cough. What's going on? Sir, you just received a strong energy impact. This energy did not cause much damage to your body, but it directly attacked your consciousness and made you faint. Jarvis reported quickly. This feeling is so familiar, no? Tony recalled the man wearing a black metal mask in the mountains of Afghanistan. However, it is not the time to think too much. He immediately observed the drastic changes around the White House through the screen. Seeing the man in red standing on the top of the White House, Tony Stark's face was as deep as water. Farkey. Sir, I don't recommend you go up and fight with the enemy. Jarvis reminded rationally, we cannot defend the energy impact just now, and you will faint again. It doesn't matter if you have a few more electrotherapy sessions, but you will feel dizzy as soon as you rush up. How can you do this? Lin Hao has no intention of destroying the White House for the time being, and the basic foundation of America is not this house. When a person dies, the consortium can choose another one, and if the house is destroyed, it can be built again. Now taking action has aroused their desire to share the same hatred of the enemy. After shouting the slogan, Lin Hao looked at Adam Smith and Johnny Tyson on both sides of the White House, and said coldly, "Start, complete your decisive battle." Eunuch Shi and Eunuch Tai finally took their admiration, obsessive and even admiration away from Lord Dongfang, looked at each other, and their eyes were full of anger and fighting spirit. Damn bitch, Lord Dongfang is mine. X2. They just saw Dongfang Bubai swing his sword and slashing the tower with his own eyes, and were both surprised and happy. It turns out that Lord Dongfang is so strong. It turns out that as long as I practice sword skills hard, I can be so powerful. In order to compete for the favor of Lord Dongfang, Eunuch Shi and Eunuch Tai were determined to eliminate each other and take advantage of their favor. The man in red at the top of the White House flashed and disappeared, appearing above a tall building in the distance. Seeing this, the two father-in-law immediately walked up and stood where Lord Dongfang had just taken him. The domineering aura that Lin Hao just released just now made the soldiers and combat personnel from the power departments faint, and did not affect ordinary people a kilometer away. When he heard the movements outside disappeared, someone who was not afraid of death soon ran out to see the situation. "That's great, all the guys who are in the way are dead. Brothers, hurry up and go and watch the final battle." Happy Americans and musicians from all over the world rushed out of their hiding places and rushed towards the White Houses from all directions. They pushed away the military's Luca and found metal plates to trenches. In order to fight, many people fell into the trenches, falling to their heads and blood, and their muscles and bones were broken. All the hardships could not stop their hearts from watching the fun. When the fastest group of people rushed outside the Bai house, Eunuch Shi and Eunuch Tai had already started a war on the roof. These people exclaimed as they saw the torn clouds in the sky. "Omega! Are they so powerful? I also want to be as strong as them. Can anyone tell me how they did it?" Someone who had just seen Dongfang Bubai take action came forward to remind him. The clouds in the sky were not caused by these two people, it was that person. They pointed to the man in red who was drinking and watching a show on the high building in the distance. Most of the people who came to see the fun were well equipped, not only with telescopes, but also with cameras. These people unscrupulously observed Dongfang Bubai and took photos of him. Lin Hao seemed to have not realized it and posed for himself. Today he is here to advertise the evil-breaking sword book. Although many eyes were taken away, Eunuch Shi and Eunuch Tai at the top of the White House didn't care at all and were still fighting for themselves. "Boy, I am the only follower of Lord Dongfang." Eunuch Tai plays fiercely, only attacks but not defends, ignoring the sharp Edmund alloy, leaving multiple wounds on his body. Eunuch Shi was just an ordinary person 3 months ago. Although he was cuckolded by his wife every day, he had never contacted a real murderer. Eunuch Tai is different. He often participates in underground ring competitions. He either hits people or is beaten, and he has already developed a fierce aura. However, when he broke through the defense line just now, Eunuch Tai wasted some of his energy, but Eunuch Shi was waiting for it. After temporarily holding on to the opponent's fierce attack, Eunuch Shi keenly sensed the sluggishness of the opponent's internal force. Although Eunuch Shi did not have much fighting experience before his debut, he was talented and hiding in the forest and practicing swords without distractions for 3 months, his skills were actually above the top of Eunuch Tai. Although it is not much higher, it has a great effect at such critical moments. Grasping the gap in the changes in Eunuch Tai's sword moves, Eunuch Shi gathered all his internal strength to stab him to death, and handed the tip of the sword to Eunuch Tai's chest with the fastest and most rapid move. Eunuch Tai was shocked, but it aroused his fierceness. Without hiding or guarding, the long sword in Eunuch Tai's hand continued to slash towards Eunuch Shi. For some reason, it may be that he was jealous of Eunuch Shi who came to his house every day to ask for ravage, and Eunuch Tai attacked the other party's waist. Even though we know that everyone is nonsense, we still have the instinct of men. The two father-in-laws were both bleeding, and one of the free hands continued to slam, and the fists and palms hit each other. The two of them retreated with force and opened the distance. At this time, more and more onlookers were watching. After Dongfang Bubai, who had no expression to show off, only posing, these people turned their attention back to the protagonist today. In the crowd, George Stacy hugged her daughter tightly and looked up at the battle between the two seniors, feeling that she benefited a lot. He has only been practicing for a few days, but his swordsmanship is not very good and his internal strength is not deep. The battle between the two seniors, Eunuch Shi and Eunuch Tai, was like a guiding light, allowing Eunuch Xiao to see the direction of the future. As for the powerful Dongfang Bubai, the rational Eunuch Xiao knew that he would not be able to reach it in the short term, but he laid a little ambition in his heart. He can do it, so can I. Not only Sheriff George, the new father-in-law, but many of the old father-in-laws who were not caught, hid in the crowd to watch the battle. Some people are shocked, some are disdainful, and some have strong desire in their eyes, wanting to replace them. All of them looked at the clouds that had not yet recovered in the sky and the Dongfang Bubai on the high buildings in the distance with pilgrimage. It turns out that the sun rises in the east, but I am the only one who is invincible is not a boast. Lord Dongfang is too powerful. I must be the only follower of adults. The two father-in-law at the top of the White House did not care about the thoughts of the spectators below. They rested for a while and continued to hedge. The blades of the sword kept colliding, and two famous metals in the world in Marvel burst out with amazing destructive power under the blessing of internal force. The occasionally swept the blades slashed on the top of the White House, leaving behind hideous scars. After nearly half an hour of fierce fighting, the two father-in-laws spent half of their internal strength and gradually fell into decline, but they still had no choice but to win or lose. Lin Hao in the distance saw that the advertising effect had reached, and several flames attacked in the distance, and immediately flashed into the sky and swung several slashes again. The missile carrying the powerful anesthesia gas was slashed and destroyed. But the gas drifted with the wind. The audience around the White House quickly fainted. Eunuch Xiao, who was watching the game, was shocked and hurriedly hugged her daughter and quickly retreated. The two father-in-laws who were fighting looked up at Lord Dongfang in the air, but the latter did not respond and disappeared. The two father-in-law are not stupid people. How could the Eagles let it go if America suffers so shamelessly? We will definitely send a large army to support us, and the missile just now is the signal. Although they all want to kill each other, they don't want to die with them. The last move is to distinguish the superiority and death. Eunuch Tai roared. Eunuch Shi was so proud that he rushed forward with his sword. Both sides activate their last internal force and slash out a desperate attack. Neither of them expected that the vibrating sword in the hands of Eunuch Tai would emit all the energy absorbed at this moment. The blue shock wave lifted the two of them away and fell into the crowd on both sides of the White House. Run quickly, the army is here. So many chariots and many soldiers, run. Fake squid. Eunuch Tai spat, you guy is lucky. Although his expression was cruel, the person turned around and ran away. Eunuch Shi on the opposite side was silent for a moment, and turned around and left. Today's matter is too big, Hydra may not be able to protect him. It's better to wait and see for a while before considering whether to continue to be a superhero. Bitches, you guys are lucky. Thank you for the Wasteland Law Brothers reward of 1000 points. Chapter 50, Cut or Not, This is a Problem. Representatives of the 5 major countries gathered in the conference room of the World Security Council, directly under shield. As soon as the person sat down, the meeting host didn't even shout to start, and the American representative fired at the only Asian face. This bad incident is a conspiracy of some countries against the United States. The middle-aged Asian man looked around, his face full of confusion. What happened? Representative Mao was not afraid of big trouble when watching the fun, and he was shaking, don't you know? The White House has been defiled. Is this still the case? The middle-aged Asian American face was full of shock and then indignant, it's so outrageous. How can you do such a thing to the White House? It's just a house. Pucci, the American representative felt that someone had stabbed in the chest again. Farki. The American representative roared at the Asian middle-aged man, do you dare say it has nothing to do with you? That woman obviously has an Asian face and speaks fluent Chinese. Mr. Arthur, I can understand that I lack the ability to learn foreign languages, but you cannot determine that someone is a certain country just because he can learn other languages. The middle-aged Asian man secretly sarcastically said, for example, I can skillfully use English, French, Russian and German languages, but I am still a Chinese. Sorry, I forgot that Mr. Arthur only knows one native language. You. American representatives pounded the conference table angrily and stared at the middle-aged Asians fiercely. Wow, the desktop seems to be cracking. Representative De Mao once again showed his fun spirit, pointed to the table in front of the American representative, and exaggeratedly said, "I remember that you have not paid the membership fee in recent years. This table cannot be reimbursed for financial reimbursement. I want to veto it." Farki. The American representative looked around the two younger brothers and tried to attract foreign players. I saw the gall chicken looking up at the ceiling, and the John cow looked down at the leather shoes, but he refused to respond. When my brother was helpless and really saw the Americans making a fool of themselves, these two people were not good at expressing their feelings in public and secretly enjoyed them. The two father-in-laws fought at the top of the White House. Such a big thing naturally spread all over the world. Almost all countries were watching jokes about the United States, and at the same time they were amazed at the power of the East. They then sent intelligence forces to the United States to try to find the warrior. Of course, the Americans are also mobilizing all their strength to find the East Bubai, but unfortunately this person seems to have evaporated from the world. After all, they didn't know that Ajahn was actually not a human being. Although I can't find Dongfang Bubai, but the CIA, the Federal Warning Agency, SHIELD, and even Hydra all caught a young father-in-law who had weak skills but couldn't help but jump out. The great America suffered such humiliation, and these powerful departments naturally would not be polite to a few young masters. Nick Fury, who woke up, walked into the interrogation room himself. The young father-in-law, who was caught by SHIELD, was lying on a metal bed, his limbs were locked by thick round buckles, and there were anesthesia needles on his head. Go down. 3 Level 7 agents, Coulson, May, and Ward, took turns to take action, using their best torture methods. I said. Not only is the young master who has shallow skills, but his mind is not as good as that. Although he has the courage to cut himself, he cannot withstand the long-term interrogation of professional agents. After seeing Dongfang Buabai's power, the young masters were also afraid that there would be trouble after confessing to Dongfang. However, the interrogation skills developed by professional agents can only be withstood by peers who have been trained for a long time of anti-interrogation, and it is almost impossible for ordinary people to take it over. Don't worry, there are still some processes that have not been completed. Coulson calmly continued to follow the process, and the gadget in his hand was used on the young father-in-law in an orderly manner. At this time, Coulson was like a devout engraver, skillfully using various tools, ignoring the whale and concentrating on his mind. Fake squid. I said, I want to confess. The young master's mood completely collapsed. Coulson still used all the processes, and then carefully observed the performance of his father-in-law, and then he gestured to the director behind the observation mirror with a OK gesture. Ask him who that woman is, whether these people are an organization, and the most important thing is where their power comes from. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Black Blug woke up and found that his old pager was broken, which meant that he could not directly contact Carol and could only send long distances through the Scraper spacecraft in low Earth orbit. But the communication technology of the Screw people is naturally not as good as the pager that Carol used the technology of the Carey Empire to transform. When will the message be transmitted and whether it can break through the influence of cosmic radiation can be conveyed smoothly are all questions. Losing a strong support. Another terrifying powerful man who can cut the sky with sword appeared in the United States, which made the patient with severe persecution feel very insecure. Coulson began to ask questions, and the tortured young father-in-law said it all in detail. After listening, 3 Level 7 agents changed their faces one after another. Melinda subconsciously turned her gaze below Coulson and Ward, which was meaningful. Coulson and Ward suddenly felt a chill, and the conditioned reflexes were gathering their legs together. Even Nick Fury, who was behind the observation mirror, couldn't help but bow his head. This is probably the instinct of male creatures engraved in genes. Several agents did not doubt the authenticity of the young master's words, because they had long discovered that the young master's crotch was cold. At first I thought it was an accident, but I didn't expect it to be a prerequisite for gaining strength. Nick Fury came back to his senses and immediately took out his cell phone to contact the CIA and the Federal Warning Bureau. He first disclosed his interrogation records, which naturally brought their interrogation records. After comparing multiple ways, Nick Fury finally confirmed. He, is actually a man. Looking back on the charming man in red who saw at noon, I never expected that the other party was actually a man. Shaking his head and waving these useless thoughts, Nick Fury was silent for a moment and immediately made a decision. Go and find a few men who have undergone sex change surgery. With the energy of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is too easy to find a few similar experimental samples. According to the latest data released by the Williams Institute at the University of California, Los Angeles, 5.6% of Americans believe they are LGBT, with about 14 million people. In such a huge base, men who are willing to cut themselves and change their gender are naturally indispensable. Originally, these people cut themselves just because they followed their inner calls, but now they know that they can still gain extraordinary power, which is simply a surprise. Really? Alice, a New Yorker who was found by SHIED, covered her mouth with her hands, unable to hide her surprise. Can I be as powerful as that Dongfang Bubai? This is a transgender person who had undergone surgery 8 years ago. Although life is a little inconvenient, Alice is still very happy to be a woman who has been thinking about it day and night and achieve her childhood wish. Now someone tells him that he can be as powerful as Dongfang Bubai in the news, and he is simply a big prize from heaven. The experiment is likely to be risky. The good-looking man Coulson was still very friendly when facing harmless compatriots in China and explained patiently to Alice. In addition, you must sign confidentiality clauses and promise to join SHIELD after gaining power. No problem. Alice raised her orchid fingers with her thick-jointed hands and smiled and said, "Start quickly. I can't wait." Several similar transgender people were brought to the young father-in-law. The young father-in-law, who had been tamed by torture, stepped forward numbly, passed over his internal force, left seeds in the experimenter's body, and then used his internal force to clear their meridians. Lin Hao, who copied the remaining internal strength in Yang Guo's left arm and practiced hard for nearly 10 years, spent several hours clearing the meridians for Adam Smith. These young father-in-law with shallow skills naturally took more time. Fortunately, the top leaders in the United States have become very patient in dealing with this matter. After all, whether to cut or not is a big problem.